All right, we are live. Welcome to Collectco on Friday night. Did you beat Massey? Probably. He probably gave up on me. Sometimes I have people, they're like, well, this is over. Screw Chad. Jerry Stone, I'm texting you. Because I needed to reply to some of these people before it got too late. Let me send this to Tanner. Jerry, I'm wanted to get back with you before I went live and got busy on that. Okay. I wonder, that's more like, yeah, they're more like on the sleeve, the inner sleeve. Yeah, that's still bad, isn't it? Golly. Deal of refunds. I need to make sure they refunded our money on the last. That's bad. But if he already got them, good. But we had a waiting list, so now I got to order more. All right, let me think about what's going on here. Okay, this is Friday the 30th. Okay, let me think about this. For the Michael Jackson, no, there's a wait. Like we're expecting new copies today. So he probably pulled out what he needed, and now I'm going to have to order more for the people on a waiting list. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. But he already pulled them out. That's what I'm confused on. Okay, because like new ones would have came in today. My question is, did he already pull those out? And so he hasn't. Okay.
These are the replacements for the people.
What are they? Yeah, that's okay. So that's probably the ones that came in today. Yeah. Did you give that to me?
I think it got left over there.
Okay. Well, see, I added. Well, that's a lot. Oh, so there's not this many scene splits, just a few. That's what I'm. No, there should be. Let me give you what's on my laptop. It's up front. I'll get to you in 1 second. Otherwise, we're gonna have some people that either A are not gonna end up with one, or they're gonna be wondering why it's seam split, or I have to tell them it was seam split. Let me find out. All right, everybody. Well, good evening. You can tell me and Jake's working on something right now, so bear with me. We got 9 crates of new vinyl, and John's probably 6 crates, and you go. The only person I have is, okay, yeah, there's 2 lists. See where it says, well, if you search Michael Jackson, you'll see them. Yeah, there's one that says one's for Vladarchuk, and then one is for like 5 or 6 people. It's probably those. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and then, so my question is, do you have enough? There's 5 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 there.
Six people in the 6.
Okay.
So
I wonder if there's any more that came in, because I still need one more. Plus, I was hoping I'd have some extras to sell, but that's okay. Some people might want to buy the seam splits before I send them back. They're not, the covers aren't seam split, the inner sleeves are. It almost looks like the disc we're trying to pop out the side of them. So they're not really damaged except for the inner sleeves, which I would replace anyways. They're probably just paper inner sleeves, so somebody might get a discount. And it says I put in for 8 more Michael Jackson. Okay, well, then we'll have plenty, which I don't mind having extras of those. Ed just texted me because that's a great title. Michael Jackson's #1 hits. Come on. Give me a break here. What a title. That's a great title. Now, if it was Henry Mancini sings The Wonderful World of Polka, I'd be concerned having that many. I don't think Henry Mancini actually did even sing. He just directed. Oh, Catherine O'Hara. I know who that is now. They're mentioning in the chat, Jake. I know who that is now. Okay. I saw that picture. I've always expected her to look like she did in the 90s in those movies. I saw her picture and I didn't recognize it. It's like when you see a new picture of Macaulay Culkin, you're like, wow, he's older now. You think of him as still being a little boy. We got a big show ahead. A lot going on today. I was enamored with just all kinds of different stuff. We're trying to, me and Tanner, I consider Tanner, he kind of does everything here during the day, and then like right before I go to bed, he kind of keeps me informed of what happened the day before. And then while I'm asleep, I don't know what's going on. Then as soon as I wake up, I try to figure out kind of what's happened, but I usually don't find out because he goes to bed pretty early, and then I don't find out what's happened until the next day. And I was up pretty late, and more record store day. So now Laura is pulling stuff from that collection right now. Yeah, she is over here. And of course, later tonight, we might price more stuff live. But we have 45s also for part 2, probably tonight maybe. Did you get any sleep? Not really, probably because I was dealing with, well, for me, I was going to tell everybody that's bought silver, you know, this is actually a great buying opportunity. I'm going to have to look at what I have and my cost and some of this over here. I'll see what I can do on some of it. But, I mean, I view it as a great buying opportunity. And that's what I was like following it, trying to figure out what it was going to close at. I've been texting people trying to get quotes. Most people are like, yeah, we don't have anything in stock, or no, I can't do that. And I'm like, see, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Even though it went down, it's like, well, you can't like get too much of it and at a great price. Okay. All right. Okay, so I don't think this guy wants these. So I have a deal here on some Black Crow CDs. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 Black Crow CDs. And then all these right here are like bootlegs and recorded concerts. I don't know really what they are, but this entire Black Crows, I was trying to sell all that for $75. And some of these are probably pretty scarce and probably pretty pricey. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 Black Crow CDs. And then all these as well, which they're all, I mean, it's like stuff like this. It's Black Crowes live in Orlando, and it's dated, and it's CDs and DVDs. So it's where somebody had a lot of bootlegs. But that's an instant Black Crow CD collection, and Donna Bertram says she'll take them. Great. Now, with that being said, I have a bunch more that we're going to put in auction lots tonight. I mean, I pulled one out. Somebody bought one last night. You probably could guess who. Jim B. And I was like, he said he wanted it. He's like, yeah, I want that one. That place is right down the road from me. And then I scanned it. Of course, it's selling for like $55 on eBay. I mean, Discogs. So I was like, no wonder he wants it. So first deal of the night, all these Black Crowes. That's enough Black Crowes live material there. That'll keep you busy for 3.5 years. So, Donna, I'm going to stack those right over here. And I have list. And we have a lot of great stuff to sell tonight. I mean, John has marked 6 crates. Laura's already got auctions ready. She's carting stuff to the back right now. Shout out to John. Shout out to Laura. Our great staff here. They know what they're doing. They're marking records. They're the best at it. That's why we have them here. We got Jake around the corner. Him and Tanner have been doing some sophisticated stuff. We might start using QuickBooks for invoicing. I've heard that's the new way. What are these Allison chains here? Are these extras, you think, Jake? They're laying on top. Do you know anything of extras? Okay, good, because I'm probably going to need them tonight. All right. And then I'm sure the big invoice thing to look out for this week is the big invoice thing. When you get your invoice on Monday, make sure that you have your Allison chains, and make sure you have your Michael Jackson, because those were 2 huge pre-orders. 2 huge pre-orders, and I want to make sure everybody has their copy whenever invoicing time comes, because there were so many, and we've had extras. We had some damaged I didn't notice, and yeah, so that's a pretty big deal. But let's get started, because we got bonus auctions. We got 45s finally for tonight, probably both for auction and buy it now. And Laura's got some great stuff ready. I got to get through the rest of the Japanese. So, but yeah. Now, what they've done is, I think they've done something fancy with their design and recording my voice, and I'll leave that brilliancy up to them. But they're going to make it pretty easy for us to key stuff in and send invoices. But that's coming soon. Don't worry about that right now. I'm going to get my laptop, and I'm going to get the first crate. And let me do that right now. My laptop, my first crate. I've already got my laptop back there. I do need my chapstick. All right. Someone's knocking on the door. Somebody's ringing the bell. Do me a favor. Open the door and let them in. Yeah, yeah. Let them in now. All right. True Romance is $38.99. Nirvana is $36. Korn's $33, and Foo Fighters is $38. Their Nirvana is a new sealed single LP, $36.99. $36.99. All right, 7 o'clock. Time to get started. That's a great time for Friday night. Everybody's out usually a little bit later, but it is winter. I expect most people probably in for a while, or a lot earlier on Friday nights, but silver night. Yeah, I've been texting trying to get prices, and I mean, I bought a lot of stuff recently that now I'm in the negative on. I'll have to probably wait on that. I mean, I'm kind of like y'all. I'm probably not going to be selling a lot, obviously, but I'll see what's over here. I don't know. I kind of like it. I'm not ready to start discounting it. I think what I got over here, I'll cherish whatever's left. We've sold most of it though, but I'll bring some out in just a second. Let's see what's going on over here. Today's if you're a silver stacker, you're always buying, right? If you're a true stacker, you're buying at any price. Wealth building. All right, let's see what Laura's got in here. I need to find that box of. The other night, John had a couple great boxes of 45s, and then they got shifted, and I'm like, good gosh, what happened to those? Here they are. Yeah. Plus Japanese. All right, here we go. Josie's on a vacation far away. The outfield, play deep. the outfield, Your Love, original 7-inch picture sleeve, a $7 start. $7 start on that. Okay. Next is Eric Clapton. There's one in every crowd. That's a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine with Obi. That's a $25 start. Eric Clapton. There's one in every crowd. Insert cover and Obi. So I have Clapton. I have the outfield. And let's open up today's video. Let's open up here. And then let's see here. Chad. Awesome night ahead. Might have a couple surprises. Where's my Alice Cooper fans? Do I have any Alice Cooper people on? Oh, yeah. Nice. That was a great neck adjustment. All right, pre-order. Here it is. All right, so let's get these knocked out so we can get to all this new stuff. Good gosh. Okay, we have The Who, Monterey, Nirvana live at the Paramount. The Who, Monterey, Nirvana live at the Paramount. The Who, The Kids Are All Right. Foreigner, Alligator, Crypta, DRI, Motorhead, Frusciante, Stans, Alice in Chains, Iron Maiden, Animals, Chuck Berry, White Stripes, Fear, Mammoth. Okay? So, first thing I have is the outfield. That's Your Love, a $7 start. Picture sleeve, Eric Clapton's a $25 start. And I have Lucinda Williams, which is her newest album, World's Gone Wrong. That's on blue vinyl, $33.99. That's Lucinda Williams, World's Gone Wrong, $33.99. We have Steel Climbing, Cinderella. Cinderella is a music on vinyl pressing. That is $39.99. That was quick. Doug Jefferson on Lucinda Williams. There's one left. I have one Cinderella, and that is $39.99. Brittany Fox is $39.99. That is on blue vinyl, and that's a limited edition from Music on Vinyl, $39.99 on that. And then we have Stone Sour, which is a Music on Vinyl as well, $39.99 for Stone Sour. And we have Rush, All the World's a Stage, which is a 2LP remaster with that original trifold jacket. Okay, let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. Paul McCartney. This is Tug of War. I like the one on here of Stevie Wonder. Of course, you got Ebony and Ivory. And then you got What's That You're Doing? That's another good one with Stevie Wonder. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. It has the poster as well, which also looks like Paul McCartney autographed. That'd be awesome if he did. Instead of a $35 start, we'd be putting it up for a $5,500 start or a $7,500 start. But there's Paul McCartney, a $35 start on that. James Papa Constantine on Cinderella. Outfields in near mint condition, yes. Chase Arnold on Stone Sour. Those are sold and sold. Silverchair is still available. And Silverchair is 2LP Music on Vinyl press. $54.99 on Silverchair. We did sell one Stan soundtrack. There's one left. Stan's is $49.99. That's sold to John LaBeatty. That's Eminem, of course. And we have one left. Nobody bid on this Clapton. We'll go ahead and make it a buy now for $25. That's a Japanese pressing of There's One in Every Crowd. If anybody wants to go ahead and pick that up, first auction night, it's a buy it now. So $25 on that. $25 on that. Let's go ahead and put this away. That's Eric Clapton. There's One in Every Crowd. So let's put that right there. Clapton's a buy it now for $25. Final call on outfield. It does have a bid for $7. Paul McCartney's a $35 start. We have Rat, Reach for the Sky. Rat is $33.99. Reach for the Sky. And David Bowie live. This is at the National Bowl UK broadcast, 1990. $29.99. Clifford Umstead on the Eric Clapton for $25. And Jimmy Ball a quick close second to that one. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. And that Japanese pressing is going to be the Eagles Live. I'd like you to put up the Blues Traveler next. I didn't know we had a Blues Traveler. Is that something, I guess, in the advertised auctions? We have this original inner sleeve. We have this disc. We have right here another inner sleeve, another Near Mint Minus disc. And we have the Japanese insert and the poster, a complete Japanese Eagles Live of Obi, $35 star. This is the outfield, a 7-inch single of Your Love. Final call for $7. That was the first auction of the night. And then Lamb of God is $36.99, Lamb of God. And then we have Pink Floyd Pulse. Pink Floyd Pulse is a 4LP remastered box set. Pink Floyd Pulse, that is $119.99. Pink Floyd Pulse. And then Poison, this is Open Up and Say Ah. And Poison is new and sealed. We have 2 of these at the moment, $33.99. Look what the cat dragged in is not in print, by the way. Pink Floyd, The Division Bell, that's a 2LP, $49.99 for Pink Floyd. And then Pink Floyd Animals, the 2018 remix. Animals is $34.99. Chad Snyder got the outfield for $7. Thank you. And then over here we have Bullet Boys. This is a special limited edition Digiscope CD pack of Bullet Boys Freak Show. It's sealed and it's never been opened. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Nobody bid on Paul McCartney, a complete Japanese pressing, near mint minus with poster. That is a buy now for $35. So you can pick up Paul for $35. Tug of War, $35 for that. I have 2 Alice in Chains lights in stock. Everybody that pre-ordered one got one. I have 2 Alice in Chains lights in stock. That one and the one over here next to me. They are $59.99. The only other one I have in stock right now is Van Halen. Alice in Chains and Van Halen, the only 2 I have in stock. Back up at the top, how much is Rat? Is it colored vinyl? Rat is colored vinyl. It's white vinyl, Reach for the Sky. White vinyl, Reach for the Sky, $33.99. In Utero is $36.99. Everything back here is for sale. True Romance, Nirvana, Korn, and Foo Fighters, 38, 36, 33, and 38 on those. And then we have Eagles at 35. John Bergenstorm on Poison. That's sold. Jimmy Ball got Paul McCartney for 35. That is sold. And we have Aaron Jolly said he will take a Alice in Chains light. I now have 1 Alice in Chains light left, and that's the one you see back there in the back, okay? Aaron Jolly, thank you. This is sold to you. And I have 1 left, the one you see sitting back there in the back. And then I've got 3 Van Halen logos if anybody wants those, okay? 3 Van Halen logos if anybody wants those. All right, there's that. There's 2 bids on the Eagles. Amenities already bid 35. Alice in Chains, Black Gives Way to Blue. This one did sell already. Alice in Chains, Black Gives Way to Blue. That's sold to Matt Nichols. Thank you, Matt Nichols. That's sold to you. And then we had a White Stripes Icky Thump, $39.99 for the White Stripes. And then Iron Maiden Fear of the Dark. And then Iron Maiden Fear of the Dark was sold to Jay Davis. And I think I have 0 left because Joshua Day got the other. Both of those are sold. And then Stone Temple Pilots, Shangri-La Dee-Dah, Neon and Orange Splatter. STP is $29.99. I've got 2 of those. The White Stripes Greatest Hits, which was on colored vinyl. That's sold to Charles McDonald, and he also got Icky Thump. So Charles got both of those White Stripes. And then Chris Cornell, the Hits Anthology, is $46.99. If anybody wants this sealed Bullet Boys Freak Show CD, it's the original Digipack. That's a $10 buy it now if anybody wants that. STP is sold to Sarah Wyberdink, and we have another one sold to Michelle Clements. Those are sold and sold, okay? Those are sold and sold. Give me 1 second here. I have a really cool signed Alice Cooper item here. This is Alice Cooper. It is from the inside, and a really cool album jacket to have autographed. Looks like he signed it in 1986. And that's going to go up for a $175 star at Alice Cooper. Does have a pretty big saw mark up here, but that'd look really cool framed or displayed. Alice Cooper is a $175 start. That is a JSA authenticated autograph, and that's a $175 start on that. Jimmy Ball, if it's okay, I'll put you on a waiting list for Shangri-La Dee-Dah. Jerry Torrey's got the Bullet Boy CD for 10. Jane's Addiction auction info. I have no idea, but if you give me a second, I'll just go ahead and put it up. You just informed me of 2 things. 1, that you need to know the info. And number 2, that we have a Jane's Addiction being auctioned tonight. Tom Kelly on Rat. That's sold to Tom Kelly. Sean Miller 3rd on the Bullet Boys. James Papa Costain 4th. And Alice Cooper has a bid for $200. Very cool. The Eagles, I'm going to make sure Clifford Umstead didn't want to bid more than 35. If not, He said, out. So let's go ahead and sell this to Amenities for $35. Okay. Let's put that away. Allergies bothered me tonight. I didn't notice it till I got here and started talking. You know, usually about, unless I see somebody in the mornings, when I get done here, I usually don't talk again until the next day. Maybe if I interact with somebody at Publix. And Rick Hall on STP, Pink Floyd light. Now, let me ask you this. Are you on a waiting list for a Pink Floyd light? Answer that for me first. Okay. Now, we have already about 7 auction requests, and here's what everybody's saying. Chad, please, for the love of all things good and holy, go ahead and put these auctions up right now. There's not many people watching. Please, please, I'm begging you, put these auctions up right now. I'm here. I'm ready to buy it. Hopefully everybody's asleep or they're trying to get home from work, and I can score these auctions. I'm begging you. Please, please put these up right now. This is Blues Traveler 4. This is an unofficial pressing. It's on green vinyl. It's sealed. It's an unofficial pressing. A $35 start. Alice Cooper is at $200 with Sarah Weiberdink, and that's a final call. There's Blues Traveler, an unofficial. And then let me figure out what's going on with Jane's Addiction and Roll the Bones, okay? Now, we have Pink Floyd. If you're on a wait list for a Pink Floyd light, the status on any light waiting list is 2 to 3 weeks. How about 1 to 3 weeks? So I won't really know when those are coming in until the night they're delivered. So I've always told everybody, if you go on a wait list for a light, I will never be able to give you an accurate update ever. I'll always be like, I don't know. I'll play dumb because I am out of the loop. So if you ever go on a wait list for a lot, I would always say just be prepared for the true part of the waiting. You know what Tom Petty said? The waiting is the hardest part, right? That's very true with these lights. So I've always said just, I don't really have an idea, but there should be popping up. Like, I didn't even know Alice in Chains was showing up till yesterday. A $7 start. This is a foreign, look at this, a foreign press. Retour vers le futur. That's Huey Lewis in the News, The Power of Love. And this is a French 7-inch single of The Power of Love from Back to the Future, a $7 start. Sarah Weiberdink gets the Alice Cooper. That's sold to her for $200. She's probably popping champagne and like hip, hip, hooray. Thank you, Chad. Hip, hip, hooray. Hip, hip, hooray. All right. Thank you on that. That's done. Awesome piece. Blues Traveler is at 40 with Jerry Stone, and then 45 with George Sherritt. So let me go back through and make sure I didn't miss anything. Let me go ahead and try to find Jane's Addiction. Maybe if you're asking what pressing, I'll find out and let you know, okay? Let me flip through the bend over here, and then Blues Traveler. Let's do that right now. And then I promise I'll get to these auctions. Surely most of y'all have your plans canceled. Jane's Addiction is a 1990 USOG pressing. Okay? A 1990 USOG pressing. There will be a lot for everything ever made. Every logo and every band ever conceived on earth, at some point there'll be a lot. David Johnson, I have Pablo Cruz out for 2033, okay? 2033 is when I'll do Pablo Cruz. We have Lucinda Williams, World's Gone Wrong. That's on blue vinyl for $33.99. Brittany Fox on blue vinyl for $39. Rush, All the World's a Stage at $46. Silverchair is $54.99. Eminem Stands is $49.99. David Bowie, $29.99. Lamb of God, $36. Pink Floyd Pulse is $119. Poison is $33. Pink Floyd Division Bell, $49. Pink Floyd Animals, $34. And Chris Cornell, $46.99. Let me make sure I got everybody from those claims, and I'm going to go get that other crate. Okay? Let's go ahead and introduce another auction from the Japanese crate. I don't want anybody to start having a conniption fit. David Johnson said, Chad, I'm already an impatient person, but you're pushing my luck. You've already sold 3 Japanese pressings, but that's not fast enough. I want quick, fast action all night long. I'm here very simply for a couple things. I'm here to buy, and I'm here to spend a lot of money. This one guy told me the other night, he's like, Chad, listen, A lot of people get paid on Friday nights. They go to a bar. They go buy a bunch of scratch-off lottery tickets. They may go gamble. I make sure I got all my bills paid, and whatever I have left, I am buying every physical piece of physical media I can get my hands on. I want CDs. I want cassettes. I want 8-tracks. I want reel-to-reels, and more importantly, I want vinyl. I want my house full of VHS, DVDs, Blu-rays, cassette tapes, whatever it takes. I'm going to up here and get this other crate. Laura's cooking up something pretty delicious smelling. Physical media. They are like, Chad, listen, buddy, I'm not joking around. I don't know what it's going to take for you to understand that I'm here to purchase everything you have in your building if you can just get it to me as fast as possible. Okay? I don't care what it takes. I'm here. Every dime I have left in savings and checking at the end of the week, it's going to be going your way. It doesn't matter to me. I just want physical media. I want cassettes, CDs, DVDs, Blu-ray, cassettes, 8-tracks, VHS. It does not matter. I want stuff in my house all day to keep me entertained that I can physically own. That's all people want. That's all they're asking for. Let's jump over here and see what's happening. First thing is Blues Traveler got a bid for 52. Huey Lewis got a bid for 15. Okay? Seth, all the new vinyl is always sticker price. My cost on the Pulse box set cost me more than $85. So I would be selling it to you for less than what I paid for it. All the new vinyl is always sticker price. It's rarely on sale. It's always. If I ever go through a crate that's new and sealed, it's always sticker price, okay? My wholesale cost on Pulse is more than $85. David Bowie is sold, and that's sold to Sean Miller. Blues Traveler's at 55. Rick Hall wants on the waiting list for Stone Temple Pilots number 4. Blues Traveler 60. And then Sean Miller got David Bowie. And then Blues Traveler at 63. Okay, so let's update all 3 auctions. 4 people have joined the chat and said, Chad, I need to know about this. We have Blues Traveler 4. Blues Traveler 4 is an unofficial 2023 limited edition green vinyl. This is Blues Traveler unofficial and green vinyl. The high bid $63. Back to the Future is a French pressing of Huey Lewis Power of Love. It's at $15. It's a final call. And then we have REO Speedwagon High Infidelity. REO Speedwagon's a $35 start. Pink Floyd Pulse is $119.99, Seth. All of our new vinyl is always sticker price. Sean Miller, Alex Miller on YouTube got David Bowie. Next, are there any Hatchet Ed crates? There are 0 Hatchet Ed crates. Unless Ed's watching and he tells me the location of them, there are 0 Hatchet Ed crates. I'm showing 0 right now. 0 Hatchet Ed crates. 0. Will new vinyl be on sale tomorrow? No, it will be not. There's nothing to discount. There's no new vinyl to discount. There's like a crate and a half left, counting the new stuff that came in tonight. Will you review Discogs inventory collection to identify what you'd be interested in shipped to you? I'm not for sure if I understand the question. Blues Traveler 66, Blues Traveler 70, REO 37, REO 35. Huey Lewis is sold for $15, and that's sold for $15 to Heath Norman. Okay, have I answered everybody's questions and concerns? I'd really like to start showing vinyl right now. If you do have something, answer. I may be able to answer it. Ask it. I may be able to answer it. I may not answer it because I'd really, really love to start showing records right now. I mean, we have 9 crates of new vinyl. We got 6 crates from John and Laura's price and stuff too. So if I start talking as fast as I can, we might get through everything at 11 o'clock. If I stop to answer any more concerns or questions, we're not going to be able to show anything. And then everybody's going to get mad, and I'm going to have people start leaving the chat and not buying any records. So I'm going to pause any further questions unless it's about a record I'm selling, okay? Blues Traveler. Blues Traveler is at 78 with Jerry Stone, and REO Speedwagon's at 39. We have Mammoth, which is Wolfgang Van Halen, and Mammoth is sold to Rick Peabody. That's sold to Rick Peabody. And then this is Metallica, the Black Album. And Metallica, the Black Album is actually on colored vinyl, $34.99. Nirvana, Live at the Paramount, that's sold to James Young. That is sold. And then Foreigner, The Flame Still Burns. Now, you can ask a question. Maybe somebody in the chat can answer you. Maybe Laura can answer you. But she's also busy pricing stuff. So if you want her to mark Laura crates, I would say, pretend Laura's not even here. Foreigner is sold to Kevin Voitosh. That's sold to Kevin Voitosh. We have the Animals here, which it was sold to Stacy Metternich. Thank you on that one. Metallica sold to Jason Fornerat. Blues Travelers at $80. And then the last bid that came in on REO Speedwagon was the final call, and that was $39 to Jimmy Ball. It's high infidelity, near mint minus, and pristine. Alligator Records. This is sealed for $24.99. That's sold to Clifford Umstead. We have DRI. That's sold to Slammin' Alvin. And then we have KK Priest, Center Rides Again. KK Priest is a 2023 orange vinyl. That is sealed for $34.99. God Forbid, Determination. That is sealed, $19.99. God Forbid, Determination. And then Beast in Black, From Hell with Love, a 2021 blue and yellow vinyl. That is sealed for $59.99. Blues Travelers at $80 right now, it looks like. And the last bid on REO Speedwagon was Minities, who just bid $40. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. James Addiction, here we go. Hope everybody's ready. It is a 1990 U.S. Specialty OG pressing. EX++ near mint minus. There's a small mark on the back of track B2 that causes a bit of background noise, but the rest of the disc is super clean, near mint minus, and pristine. Here we go. A Grail, a real James Addiction, 1990 OG, a $250 start. Good luck to all those that want to bid on that. There's your chance. Crypta, also sold to Slammin' Alvin. Thank you, Slammin' Alvin. That's sold to you. We have War King's Revenge. That is sealed for $34.99. The Who, The Kids Are All Right. That's sold to Jen Cass. Thank you, Jen. We have Neil Young at the Roxy. That is sealed for $24.99. James Addiction's at $250. KK Priest Info, official pressing. KK Priest is an official release. This is a 2023 orange vinyl, sealed, $34.99. John Frusciante, sold to John LeBeatty, $49.99. Chuck Berry, sealed, $34.99. That's sold to Daryl Johnson. Rush, Grace Under Pressure. That's an unopened copy, $29.99. The Who at Monterey. That's sold to Jen Cast. Thank you, Jen Cast. That's sold to you. And then Matt Zajac is sealed, $9.99. Also, Vicennial, 2 Decades of Seether. Vicennial is sealed for $29.99. Motorhead Aftershock, that's sold to Stephen A. Young. Thank you, Stephen A. Young. That's sold to you. And Joey Ramone is sealed, $64.99. Blues Traveler, Jay Davis says he'll take KK Priest. That's sold to him. Blues Traveler over here, that's George Scher at $85. Final call on James Addiction, $250. REO Speedwagon, $42.45. The only thing left in here is Joey Ramone for $64.99. Seether was sealed for $29.99. Matt Zajac is sealed for $9.99. Rush was unopened for $29. Neil Young was sealed for $24. War Kings was sealed for $34. Beast in Black was sealed for $59, and God Forbid was sealed for $19.99. If anybody has any other questions or concerns about anything in there, the 6 a.m. video has been tagged officially. Everybody got everything they wanted, no even debate. That was a pretty smooth one. Everybody got everything they wanted. Let's put that right there. Let's go ahead and bring over this crate right here. Nice purple crate. Purple people eater. I love these new purple crates here. There is a whole crate that says damaged. There's a whole crate over here of vinyl that says damaged. I don't like the sound of that. I don't like the sound of that. It says damaged. Yikes. Okay. God Forbid, any info genre. That is metal. Do you know year? Matthew Kopis on Pink Floyd Pulse. It's brand new and sealed. It's probably a 2016. I think they show up as a 2016, even though it was probably made in 2025. So this is a 2018. I think it shows up as a 2018 on Discogs, $119.99. Blues Traveler is officially sold. That's sold to George Scher for $85. And then over here, REO Speedwagon, Amenities, you've been outbid, and James Addiction is sold to Doug Jeppesen for $250. He's like, good gosh, this is why I want Chad to run it at 7:30 because I just got a steal. That's sold to him for $250. We have Gwar. This is called Scum Dogs XXX Live. Gwar is $29.99. I've got 2 of those. Blink 182, Enema of the State, $36.99 for Blink 182. Expect these to get grabbed pretty fast in here. This is Prince, One Night Alone, solo piano and voice. Prince is on purple vinyl, $29.99. And Trivium, The Sin and the Sentence. Trivium is $39.99. Gwar is sold to Mega Blast. There's REO Speedwagon. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And this auction is going to go up right now. This is the Grateful Dead from Mars Hotel. The Zoetrope picture disc. That's going to look trippy when that's spinning. It's a 2024 50th anniversary, limited to 7,500. That is unopened, and that is a $75 start. Matthew Kopis gets the Blink 182 box, or excuse me, the Blink 182 box set. Matthew Kopis gets Pink Floyd Pulse. Does anybody else want to go on a wait list for this? Seth Lucas, like I said, that will be $119.99. That's one of our best-selling new items. Seth Lucas also gets Blink 182. I just sold Pink Floyd Pulse. GMAC on the Prince. If anybody sells and you want on a waiting list, let me know. We have Metal Church, Blessing in Disguise. That's $39.99. And then I've got 2 different versions of Kiss. This is the 2014. This is the newest half-speed master. But I know some people want this version to complete their 2014 set. So $39.99 and $39.99. They're the same price, okay? Well, we have REO Speedwagon. This is officially sold to Jimmy Ball for $47. Let's get some more Japanese stuff up. Let's get some more Japanese stuff up if I can breathe. Allergies bad tonight. Hello, hello. Over here. Lenny Kravitz. I'll do it right now. Tim Rory put MC. Metal Church sold to Tim Rory. I got 2 AC/DCs. Rock or Bust. Look at that awesome lenticular. That's amazing. $29.99. Unfortunately, this hop sticker is a little jacked up, but I've got 2 copies, AC/DC, $29.99. Amenities, does it matter which 2 you want? I got a 2014 and I got a half-speed master. Those are $39.99. I got another Gwar. This is Ragnarok, gray and white marble vinyl, $34.99 on that one. And he wants the 2014 edition. That would be this one right here. That's Kiss. I have pulled your Gwar. Now there's another Gwar. And then Michelle Clements on AC/DC. Michelle, I'll give you that one right there. Now there's another one. And then over here, we have another auction going up from the Japanese crate. And that is going to be, I don't know, we got some sweet ones over here I need to pull out. Let's see here. Here we go. Here's Led Zeppelin 3 from da-da-da-dun, dun, da-da-da-dun, dun, da-da-da-da. We come from the land of the ice and snow, from the midnight suns of the hot springs blow. The hammer of the gods drive our ships to new land. Fight the war, sing and cry. Tell Valhalla I am coming. Dun, da, 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 dun, dun, da, 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 dun. Dun, 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 da, 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 dun. And then on the same album, you get a song like Tangerine, Tangerine, with a bunch of something done, them is ding. Okay, back to reality. This is a $55 start. It does have a little bit of a ding up here, but that's a really nice Japanese Led Zeppelin 3 of Obi. I meant to say 75, but I know it's going to get there anyway. Red Cave Collections on Gwar, Ragnarok. There's one more Gwar left. There is Scum Dogs, and then there's this other Ragnarok. So there's one each of the Gwars left, and then Tim Vagari. I'm going to give Greg Preston this AC/DC. Greg, I hope you're okay with this one. This hop sticker got put up here on the top. If you're okay, and then we're going to give Tim Vagari on a waiting list, okay? There's that. And then next is Disturbed, Waka Aka. That's $33.99. And then Trouble, Psalm 9 is $29.99. Tom Petty's Greatest Hits is $44.99. And Miles Davis Bitches Brew, $34.99. Nobody bid on the Grateful Dead. Let's go ahead and make that a buy it now. That is a $75 buy it now on the Grateful Dead Zoetrope picture disc of Mars Hotel. Led Zeppelin has a bid for $57, Since I've Been Loving You. And then first thing is how much is Ragnarok? That was $34.99. It's on gray and white marble vinyl, $34.99 on that. Led Zeppelin's up for bid. Another Prince, the Versace Experience. That's $29.99, first time on vinyl. Michael Jackson Thrillers, $24. Slipknot self-titled Yellow Vinyl, $29. And Jimi Hendrix, Have You Ever Been Experienced? Well, I have $24.99. Oh, wow. Laura brought me some singles to auction. Here we go. Mother Love Bone, Hold Your Head Up from Record Store Day. This is the same collection where we've been getting all that other insane stuff. Mother Love Bone is a $7 start. Hold Your Head Up, Record Store Day. Good luck bidding on that. I don't like that sleeve. I've got hopefully a new pack over here somewhere we can put them in. Yeah, here we go. So, Mother Love Bone is a $7 start. Led Zeppelin's at 75 with Matthew Kopis. Tim Vigari does not want on a waiting list for AC/DC. Make me a note. I got to order some more anyway. That's an awesome AC/DC. And then Ringo M. So Ringo M on the Miles Davis. My crate's full. Hold on a second. I didn't realize we've already filled up a whole crate. There we go. 6 vintage crates from John. 9 crates of new vinyl. And Laura's marking stuff. Good gosh. Holy moly. Okay. Let's do it then. So that's sold to Ron Ringo M. Thank you on that. And then Zeppelin 3, 75. And then Zeppelin 60, Zeppelin 65, Mother Love Bone 7, Led Zeppelin 100, Mother Love Bone 8, Mother Love Bone 7, 10, 10. We have Joy Division, Unknown Pleasures for $29.99. Pearl Jam. And this is Pearl Jam 10, $24.99. Rob Zombie, the Venomous Rat Regeneration Vendor. Rob Zombie, $36.99. Queen's Greatest Hits, a half-speed master for $39.99. And Megadeth, Rust in Peace, $36.99. All right, next auction is, I don't know, Ozzy. Here we go. No More Tears, the Tower Records exclusive on yellow and red vinyl, sealed, yellow and red vinyl, $95 start. Over here, we have the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill. Miseducation of Lauryn Hill is $33.99. And we have Disturbed, Indestructible, $33.99 for Disturbed. And Trivium, What the Dead Men Say. Trivium is a gatefold jacket, $34.99. Okay, so first thing we had was Led Zeppelin jumped up to 100. And then Mother Love Bone's at 15 right now. Also, we have Gwar, and Gwar is the Blood of Gods. Gwar is $39.99. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. Gatefold 2 LP. Iron Maiden Flight 666 is $46.99. And there's another copy of Nirvana in Utero, same as that one back there, $36.99. Shinedown, The Sound of Madness, white vinyl, $38.99 on that one. And we have Down Nola, $49.99. Somebody asked about that the other night. They're back available, $49.99. And Rob Zombie, The Sinister Urge, $36.99 for Rob Zombie, The Sinister Urge, $36.99 for Rob Zombie. Okay. I will go back through that crate again. There's some really good stuff in here. First thing is Amber Mathis wants Nirvana. Let's go ahead and do that. Joe Steele's on Shinedown, and then let's update all 3 auctions again. Zeppelin's at 110, Ozzy's at 100, so Zeppelin 110, Ozzy 100, and then Mother Love Bone's at 15 with Gerald Whitworth. Our next auction is Pearl Jam, and this is sealed Dance of the Clairvoyants. It is sealed Pearl Jam, and that's going to go up for a $7 start. Joy Division, let's go back and look at that right quick. Joy Division should be right in here, right here. Joy Division. Joy Division's classic debut on 180-gram heavyweight vinyl, replicating the original Outlaw work, cut from the 2007 remaster. That is $29.99. $29.99. Gwar, Scumdog Live, one left, $29.99. Scumdog Live, Gwar, $29.99. Trivium, The Sin and the Sentence. Trivium is a Gatefold 2 LP. I think this Gwar is also a 2 LP. Yeah, a 2 LP for just $29.99. So Gwar, Trivium, and Joy Division right there. First, let's update these auctions. Led Zeppelin's at 120. We have Ozzy at 1 bid at 100, and then Pearl Jam has bids for 777, and then Mother Love Bones at 16. Gerald Whitworth, you've been outbid. Chris Meisner on Joy Division. Let me make sure Patrick Fu doesn't want it. Patrick Fu asked about this. He said, whoa, man, you're going a little bit too fast. Patrick, let me know if you want that. If not, I'll go ahead and sell it to him, or you can give it to him and I can put you on a waiting list, however you want to do it. Rob Zombie, Sinister Urge. That is so to Brad Waits. If anybody else wants one, I ordered a lot of singles. I mean, we got 9 crates of new vinyl, and a lot of it's just like single copies because it's stuff I didn't want to overstock on, but I know that it is available, and I can always put you on a waiting list, okay? So if anybody sees something sell, the good thing about this waiting list is it's Friday night, so you're not going to get billed on Monday for sure. The only time you're going to get billed for these is if they come back in next week, and then you'll get billed the following Monday. So let me show that again. And so this is so anything you've bought this week, you're going to get an invoice here on Groundhog Day, okay? Hopefully you don't keep getting the same invoice over and over. If you go on a waiting list for something tonight on the 30th, you're probably not going to get a bill for it until February 9th. And a lot of people like that. They're like, yes, let's lay this over. And if you're curious, I have a dentist appointment on February 10th, okay? I do have a dentist appointment on February 10th. we have details on Ozzy. This is No More Tears. It's the Tower Records exclusive they did when they finally put this out back into print. Tower Records got an exclusive on red and yellow vinyl, and that has one bid for $100, okay? So we're going to go ahead and give Patrick Fu this, and Chris Meisner, if it's okay with you, I'll put you on a waiting list. If you don't want on a waiting list, let me know, okay? If you don't want a wait list, let me know. Stephen Parton wants on a wait list for Rob Zombie's Sinister Urge. Mother Love Bone 17, Led Zeppelin 138. He's out on Mother Love Bone. Led Zeppelin 145, Led Zeppelin 146, and we still got Trivium, we still got Gwar, Kiss, Creatures of the Night, the Half-Speed Master, $39.99, and Disturbed, Down with the Sickness, $33.99 for Disturbed. We have Trouble, Psalm 9, Trouble's classic debut album from 1984, Faithfully Restored Audio, $29.99. Tom Petty's Greatest Hits, Come Break Down, Come On and Give It To Me. Craig Sweden says I sound just like Tom Petty, so thank you for that. Also, we have Gwar Ragnarok, gray and white marble vinyl, $34.99. Prince is $29.99. And we have Michael Jackson Thriller, $24.99. Slipknot's on yellow vinyl, $29.99. $29.99. All right, Mother Love Bone then is sold, and that's sold to Gerald Whitworth for $17. Thank you, Gerald. That's so to you. Let's go ahead and update Pearl Jam and see where we're at. I don't think anybody else has bid on Ozzy since that $100 bid, right? Let's make sure, and let's move over here to Pearl Jam, which is sealed, right? Pearl Jam is sealed. Pearl Jam is sealed, and Mortgage Guy Rob bid first. Ryan M., just so you know, you were out on that one. Mortgage Guy Rob bid in first. Led Zeppelin's at 150. This is a near mint minus Japanese pressing with poster. That's probably why it's at 150, okay? And then we had Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? That's $24.99. Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced for $24, and Pearl Jam is $24.99. Even flow, thoughts arrive like but. Hendrix is sold to TSO Houston. Thank you on that one. And then Rob Zombie, the Venomous Rat Regeneration vendor. Rob Zombie is $36.99. Rob Zombie, the Regeneration, that is sold to Stephen Parton. TSO got Jimi Hendrix. Queen's Greatest Hits is $39.99. Queen's Greatest Hits. Ozzy. Here's what I'm going to do. This is sealed. It is sold to Rich Recore for $100, okay? Red Betty, it is sealed. If you want to bid, I was reaching to grab for it. He's had it for 7 minutes at $100. Now, you're about the fourth person who asked the question. Everybody must be doing calculations, but nobody has bid on it, so it's up to you. He has it for $100. Jeremy Merck on Pearl Jam 10, that is sold. Zeppelin at $165. And then Pearl Jam, I'm going to make sure Ryan M. didn't bid again. I don't think he did. And then this is about to be sold. We have Megadeth Rust in Peace for $36.99. The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, $33.99. The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, $33.99. Disturbed, Indestructible, $33.99 for Disturbed. And Trivium, What the Dead Men Say. Trivium is $34.99. Also, we have Gwar, The Blood of Gods. This is $39.99. Pearl Jam is sold to Mortgage Guy Rob for $7. Red Betty is really trying to get me shot, okay? Really trying to get me shot. Ozzy has a new bid for $105 to Red Betty. That is Red Betty 1967, $105. And Rich Recore, if you feel like shooting me, I would completely understand. That has got a new bid for $105. Let's go ahead and sell this, and let's see what else is going on in here. We have a request for this. And we have Led Zeppelin at 165. Jeremy got Pearl Jam 10. Next thing is a request for Talk Talk. Led Zeppelin 170. Out on Pearl Jam. Can you put up Lenny Kravitz? James Young wants Disturbed. I'm assuming for Indestructible. Okay, let me know at that. And then over here, we have Melanie Jennings on Lauryn Hill. That is sold to Melanie Jennings. Steve Weaver on Megadeth. That is sold. And then Kenny over here on Gore Ragnarok. Gore Ragnarok, and this is sold to Kenny on Twitch. Can I confirm who is Kenny on Twitch? Okay, can I confirm who was Kenny on Twitch? And then Zeppelin's at 185. Okay, let me go over some bidding rules. Okay, let me go over a couple bidding rules. The first bidding rule is an auction's not sold until I say sold. So what happens is all of a sudden there's people getting on the chat, and as people enter the chat, especially this time of the night, they're constantly wanting to know what the details on the auction. Now, some people can be a really bad victim of having the bid and having the bid and having the bid as people keep asking questions and wanting to know what it is, what it is, what it is. So right when I was about to sell it, there was somebody that asked, is Ozzy sealed? And I said, yes, it was. Now, there's only two people at that moment that can bid on it. The person who asked it was sealed. Nobody else can bid on it, okay? Nobody else can bid on it except the person who asked if it was sealed and Rich Record. So two other people have already asked, is this Ozzy the colored vinyl? And then somebody else also just asked, what is Ozzy? So nobody else can bid on it. Even if 5 more people jump on right now and say, can I bid on Ozzy? What's the high bid on Ozzy? It was already up for 7 minutes and he had the bid. But during that 7 minutes, 5 people had asked, what is Ozzy? Details on Ozzy, price on Ozzy, is Ozzy colored vinyl? So at that point, it's up to Red Betty, who did bid, and then Rich Record. If Rich Record wants to bid again, he can. And then if Red Betty wants to bid again after that, they can. No one else can bid though. Okay? No one else can bid, though. So that's how it works until I say it's sold. Now, the only reason I wouldn't have sold to them a lot sooner is because usually when somebody asks what the details are, I have to give them a minute or two because they're probably pulling up eBay, Discogs, their personal collection. And then as soon as they make a decision, they could say, okay, I'm going to pass. Then I look up and then somebody else has asked, what is Ozzy? And then we get into this endless spiral of questions. Now, if I did go ahead and sell it to Rich, then Red Betty would have said, wait a minute, I asked if it was sealed before it sold. So then we get into this spiral, crazy, when is this going to end before I can finally call it sold and be fair to everybody? Because after somebody asks, you got to think, I got to give them a minute or two to make a decision. So my best advice is make sure if you're here to bid on auctions, you can stay on the feed and you can stay engaged in what you're bidding in. Otherwise, you're going to miss out on something, and we have major chaos. Gore, the Blood of God's $39.99. We have Iron Maiden Flight 666, that's $46.99. Down Nola's $49.99. You caught it sold and was just looking for who had it. I said sold to Rich Record unless Red Betty wants to buy a bid on it. And then they bid. I said, you're going to get me shot. They bid $105. It's still going, but nobody else can bid on it. It's up to Rich Record and Red Betty. It's closed to everybody else. It's closed to everybody else. Nobody else can bid on it. But that's the only way I can keep it fair. I mean, when I'm reaching for something to call it sold and 2 other people have said, what is that auction? I got to give them a chance to bid. Otherwise, it is going to go into a spiral staircase. Believe me, I would much rather have sold it for 100 than 105. We have Talk Talk, It's My Life. Talk Talk is a 1984 USOG. I would rather sell them and move them on. I promise you. But if I don't do that, then there's going to be somebody else mad, and they're going to be like, I'm going to be so mad because Chad ended the auction. We have 1984 USOG, a gold stamp promo. This is VG condition. This is Talk Talk, It's My Life, the extended version. That is a $5 start. Talk Talk, It's My Life. $5 start on Talk Talk. That's now up for bid. Does anybody else want anything else in here? I have Down Nola, Iron Maiden, Gwar, Trivium, Queen's Greatest Hits, Pearl Jam, Slipknot, Michael Jackson, Prince, Tom Petty, Trouble. Somebody asked which pressing it was. This is on Hammerheart Records, $29.99. And then we have Disturbed, Kiss, Gwar, and Trivium, okay? There's that. Give it to him. I wasn't trying to start a fight. This is sold to Rich Recore for $100. Now we can move on. Rich, you're going to get that for $100. Led Zeppelin 3 is Matthew Kopus for $200. And then Talk Talk is at $5 and Talk Talk's at $7. Next auction coming up as soon as I swap out crates, okay? As soon as I swap out crates, there's that. Now, Red Betty could be mad. They could be like, well, you know, I did ask before he ended the auction. Trust me, it's a lot more difficult on my end when the comments came up. See, on Twitch, y'all probably see the questions before I can. And then over here, before I see what's going on, I'm like, good gosh. And then there's a chaos that breaks out. I'm like, good gosh. So, you know, my best advice is you got to hang on until the very end, okay? I would much rather sell them and put up another one, okay? I'd much rather sell them and put up another one. Rich Record, that's sold to you for $100. All right. It's much more efficient for me financially to sell them faster than maybe try to get another $5 out of an auction. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Pearl Jam. This is Pearl Jam, Pink Floyd, The Division Bell, 20th Anniversary Edition. This is a Japan pressing, but it's an unofficial. A Japan pressing, unofficial, $25 start on that. Pink Floyd, The Division Bell. See, Rich wasn't even on the feed. See, his feed crashed. That's something else that happened. He didn't even know what was just happening, and he's the guy that ended up getting it. See, people's feed crashed, then they get back on. They're like, what's the bid? My internet crashed. My dog took off of my phone. My wife threw coffee in my face. I mean, a wide variety of stuff could happen. And then I'm here just trying to make sure it's fair. And then I've got people screaming at me. And I'm like, okay, let's just remain calm. I promise we'll get it to the right person under these rules and statutes that I have in place. Next thing is over here, we have Led Zeppelin. Talk Talk is at 7, and then Talk Talk is still at 7. There's one Alice in Chains light in stock for $59, and then Pink Floyd 25, Pink Floyd 25, Pink Floyd 25, and Pink Floyd 25. Okay, what is the Grateful Dead Mars Hotel? Grateful Dead Mars Hotel is a 50th anniversary Zoetrope picture disc. It's a no bid for tonight. It is $75. $75 on that. $75 on that. Over here, Led Zeppelin. This Japanese pressing is near mint minus and pristine. It was between two people. Now, here who has the high bid, amenities went out. Matthew Kopus gets it for $200. Thank you, Matthew. That's sold to you for $200. Now, right before, before I had said sold, if somebody had asked, what is the Led Zeppelin? Then that could have went for another half hour. But luckily, no one had asked. Matthew's had it for a long time. It's sold to him for $200. Now, Pink Floyd is getting lots of bids. It's some kind of Japanese unofficial pressing of the Division Bell. Sounds interesting, right? And then Talk Talk. This is at $8 of Mega Blast. It's a 12-inch single, a 1984 USOG, a 1984 USOG, and this is a gold stamp promo, and it's at $8 right now. Next auction is Pink Floyd, which is an unofficial Japanese unknown year EX condition. Okay? Over here we have Pink Floyd, and that's at 30 with Mortgage Guy Rob. Everybody else is out. And then during all that, Kenny was trying to let me know who had the high bid. Kenny. Let me go back. So I'm sure they seen it in the chat. But let me go back and read it out loud so they know. That's Ken Granger, okay? Ken Granger, Kenny over on Twitch is Ken Granger, okay? And then next thing over here is this last Alice in Chains that I have in stock. The last Alice in Chains is sold to Derek Cesaro. We got it. Sold to Derek Cesaro. Now these are gone. I'm going to get it off the table. This is the last one sold to Derek. If anybody wants on a wait list for those, let me know. And we have 3 Van Halen lights in stock. That's the current status of those right now, okay? All right. Now, here we go. We have Pink Floyd, a gatefold. Let's take a closer look at the jacket here. This is, yes, it is a gatefold. Interesting deal here. Some kind of unofficial from Japan. Of course, that was out of print officially for a long time. When did they make this? Probably 2000s. Unknown year. Probably looks like something from the 2000s, probably because it was out of print. Okay, we're ready for another auction. So did I answer the person's great? The only no bid tonight's the Zoetrope for $75, okay? Derek Cesaro also wants a Van Halen light. You got it. Now we're down to, I'm going to go ahead and give him this one with the cord already attached. And now we have 2 Van Halen lights. Some people wait till they buy one and they're like, okay, these things are pretty sweet. This is so to Derek Cesaro. All right. Okay. Man, we got a lot of stuff to go through. Holy moly. Thank you, Derek. Here we go. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, waiting list, TSO Houston. I don't even have to check, but TSO, I'm going to go ahead and tag you so you don't end up with another one later. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. The waiting list for this was TSO Houston. I got one extra copy. It's a 50th anniversary edition, new and sealed, $36.99. Pink Floyd's at $36. Did the other bidder on Talk Talk go out? Will Smithson bid 10. He came back in. So John Durden, you've been outbid. Talk Talk is now at $10. Talk Talk is now at $10. Pink Floyd right now is at 35 with Chad Sauls, now 36 with Mortgage Guy Rob. I've got 2 Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moons. Breathe, breathe in the air. So to Michelle Clements. Pink Floyd is a Japanese unofficial. It was from the country of origin is Japan. It is an unofficial pressing. Here's our next single, Vince Guaraldi Trio, baseball theme, record store day. Limited edition pressing on white vinyl includes the original 1964 version and an alternate take previously unavailable on vinyl. $7 start on that, okay? And then we have Clutch, Robot Hive Exodus. Clutch should be a waiting list. Let's check it, CLUTCH. And Clutch is, I have a wait list for self-titled, Slow Hole, Robot Hive, Rebecca Barber and Rick Longoria. Rebecca Barber and Rick Longoria, okay? So there's one sold. There's another one sold. And I have one more sold, one more available. Robot Hive, and this is the bonus. This is the deluxe edition with the bonus 7-inch, the remastered limited edition 2LP, and the autographed insert, $59.99. Charlie Brown's at $8. Bootleg or unofficial. That would be the same thing. Those words are interchangeable. Unofficial pressing, Japan, unknown year, EX condition. Those are interchangeable words, bootleg and unofficial. And then over here, Talk Talk, the last bid was Mega Blast at 11. Will Smithson, you've been outbid, okay? And then we have singles, and this is $39.99. Singles is $39.99. Singles is $39.99. Amazing soundtrack. So we've been talking about some of the music on here. No waiting list for this. I was like, okay, I need to go ahead and order it then. $39.99. And this is Pearl Jam, Alice in Chains, Paul Westerberg, Soundgarden. Amazing. I mean, Smashing Pumpkins is on here. $39.99 for the single soundtrack. I've got 3 of them. And then over here, and this is $39.99. I mean, a live bootleg. Oh, no, this is an actual studio album of Division Bell. No, this is, I get what you're saying now. This is an actual studio version of Division Bell. It says 20th Anniversary Edition. 20th Anniversary Edition. James Lavender on singles. Edwin, as many bootlegs as you bought, I figured you knew that. But Edwin Blom's probably bought 100,000 bootlegs from us. Charlie Brown over here, the last bid on Charlie Brown was $12. Mortgage Guy Rob, you're out on that one. I got one copy of Led Zeppelin House of the Holy for $29. And Rammstein Zeit. Rammstein Zeit. That is $39. And Rebecca Barber was on a wait list for that. Thank you, Rebecca. She was on a wait list for Rammstein Zeit. Rammstein Zeit, Rebecca Barber. Single sold to Derek Cesaro. There's one left. And then Talk Talk, it was out, and that means this is sold to Mega Blast 11. Y'all keep reminding me if you want me to request an auction, and we'll keep them rolling. 351 people watching tonight. Holy crap. Everybody's all bunkered in on a Friday night. It's cold outside. They're like, Chad, sell us records. Sell us records. I'm like, I'm doing it. We're going as fast as we can. David on Charlie Brown. That's a lot of people for an unadvertised Friday night sale. Holy crap. Pink Floyd 39, Charlie Brown 15, TSO Houston on Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd 40, Derek Cesaro on Rammstein, Charlie Brown 16, and then we have a request for Clutch. We have a request for Eve 6, okay? So let's do those. We have right over here Eve 6, and then I'll do Clutch. We have an unofficial 2024 pink vinyl. This album originally came out in 1997 and did not have a vinyl pressing until 2016. The 2016s are pricey. Note here kind of from Laura. Those sell for well over $100. This is sealed for a $55 start. Pink Floyd is an unofficial press. Pink Floyd, the Division Bell, a Japanese pressing, an unofficial press. It has a glossy gatefold cover, and it's a 20th anniversary. It's an unofficial pressing of the 20th anniversary of the Division Bell. It's at $42. Alvo Dabney gets the last singles. Right now, the only thing left is Dark Side of the Moon for $36, Clutch for $59, and then Momentary Lapse of Reason remaster, $29.99. Into the Distance, a ribbon of black. Look at this, Queen, A Night at the Opera, 50th anniversary, embossed gold lettering, half-speed master on crystal clear vinyl. It kind of looks white, $36.99 for Queen. Yes, Fragile, also colored vinyl, green, the Steven Wilson remix. I'll Be the Roundabout, South Side of the Sky, Long Distance Runaround, and then Heart of the Sunrise. Bum, 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 the river. Howard Jones, this is new, I think, for this week. It is. Live at the Marquee, Howard Jones, a 2LP translucent yellow vinyl, and that's classic Howard Jones, 1983, $49.99. Jake's leaving. You sure you don't want to come do this for a few hours? Okay, I was going to go bold, but that's okay. We have Michelle Clements on Queen. Michelle Clements on Queen. Jake's going to come in and do the rest of the show, and I'm going to go to the bowling alley by myself and just bowl for like 5 hours straight. Just do nothing but bowl. Just bowl. We have Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill, $29.99. Deftones Adrenaline. Deftones is $29.99. Michelle got Queen. And then the Pink Floyd in the crate is Dark Side of the Moon, the 50th anniversary black vinyl remaster, $36.99. Charlie Brown is sold to Mortgage Guy Rob for $16. Thank you on that one. Pink Floyd Details. Pink Floyd is an unofficial Japanese pressing, unknown year. This is at $42 with Mike Purtle. And I think everybody might be done. Chad has it for $45. Eve 6 is a $55 start. As of right now, there's no bid yet. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. Let's see what's going on with this Clutch, evidently, that I have. Evidently, I have something in here for Clutch. I've got Grateful Dead, Journey, Clutch. Here it is. And then Lenny Kravitz for Tim Rory. Tim, I hadn't forgot about you. And then we have a 2015 US EX Condition. Clutch is from Beale Street to Oblivion. $25 start on that one, okay? And then the other Dark Side of the Moon. The other Pink Floyd here is Momentary Lapse of Reason. Gatefold Jacket, $29.99. $29.99. Cake Comfort Eagle. This has short skirt and a long jacket. $29.99. Garth Brooks. My distributor is now offering these. I couldn't believe it. I saw them. They're actually, one of them has moved to the top sellers list. And I was like, oh, man, Garth is finally allowing these for normal distribution. Can you believe it? No fences, just not, or in pieces, just $19.99. Just $19.99 for Garth Brooks. And we have Black Label Siding 1919 Eternal, purple vinyl, 30. For the first time ever, I can now order Garth Brooks albums, $38.99, and they're really inexpensive. I can get just about any of them for $19.99. So if you want that one, if you want a wait list for any of the other ones, let me know. All right, let's go back to the top. And the first thing we had was Purtle, Mike Purtle. You were outbid on Pink Floyd. It's at 45 of Chad Sauls. And then are we making a list for someone trying to sell me a bridge by Van Morrison? Are you talking about a pre-order? If so, I'll have to get that posted in the next couple of days. And then Eve 6 got a bid for 55. We got a request for Journey. And then Seth Lucas wants Pink Floyd, Into the Distance, a ribbon of black. That's sold to Seth Lucas. Clutch got a new bid for 26. Fox Digital on Garth Brooks. Chad, could you put up Pearl Jam Home 80 when you get a chance? I have to hop off somewhat soon. I don't want to miss it. I will do that very soon. Sully on Cake. That's sold to Sully. Clutch is at 25. was the cake? Cake was Comfort Eagle, $29.99. Put down Ron M on a wait list for Garth. Cake was Black Vinyl, and that's $29.99. And then over here, we have Rope in the Wind request, okay, for Mark Veese. Put Mark Veese down for one of those. Was there a pre-order for Megadeth 13? No, there wasn't. Just those hadn't come in yet. Whenever those come in. And then Elvis is a pre-order. This was a pre-order. Elvis Back in Memphis is a limited edition green vinyl. And the official street days on these were last week. But if I have to get these through the one stop I get from, they always have them a week later. So sometimes I can get these direct from one of Music on Vinyl's U.S. distribution, which is who I prefer to get it to. But sometimes they don't offer everything. So this is Elvis Back in Memphis. This was actually a pre-order, $39.99. It's a limited edition 1500 on green vinyl. Most of these are pre-sold, but I do have extras, okay? Let me go back up the top and update these auctions. Clutch, Eve 6, and Pink Floyd, okay? First thing is Pink Floyd, the Division Bell. This is moving to its last chance. It's an unofficial pressing from Japan of an unknown year. It is the official studio album, or it is the studio album, but it's an unofficial press of the 20th anniversary, okay? And it was up to Mike Purtle to bid again. The last bid was $45 for Chad Sauls. He's had it for 4 minutes now. That is red zone territory, okay? That's like you're about to punch it in. You're about to hand it off to Derrick Henry and punch it in, okay? Right now, that is the final call on that one. He's about to punch it in for the win. We have Eve 6. This is a limited edition pink vinyl, unofficial. Now, this has not been in print. When it came out on vinyl, it was never released. It is a pink vinyl, unofficial, and that is Eve 6. It is a pink vinyl, unofficial. And the last bid on this was Willer Dunham. He's had it for about 4 minutes as well. He's at $55. He's almost hit a home run with no competition. Final call. He's been the only bidder. And then Clutch is a 2015. It's an official press, U.S. reissue, okay? Official U.S. reissue. Mike just bid 45 again. Mike, the bid was already 45. The bid was already 45. Now we got to see if Mike wants to bid more. We got a request for Lenny Kravitz, a request for Pearl Jam. Put down Mark Veese for Garth Brooks, Rope in the Winds. Does anybody want Garth Brooks in pieces? Is Clutch a 2 LP? Yes, it is. How much is Black Label? $38.99. And then let's read off these Elvis, okay? $39.99. We have Michael Snared and Chris Gardner. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Chris. Tim Holloway and Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Timford. Clifford Timford. Tim and Clifford. Daryl Johnson and Levi Hilton. Daryl Johnson and Levi Hilton. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. And then Scott Corcoran and Tyson Morgan. Scott Corcoran and Tyson Morgan. And then we have Regina Tabor. Okay, I've still got 2, 4, 6 extra copies of Elvis. 6 extra copies of Elvis. The first person who got one was Red Betty 1967, and then Rich Recor. So Rich Recor and Red Betty. Hey, look at that. The Aussie debacle. They both get one. See, things are just working out just smooth. We love it when things go smooth here. We have Clutch at 27, and then a bid for Pink Floyd at 45. Michael, I think this is the only one I have coming in. Michael Manning, I think that's the only one I have coming in. Now, if Michael Manning is asking about an Elvis record, these must be good. If we got Michael Manning, the king of record collecting, on here asking for an Elvis record, this must be something special. $39.99. Clutch 28, DJ Not So Good, Eve 656, Eve 660. Clutch is a 2 LP. Pink Floyd 46, Pink Floyd 50, Clutch 29, and then Red Betty already had an Elvis. That's being put back. And then over here, we have Auction the Pink Floyd, out on Pink Floyd, Clutch 30 and Clutch 29. Red Betty already had one. You know, I'm talking to a couple people under their Twitch handles, and I don't even know sometimes who they are anymore. Okay? Did you already have one on a pre-order? I honestly, some of y'all, I have forgot who your actual identity is because I'm so used to y'all's handles. And that's why some of y'all, I'm like, wait a minute, who are you? Okay, he's out on Pink Floyd. This is sold to Chad Sauls for $50, okay? Sold to Chad Sauls for $50. Eve 6, I've been talking to some of y'all, and I'm like, I don't even know who this is. Kelly Vlodarchek has this for $60. and now Clutch is at 29. It is a 2LP 2015, okay? There's that. Goodness. Okay, now, here we go. What a crate. Also, let's put up Lenny Kravitz. This is now up for bid. Lenny Kravitz is a 2018 limited edition clear and blue split vinyl. It's a 2LP. Looks like a Pokemon ball, but it's blue instead of red. That's a $35 start. Okay, that was only the first read-through in there. I'm got Pearl Jam and something else on deck. We have Clutch, $59.99, Robot Hive Exodus, colored vinyl, bonus 7-inch, remastered, limited edition, numbered, autographed 2LP, Clutch, $59.99. Yes, Fragile, Steven Wilson, alternate artwork, green vinyl, remastered, remixed, $29.99. Howard Jones, new, live at the Marquee, 2LP, yellow vinyl, $49.99. That's new for this week. Alanis Morissette, huge album, not easy to get OGs of, $29.99. Another big one, Deftones Adrenaline, $29.99. 1995, tough to get OGs of, $29.99. Pink Floyd, remastered Dark Side of the Moon, 36. Black Label Society, 1919 Eternal, purple vinyl, $38.99. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 5 Elvis back in Memphis on green vinyl. Elvis is $39.99. Eve 6 is at $70. Are we done on Clutch? Final call. Heston Session said out. DJ Not So Good has it for 30, and Lenny Kravitz is already at 40 with Jamie Butler. Okay, I think we're good to go there. Let me jump over here and James Handy on Fragile. I'll be the roundabout. Catherine Lutz on Elvis. Extra material culled from the 69 session that yielded a classic album from Elvis from Memphis. Yeah, that's a good one. You've lost that love and feeling. Unchained Melody. Whoa, 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 whoa. Golly, imagine if you could sound like Elvis. Golly. Golly, imagine if you could sound like Elvis. All right. Okay, here we go. Dun, dun, dun. Woo. Oh, yeah. Sludge Factory. Jimmy Walker, Shane McNatton, Jordan Underhill, Michael Hamburger, Michael Nath, and Dust Gray. Jimmy Walker, Shane McNatton, Jordan Underhill, Michael Hamburger, Michael Nath, and Dust Gray. Here they are, just $39.99. $39.99. $39.99. 6 people, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, on hand right now, 2, 4, 6 copies of Alice in Chains. I have in stock right now for your consideration, 6 copies of Alice in Chains, Tripod, 3-Legged Dog, self-titled, whatever you want to call it. It is available, and we have them in stock on green vinyl. So far, the biggest release of the year. If you haven't grabbed one yet, the pre-order of 200 has been fulfilled. I'm going to go to the post and make sure nobody's commented because it's been bumped up a couple times in what we call the algorithm. So let me go check on that. And so if you don't think you've got one yet already, let me go to the post. I think somebody commented recently, Darren Johnson, one please if I didn't already add me to a separate list, and Katie Gomez. Okay, so I mean, we have sold, I do have a pretty good memory, but at this point, you'd be challenging it if I can confirm if you've got one or not, okay? The good thing is, if you think you have, we'll just leave it that way. And if you get your invoice on Monday and there's not one on there, let Ed know and we'll add one, okay? So, what happened on these 3 auctions? We had Clutches. Make sure nobody asked. Hold on. Let's make sure nobody asked. Clutch is sold. Clutch is done. Clutch is sold. Clutch is sold. And Clutch is done and sold. And this is sold to DJ Not So Good for $30. Okay? Now, We have Eve 6. The last bid on this that came in was Willard Dunham at 71. 71. Kelly Vlodarchek, just so you know, this has a new bid for $71. And then over here, we have Lenny Kravitz. And Lenny Kravitz is at $50 with Edwin Blom. That's still getting bids. Okay, now when I stepped away, I was singing Elvis. You've Lost, that's actually he did cover that though, right? I'm sure he did. Bob McKinney wants the Deftones, okay? Bob McKinney wanted the Deftones from the last crate. Did y'all hear me spatter right then? That's so to Bob McKinney, okay? And then, thanks everybody. Wow, look at all these comments. Chad, you sound beautiful. Unbelievable, Chad. How do you sound like that, Chad? Chad's a songbird. Golly, imagine. And then over here we have somebody says, you need a monster. Sounds like you're strangling a cat. And Chad, could you please never do that again? My ears are bleeding. Patrick Fu on Alice in Chains. Bob McKinney on Alice in Chains. And then over here, UJ Miller on Alice in Chains. And then Lenny 50, Eve 75. And then over here, we have Alice in Chains 30th anniversary highlighter yellow vinyl. What an interesting color, highlighter yellow, $39.99. I've got 3 Alice in Chains, okay? 3 Alice in Chains, and 6. We had 3 extras. Somehow I mistagged 3 extras the other night, so there's 6, okay? All right, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put 1 there, and I'm going to put 1 there, and then I'm going to put 1 here, and then I'm going to put 1 here. There's your chance. Get them now while you can. $39.99. 1 sold to Stephen Reeves. There's 1 left in the crate. Now y'all going to have that poor dog. Boy, well, I don't know what happened to him, but he had a rough day that day. Dream Theater, Images and Words. This is on clear vinyl, $29.99. Jeff Colgrove says he wants 1. Jeff, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer. We have 1 sold to Paul Brothers. Now there's 3 left on hand. Dream Theater, Images and Words, $29.99. Willard, you've been outbid on Eve. Kelly did come back in. And then Lenny Kravitz is at $53 with Chris Knapp. Edwin Blom and everybody else is out. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Somebody asked for Pearl Jam here. Pearl Jam, Eddie Vedder. Eddie sings The Doors and Other Greats. And unofficial track sources are listed on the back. EX edition, a $35 start. It's a live compilation of Pearl Jam music. $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Braveheart. Yes, I've seen that one. I'm glad Laura posted that. Braveheart soundtrack. Braveheart soundtrack. Next is Gojira, The Link. Gojira, $39.99. Of course, this Dream Theater was really tough to get for a long time. New bid on Eve for $81. I think we might be done on Lenny Kravitz. Final call then to Chris Knapp for $53. Metal Church, the first one. We already sold Blessing in Disguise. Metal Church, $39.99. And then this is new for Friday. This comes out today. The Rockin' Roots of the Rolling Stones, $29.99. And this has, I think, solo, Mick Jagger, Sweet Thing, Mick Jagger, Angel My Heart, Keith Richards, Will But You Won't, Ron Wood, Just Like a Treaty, Ron Wood, I Live the Life I Love, Evolution Blues, Charlie Watts, Farewell Smile, Mick Taylor, Morning Story. But yeah, that's another one of those new Rockin' Roots, and this time it's the Rolling Stones, $29.99. Eve 81, Eve 82, Pearl Jam 35. Mike Purtle wants Alice in Chains. Now we're down to 2. We're down to 2 on hand. And then we have Pearl Jam 36, 35, 40, 50, 50, 50. And then Gojira. Gojira is $34.99. New limited edition brown and gray splatter vinyl. Yes, I see my info. Just bought my collection. You just bought my collection. Benjamin, Queens, Wax Stones, blah, blah, blah. That was my stuff. Okay, gotcha. So you dealt with Paul. So thank you. So all those autographs, all the autograph stuff, the Queens Rock autographs, yeah, it's sitting right here next to me. We're about to have JSA come out and sticker everything. And for those that don't know, I'm almost sitting on another 500 autographs that need authenticating. And I'm still finding stuff laying around here that I'm still forgot that's already been authenticated. But yeah, we got some awesome stuff coming soon, okay? Over here, we got Tyson Morgan on Alice in Chains. 1 left on hand for a 3-legged dog. All right, thanks. I love to see some people have sold out their collections like All right, I'm restarting. We have America, Rhino Reserve. This is $36.99, all analog. Matthew Lutheran's at the Mastering Lab, $36.99 for that. And we have 3 copies of Ace Frehley now playing, which is on blue vinyl, $24.99. A lot of people watching tonight. Very, very, very busy. I love it. We're going to be going through a lot of cool stuff here. There's some pre-orders and new releases that still are to be coming in. So let me search Ace right quick, and we should have a waiting list for this now playing, which is an Ace Greatest Hits. And if I can find it, should be way over here on one of these last pages. Give me 1 second. Let's see here. Death, AC/DC, Cake, Stranger Things, Tedeschi Trucks, Kiss now playing. I put Kiss. I meant to put Ace. It is Stephen Jones. Yeah, Stephen Jones. He was a new buyer Monday night with some Kiss stuff. He also gets an Ace, okay? There's 2 extra copies there. And then there's 1 here. We have Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power. I got 1 copy of that, $29.99. All right, the big question is Lenny Kravitz is done. Sorry, that took so long. That is sold to Chris Knapp for $53. Now, Eve 6 over here, the last bid, and let's see if Willard or Kelly went out. Kelly bid $82. It was up to Willard Dunham, and I'm going to scroll through here. Willard hadn't bid since Kelly bid $82, so that's a final call. And now Pearl Jam is at $70 with lots of bidders. Caius, welcome to Sky Valley. $29.99 for Caius. Pantera sold to Rich Recor. And then we have Black Label. Whoa. We got Black Label Society. Charlie Brown flew across the room. We have Black Label Society Mafia. 2 LP red vinyl. $38.99. Black Label Society. Don't forget, I got an awesome collection of singles over here from that same collection. How about Rush, Closer to the Heart? The 40th anniversary, celebrating Farewell to Kings. That is presumed, it looks like it's brand new. There's the original store price where it was $12.99. How about Rush, a $7 start? Okay, we're going to be auctioning some singles tonight. We've already done a few. And then Quiet Riot, Metal Health, that's remastered. Come On, Feel the Noise, Bang Your Head, $29.99. This is kind of pricey, $69.99. It's an import only. And I can't believe I caught it in stock. There was 1 in stock. Pantera, Reinventing the Steel, $69.99, a 20th anniversary 2 LP, $69.99. Rush 777710, and then I've got 1 copy of Gojira Magma. Gojira Magma is $33.99, and then here is that new Hank III, Rebel Within. This is Hank Williams III, and this was a pre-order. Hank Williams III, and this is $29.99. This comes out today. The Rebel Within. This is $29.99. We got Jamie McCord, Daryl Johnson, Clifford Umstead, Danny Thomason, Brandon Johnson, Michael Golston, Sarah L. Morgan, and Kenny Cates Jr. There should be 2 extras. There are. So Hank is new. I've sold 8 copies, and if anybody else wants one, let me know. Eve 6. Did I hear back from Willard? We might have to go ahead and sell this. Kelly's had it for a while. Let me scroll through here and make sure. 82, she's had it for 5 minutes. I'm going to the bottom, and this is sold for $82 to Kelly Vlodarchek, okay? That's done, and then Pearl Jam, and then Rush. Pearl Jam's at 80. Rush right now is at 20. Pearl Jam, 81. The Hank Williams III was Jamie McCord, Daryl Johnson, Clifford Umstead, Danny Thomason, Brandon Jones, Michael Golston, Sarah L. Morgan, and Kenny Cates Jr. Stephanie Hill on America. That sold, and Harold Ackerman wants a Hank III. And then that was an awesome crate. Let's read through those again quickly. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is the Cars, and this is an official release live at the Agora 1978, a Never Before release concert, and that is with an HD side, a $55 start. Willard on Hank III, that is sold to Willard Dunham, okay? Let's read through those again. So very quickly, I had Gojira The Link for $39.99, Dream Theater Images and Words Clear Vinyl for $29, The Rock and Roots of the Rolling Stones, $29.99. We have Gojira Fortitude for $34, Ace Frehley Blue Vinyl for $24.99. That's now playing. Caius, Welcome to Sky Valley for $29, Black Label Society $38, and then Quiet Riot $29. Pantera Reinventing the Steel, $69.99 embossed cover, and Gojira Magma is $33.99. Gojira Magma. I'm going to go ahead and do a quick crate condense. So also from the other crate, we had Clutch for $59. We had Howard Jones Live for $49. Alanis Morissette $29. Pink Floyd $36. Black Label Society 38. And then we still got Elvis back in Memphis on green vinyl for 39. All right, that way I can move this empty crate over here on top of this one. And the very first crate of new vinyl still had a lot of stuff. That was pretty sweet, but let me go ahead and swap out. It's time to move on. 007, Brandon Jones was on Hank. Yeah, I think I said Brandon Johnson. I did say they always go to the pre-order and pull that up anyways, but yeah, we got it to the right person. Pantera sold a 007 Platinum. If anybody wants on any waiting list, let me know. Pearl Jam was at 87, then 90. The Cars 55, 55, 56, and then Pearl Jam 92, 93, 95. Cars 57. And so the last bit on the Rush single was Bob McKinney at 20, and Amenities, you tied him. You came in second. Bob had it first at $20, okay? All right, there's that. There it is. Boom, 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 da da da, dun da, dun da da, dun da da da, dun da da da. Wow, can y'all believe it? We're not even halfway through some of the new stuff for tonight. I mean, if you count vintage crates, if you count vintage and pre-owned crates, we are at the 15% mark. I'm glad we have a lot of people watching. Don't go anywhere, okay? This is new for Friday. Miles Davis, the complete plug nickel live 1965. Miles Davis. I know one of our jazz people are going to want this. New, it comes out today. The complete plug nickel live. I still got it in the shipping box. If you want me to open it, I will, just so we can take a closer look at it. But Miles Davis, $234.99. Led Zeppelin Mothership, the best of Led Zeppelin, $119.99. The best of Led Zeppelin. My mic keeps cutting out. Yeah, this one's gotten so. I think I've almost wore out another mic set. I mean, 8 hours a night, every night. These mics are about burned out. Let me go to my black one over here. Test. Yeah, I think these batteries and they're just. It's a good set. It's what did we buy? DJI, I think. We bought some good ones, but I think I don't know what the lifespan is on some of these, but they 8 to 9 hours a night every night. They're probably going to get burned out, even though they should be a pretty good. Shouldn't be the battery, but evidently it is. Okay, I know what's next. We have next Audioslave, which we had a pre-owned copy last night for $29.99 in the crate, and I was like, hold the phone, everybody. I think I can get these new for $34.99 if anybody wants to go on a waiting list. And 2 people said they will take one. That's Amanda Davis and Dakota Dotson. So 2 Audioslaves already sold, and I've got 2 extras. Chris Correll, Tom Morello, $34.99. Led Zeppelin is sold to George Scher. Great decision there. Rush got a new bid for $35. Pearl Jam's at $115. So Pearl Jam's at $115. Pearl Jam's at $115. Ringo Ryan's out. Rush is at $35. Bob McKinney's out. And the last bid on the Cars was Fred Cardinale at $58. Curran Evans, let me know if you want to bid again, okay? And then we have 2 Audioslaves sold. The first Audioslave sold is Stephen Reeves, and the other one is Rich Recore. How much is the Ace? Ace, price on Ace, if anyone see my comments, chat, I'll take Ace. Pam, you must have got hung up in a glitch. You must have got hit on a glitch in the system. Curran bid the Cars for $60. Pam, I got you for 8s, and let's start a waiting list for Audioslave. Donna Bertram, you'll be first on the list, okay? What is the Cars? It just got a new bid for $60. This is a 2017 USOG Record Store Day, limited to 5,000 with an HD side. Okay, and then Bob McKinney, it's up to you on the Rush. And then Pearl Jam, Shane has that for $115. We're about to sell that. Moving on. This is a new release. The Country Roots of Johnny Cash, $29.99. This was a big one. When I saw this was coming, I said, hold on my heart. Oh, wow. It's on orange vinyl, too. The Country Roots of Johnny Cash. This is $29.99. I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, down, down. If you don't have one already, now would be the time to claim one. Let's put up some new auctions right quick, okay? Pearl Jam is sold for $115 to Shane over on YouTube. Thank you on that one. Does anybody else want on the Audio Slave list? Rush is Closer to the Heart, 7-inch single. The last bid was Amenities at $35. I was going to make sure Bob McKinney didn't want to bid again. And then over here, he's out, so it's up to Oso if he wants to bid. And then the Cars is at $60. And that's a live 2017 Agora 1978, and it's official. Okay? We got to get the Rush Grace Under Pressure box set posted. I'm all over it. I'll be all over that tomorrow. Tonight, I schedule a lot of pre-orders because there's not a lot of new vinyl to order because we don't get any deliveries again until Monday. All right, we have several requests. Let me see what I can find over here. How about Depeche Mode? Depeche Mode is an OG pressing. It does have a seam crackle up here. The seam is crackled, okay? This is a 1990 USOG specialty press. It is a gold stamp promo with the original inner sleeve. Laura's graded at VG-. She play tested it. There is a feeler between tracks A1 and A2, but it honestly sounded like VG Plus when I played it. $50 start. $50 start. Top copies have sold for nearly $300. Gold stamp promo, a real Depeche Mode with hop sticker. The cover has a little bit of wear on it, probably VG. $50 start on that. Rush has a new bid for $36. Amenities, you've been outbid. All right, here's on Johnny Cash. We have first George Jones and Clifford Umstead. George Jones and Clifford Umstead. Patrick Boatnight and Brandon Johnson. Patrick Boatnight and Brandon Johnson. Jen Cast and Jamie McCord. Jen Cast, Jamie McCord. Shane Devers and Sherry Darnell. Shane Devers and Sherry Darnell. Matt Algram and John Durden. Matt Algram and John Durden. And then Matt Scheiker and then Brandon Jones wanted 2. Matt Scheiker and then Brandon Jones on 2. Mike Vandergits and Kevin LeBeatty. Mike Vandergits and Kevin LeBeatty. And then Cersei Bowers, must be a new buyer. And then Scott Markheim. So Cersei Bowers and Scott Markheim. And then we had Levi Hilton, Kenny Case Jr., Michael Butler, Christina Curtis, Moses E. Okay? We're already sold out. Okay? So those are done. And these are all spoken for, and I still got some people on the pre-order, and then anybody else live that wants one. We sold a lot more. I just looked. Some of those comments are really recent. I didn't realize we'd got up to that high of the pre-order count. I'm glad I ordered plenty. So there's that. And then we need to make sure, make me a note, there's one person left on the pre-order, John Cassidy, okay? One person left on the pre-order, John Cassidy. And then we need to add the people who commented live, which is Michael. I was reading off of a pre-order. You did get one already. You was on the pre-order, okay? And then he commented live, so don't give Michael Butler another one. And then Kelly first on the waiting list, technically second. And then Fred Cardinale, then Derek Cesaro. John Durden's already got one. And then Info on Audio Slave, new and sealed 2 LP, $34.99. The Cars is at $61. Depeche Mode, $50. Jerry Stone also on the Johnny Cash wait list. Billy Humphrey on Johnny Cash wait list. Depeche Mode, $50. Moses, you've already got one. Rush has a new bid for $40. Depeche Mode, $65. Depeche Mode, $55. Depeche Mode, $60. Depeche Mode, $62. Okay, so Oso, it's up to you on Rush. Amenities has it for $40. The Depeche Mode is at $65, and the Cars is still getting bids. It's at $62. The only thing that didn't sell in there is the Miles Davis box set, $234.99. Paul Brothers also on Cars. So let's get down all these names. That's a lot of people. Or on Johnny Cash, Paul Brothers on Johnny Cash. We're talking about this right here. The Audio Slave was a waiting list now. It's sold out. It's a 2 LP, new and sealed. New and sealed Audio Slave, $34. That's the only album of theirs that's in print. The other two are not in print, unfortunately. All right, some really cool stuff in here. Let's knock this out. Let's do it. All right, this finally came back in, and there's 2 people on a wait list. The Rolling Stones, Steel Wheels, Atlantic City. 4 LP, $69.99. And the waiting list for this, the Rolling Stones, Steel Wheels, Atlantic City, is the following. That is Gerald Whitworth and Jerry Stone. I should have 2 extras. This is a 4 LP. That's orange blue vinyl, $69.99. With Axl Rose, Easy Stradlin, Eric Clapton, John Lee Hooker, Wow, big one there, $69.99. Those two are sold, and I've got 2 extras. It's a 4 LP. I've only got 1 copy of this, $49.99, King Crimson, The Reconstruction of Light. First time on vinyl, 2 LP, 200 gram, $49.99 on that. And The Gospel Roots of Rock and Roll, according to Sister Rosetta Tharpe from Shellac Disc. That's the name of the label. Rosetta Tharpe. Sister Rosetta Tharpe is $29.99. All right, so Rush, I'm going to make sure Oso didn't want to bid again. I have lost them, though. Final Call to Amenities at $40. Depeche Mode got up to $65, and then the Cars is at $62. Miles Davis is at $234.99. Plug nickel. How about we open it up so we can look at it? I mean, it doesn't matter. They're going to have to tape it back shut to ship it, or they might take it out of this to put it in a different box. So probably want to see what it looks like if you're going to spend $235 on it. This is Miles Davis, the complete plug nickel, the complete live at the plug nickel. Back on vinyl for the first time in 30 years. It is 10 LPs. 10 LPs with a 44-page book with Wayne Shorter, Herbie Hancock, Ron Carter, and Tony Williams. That is $234.99. The complete plug nickel. Wow, 10 LPs. That's not too bad. 10 LPs. Miles Davis, okay? Let's move on in here. I got 2 copies of Morbid Angel, and Morbid Angel Altar of Madness is on white vinyl, $39.99 for Morbid Angel. We went from Rosetta Tharpe to Morbid Angel. Bob Marley, a half-speed master, that is $36.99 for Bob Marley. And Art Blakey, Jazz Messengers, Verve Vibe Request, $34.99. Are we done on the Cars? Curran bid $62. The person before him, B. Campbell Studio, I've lost them. I'm assuming they're not wanting to bid again. Depeche Mode is out, and now it's $75. And there is a new bid on Rush from Oso Adventure for $41. Let's add a new auction then. Let's add a new auction. Some of these have still getting bids, still getting bids, still getting bids, still bidding, still bidding, still bidding. And I just looked up, and guess what? Some of them are still getting bids. Rush has been bid again. Amenities is at $50. Depeche Mode is at $80. Here is our next Japanese pressing, unadvertised. This is Prince. And Prince is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine with the inserts. And this is a $55 star. Wow, we don't get that too often. So Oso, you're out on Rush. Curran, you're outbid on the Cars. And Depeche Mode is at $80 with Jay Davis. Jim Davis. We have Randy Holden, Population 2, $36.99. Randy Holden, $36. Population 2, really good track on there. I have to remember which one it is. DMX Exodus, $19.99 for DMX. And King Crimson in the Court of the Crimson King, $34.99. NWA and the Posse, there's a wait list for this. NWA and the Posse, let me pull this up right quick. NWA, and the waiting list for this was Troy Robinson. Troy, sir, I got you down for 1, and now there's 2 extras if anybody wants one. JetBlue 004 on Randy Holden and Robert Hunter. It's a great guitar song. I mean, it's like, I think that might be what it's called, guitar song. Blew My Mind. I think it's Blew My Mind, though. Oh, it's pretty sweet. Those are sold and sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Master Mall on DMX, that is sold. And then Amenities can have it. All right, Rush is sold to Amenities for $50. What about the Cars? Karen Evans, do you want back in? Brian Campbell has it for $63. Prince is a single LP. Prince is a single LP. And then Depeche Mode, NWA is $29.99. Depeche Mode is at $88. Prince has a bid for $60. Depeche Mode, $88. And then NWA is $29. King Crimson Beat is $34.99. And then Crocus, Long Stick Goes Boom, live from the House of Rust, 1,000 purple vinyl. Live Crocus music on vinyl, $39.99. And then Minutemen, double nickels on the dime. Minutemen's a double LP, $38.99. And we have Gwar, and this is Carnival of Chaos, $29.99. Gwar is $29.99, Carnival of Chaos. The Cars has a new bid for $64. Brian Campbell, or whoever that is on YouTube, I think it's Brian Campbell. Yeah, you've been outbid on that. Depeche Mode is still getting bids, and NWA is $29.99. Depeche Mode is at $90. James Papakostestein on Crocus. Red Cave Collections on Gwar, $29.99 on that. Depeche Mode is an OG. Wow, great stuff in there. Let's read through those again. We still got the Steel Wheels 4LP. That was, by the way, some of this stuff is from what I call my on-sale distributor. So some of this is at crazy below retail prices. So this should be MSRP well over $100, $69.99. King Crimson, the Reconstruction of Light, $49.99. Rosetta Tharpe is $29. Morbid Angel White Vinyl, Altars of Madness, $39. Bob Marley Half-Speed Master, $36. Art Blakey Jazz Messengers, $34. DMX One Left at $19. King Crimson's $34. NWA is $29. We have King Crimson Beat for $34. Crocus for $39. Minutemen's $38.99. Double Nickels on the dime. And then Gwar Carnival of Chaos, $29.99. Tennessee Tone Man 56 on the Sister Rosetta Tharpe. The Cars is now up to Brian Campbell. Curran has it for $64. Prince just has one bid, right? Prince just has that one bid with Rich Record for $60, and we're about to sell it to him. We are about to sell it to him. Let's go over here and look through my 45 collection. Chris Cornell, When Bad Does Good, Record Store Day, Black Friday, and then Stargazer with Temple the Dog live at the Paramount. Wow. Sealed Record Store Day, $10 start on that. $10 start on that one, okay? When will Peter Gator will go up? I'll do it very soon. Chad, did you tag me for Johnny Cash? I want to make sure because I didn't need one. I don't think so. If Patrick Lear got tagged for a Johnny Cash, do not give him one and give it to the next person, okay? All right, we got a whole crate here of like Record Store Day singles, Black Crowes. As you can imagine from this guy's collection, there's a ton of stuff over here. There's more Peanuts, there's Jimi Hendrix, there's The Doors. There's really cool stuff over here, okay? Now, how much is Reconstruction of Light? $49.99. Darren Johnson on Alice in Chains. How about I go ahead and give you this last one? That way we know for sure that we're sold out. And we're going to go ahead and say this is sold. And now, by the time we're done by Monday, we could be short. We could have a waiting list. But if anybody wants an Alice in Chains and you don't really care when you're billed for it in case we don't have enough, I'm going to go ahead and make sure he gets the last copy. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you, there's been between pre-order, people commenting twice on the pre-order, commenting live. You may end up with one on your invoice. You may end up with two, or you may not end up with one at all. So when you get your invoice, if you don't have the very desirable Alice in Chains, just let Ed know. If there's extras, he'll go ahead and add one. Or if you have two, he'll take one off. Because if you have two and you don't want more than one, because some people ask for 2 and 3. One person, I know for sure, got 4 copies. They wanted 4 copies. So that's okay. There, you can buy 10 if you want them. But if you get your invoice and you have one too many, we definitely need them. Or if you don't, if we're short, or if you want one right now, let me know and we'll put you on a waiting list, okay? Because that's a big one. And when we sell so many and there's people commenting live and they didn't know they was on the pre-order, or they forgot they're on the pre-order, or they have no clue there was even a pre-order, or they don't remember that they pre-ordered, there's a good chance that they're going to end up. And so, you know, at this point, we kind of have to just wait till Monday because they're all crated up. They've all been keyed in. I've locked everybody's comments, but also some people have commented live and then found out they was on the pre-order. Then we've pulled them back. Then we've added it back on there. And then they said, Chad, I'm confused. I don't even know I don't even know who I am. So just go ahead and give me 2 copies. So that's the status on that. We might have to wait literally until everything's keyed in at this point. You might have to give us 48 hours to figure out who got one, who's been billed for one. Because when you start dealing with now 250 copies of something, oh man, there's a lot of, there's going to be a lot of maybe swapping around on those. John LeBeatty got a Bob Marley. I almost missed that. And just wait till Monday and then we'll all see who needs one left, okay? Now, over here, let me figure out who has these high bids. Man. Okay, so Cars, because we're about to go right into another crate. The Cars is sold to Curran Evans, and this is done. That was a battle. $64. Somehow we started it at $55 and it only sold for $64. I don't know how that happened, but it's gone. And then Chris Cornell is with Bob McKinney at $25, final call. That is sealed. Depeche Mode is at $120 with Daniel Booziden. It is a 1990 USOG Specialty Press VG minus, but it play tests fine. And then over here, to my knowledge, Rich Recor could have got burned again if I hadn't have noticed this. Luckily, Rich, no one asked what the Prince was. This is sold to Rich Recor for $60, okay? So, boy, I'm glad no one did ask, or Rich was probably be like, what the heck? That's sold to Rich Recor for $60, okay? And then Kenny on Twitch on Gore, and Ed has me a shipping note right here. Ed left me a shipping update. Shipping is working on shipping out paid invoices for Wednesday the 28th. Paid orders from Wednesday the 28th will ship out Wednesday, February the 4th. So right now, they're working on the 28th. Now, he's saying they'll start shipping those back out on Wednesday. So basically, the first 2 days of the week, I don't know what's going on, but he's basically saying those will ship out the 4th, okay? Because they probably have to pull them, and then they have to pack them, and we have to tag them, okay? What is the Chris Cornell? When bad does good, Record Store Day sealed. Bob McKinney has that for $25. He has that for how much? $25, and we're about to sell it. All right, moving on. Hope everybody got all that information. That was a lot of information even for me. But there's the shipping update. Ed leaves me little notes like that every day. Sometimes I forget to even read them. And he's probably like, golly, Chad, what is wrong with you, buddy? I'm trying to help you out here, trying to make our lives both easier. You're ignoring my notes, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. D, blah, da, la, da, la, yada, yada, yada. All right, let's move right on. Here we go. Okay. Ken Granger on Twitch, yes. Here we go. Next auction. Let me scroll through here and see what some people have asked for, because I know there's some people asked for stuff that I have not got to. Roll the Bones. Here we go. Roll the Bones is an unofficial pressing on orange vinyl. Unofficial pressing on orange vinyl, $35 start. Chris Cornell has a bid for $26. Bob McKinney, you've been outbid. Okay, and then Depeche Mode is a final call to Daniel Booziden. First thing in this crate is Megadeth. Now, you might be like, whoa, wait a minute, Chad. This is black vinyl. Okay, I went ahead and ordered 20 copies on black vinyl. They sent me 5 because I was worried that some people would want a black right now so you can get on this week. I've got 5 copies on black vinyl. Yes, that's the new Megadeth album. There's still no update on the indie exclusive. Okay? Still no update. If you want a black vinyl, whenever the indies come in, they're going to get tagged. But right now, black vinyl, Megadeth, $44.99. I got 5 of them. I went ahead and ordered 20. I was like, we need as many of these as we can, because some people probably don't care. Some people want 2. They'll probably take an indie and a black. Elvis on stage, February 1970. Limited edition 1500 on blue vinyl. Elvis is $39.99. Megadeth sold to Tim Voldness. Megadeth sold to Darren Johnson. Those are sold and sold. Danny Thomason gets 1. This is black vinyl. Plus, there's some people trying to buy every variant. Saxon, Into the Labyrinth. Saxon is a 1000 crystal clear and black marbled. $39.99. Edwin Rivera on Megadeth. And I've got 1 left, but it's got a small imperfection right here on the cover. Just FYI, okay? There's 1 left for a small imperfection. Next is the Monkees, the A's and B's. There's 1 extra copy of that, $38.99. Fred Cornell, you've been outbid on Chris Cornell, and Depeche Mode is sold to Daniel Booziden for $120, okay? So if you want Megadeth on black vinyl, there it is. I have 1 copy left. We're waiting for 100 copies of indie exclusive to show up. Whenever that happens, I'll be very happy. There is that. And now Rush has 1 bid for $35. That's an unofficial orange vinyl. It's up to Fred Cornell and Chris Cornell. Saxon is sold to Steve Weaver. And here is the other Elvis for this week, Good Times. Limited edition 1500 on pink vinyl, $39.99, okay? And then Saxon over here is sold to Steve McGee. Those are sold and sold. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that next auction is going to be Led Zeppelin, and this is Teddy Bear's Picnic. This is live Led Zeppelin, Newcastle, UK, 1971, a $55 start for Led Zeppelin, a live unofficial. What year was the EP recorded? Elvis Presley. Elvis Presley on stage, February 1970, is a music on vinyl press, $39.99, blue vinyl. And then Good Times is sold to Don Nicole. These are new music on vinyl pressings, okay? Fred has bid 28 on Chris Cornell. Rush is about to sell. Next is Cake Fashion Nugget, $29.99 for Cake Fashion Nugget. Q David Johnson, he's going to ask me which cake was that. Cake Fashion Nugget is sold to Moses E. Thank you, Moses E. This is sold to you. $29.99 for Cake Fashion Nugget. Rush is at $38. I've got 2 copies of Official Live Pantera. Official, and it is official. Rhino, $49.99. Rush has a new bid. We're not done on Rush. We're not done on Chris Cornell, and Led Zeppelin's a $55 start. We have AC/DC, $29.99. $29.99. This is sold, and there was a wait list for this. Christopher Lee. Christopher Lee, I got you down for AC/DC Razor's Edge. There's 1 extra copy. And then over here, Christina Curtis on Cake. That's sold to Christina Curtis. And then Led Zeppelin is live, 11/11/71. Now Chris Cornell is up to Bob McKinney. And then Elvis Good Times, the last copy was sold to Christina Curtis. Chris Cornell is sold to Fred Cardinale for $28. That's his cousin. And then we have Gore, Return of Gorgor. What does this say? Return of Gorgor. War includes a brand new 32-page comic book. Gore is $29.99. Now, Doug Jeppesen, do you want to bid again on Rush? Let's go ahead and add another LP up for auction. And that next LP up for auction is going to be this right here, Tears for Fears, The Hurting. Tears for Fears is an 83 U.S. Allied OG. It has the original on her sleeve. It's VG++EX. There is some writing, some kind of mark down here on the cover. $25 start on that. $25 start on that. Amenities wanted the last Megadeth. Megadeths, how many did I have to start? I had 1 sold to Darren Johnson, Tim Voldness, Amenities, Danny Thomason, and I missed his. So, yeah, we'll give this one right here to Amenities, okay? Now we're sold out of Megadeth on black vinyl. If anybody else wants one, let me know. We have Trivium the Crusade, $39.99. Temple the Dog is $33.99. And then Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero. Let's go to my list. Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero. Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero. This is MEGA. DETH, and this is, we got a wait list for Super Collider. We got a wait list for United Abominations, and World Needs a Hero. I don't have anybody. Let me go check last night's list, though. Okay? Because there's been so many people need one of these. Let's go check last night's list. Let's see, Natalie Merchant, Megadeth Endgame, Prince, Megadeth 13, Megadeth Peace Sales, Eazy-E, Alice in Chains. Yeah, there's a wait list for Darren Johnson, so we need him. Brent Mowlin, yep, and then Super Collider, and then Endgame. Lots of Megadeths. We basically have at least one customer that needs some Megadeth album. And I'm sure if we got everybody contacted and sent out some kind of blast, we would have a lot more. Megadeth, World Needs a Hero, Brett Mowlin, okay? Brett Mowlin, thank you, that's so to you. Brett Mowlin, thank you, Brett, that was so to you. I'm going to put Darren Johnson's name. Of course, he might already have one keyed in, but there's that. Okay, so we still have a wait list going for that. That's now another wait list. Can you put me on wait list for Endgame? I think we have twice. We're just waiting for those to come in. Give me 1 second. Get these invoices out of here so I don't lose them. Okay. Wow. Where are we now? First thing is this. We sold Cake to Christina, right? Yes. All right. And then we got amenities on Megadeth. Fred Cardinale wants EP Live Gore. He wants Elvis Presley and Live Gore. Okay, so I think he wants Elvis Presley and he wants the Gore here. I think that's, yeah. Oh, that's Elvis Presley Live and Gore. Those are both sold to Fred Cardinale. Tears for Fears 25. Tracks on Tears for Fears. Craig just posted in the comments. What's the condition of Tears for Fears? Cosmo Kramer, you'll be first on that Megadeth World Needs a Hero, okay? Where's Led Zeppelin at? It does not have a bid. We're looking for a $55 start. Make sure Tim Rory is on the waiting list for in-game. Chad, any update on shipping last week's order? Not complaining, just asking if there was an update. And then we have Rush. And I lost Doug on this one, I think. Maybe he set out. This is sold to Steve McGee for $38, okay? That's done. Shipping. Shipping is working on shipping out paid invoices from Wednesday the 28th. Paid orders from Wednesday the 28th will ship out on Wednesday, February 4th. So if you've paid before Wednesday the 28th, your order has been shipped. If you've paid on Wednesday the 28th or after, your order has not shipped. If you paid on Wednesday, it has not shipped. If you paid before, it has shipped. Bob McKinney on Trivium, The Crusade, so did Bob McKinney. Now Led Zeppelin has a bid for $55, another bid for $55, and Doug Jeppesen said he put Rush $40. Let me go back and try to find that. Steve McGee, Rush $38. I don't think that ever came in. We'll give it one more chance. Rush is at $40. Steve McGee, you're out. It is on orange vinyl. Final call. Doug Jeppesen has it for $40. It is an orange vinyl, unofficial. It is a 2023 orange vinyl, unofficial. Next record is AC/DC High Voltage, $29.99. Bush Razor Blade Suitcase, pink vinyl. There should be somebody waiting for this. $36.99. Bush is on pink vinyl, $36.99. Steve McGee, the unofficial of Rush, goes back to you, orange vinyl. Now, if somebody wants a brand new copy, I can get you a brand new official pressing of Rush for $29.99. That might escalate this auction, and we might go ahead and sell about 5 more copies. But first, John LeBeatty on Bush Razor Blade Suitcase. This is sold to John LeBeatty, okay? Right now, if anybody wants a copy of Rush, Roll the Bones on black vinyl, I can get you one for $29.99. If you don't want a copy on black vinyl and you'd rather have a bootleg on orange vinyl, this is sold to Doug Jeppesen. Now you can't bid on it. Does anybody want a new sealed copy for $29.99? We have Rush, The Hurting, we have Tears for Fears. There was 5 $25 bids and then 5 $26 bids. The high bid is Ryan Eaton for $26. $26. A 1983 U.S. Allied OG. A 1983 U.S. Allied OG. It has a saw cut. It has some cover writing. And it is VG++EX. VG++EX. We have a tie galore on that one. Same thing for Led Zeppelin. It almost didn't get a minimum bid. Then somebody asked, and then a lot of people bid $55. It is steel with Matt Nichols at $55. Sean Miller, you're out. That's a final call to Matt Nichols for $55. And then Tears for Fears. If you're not Alan Smith, if you're not Ryan Eaton, you don't have the high bid. Ryan Eaton has the high bid at $26. Okay? Bush 16 stone order. Put down Will Smithson on a waiting list for Bush 16 stone. Tim Rory wants on the waiting list for Rush for $29.99. Alan Smith wants Tears for Fears for $27. Next auction is Journey Captured. A Japanese pressing, an 81 Japanese OG with both inserts, the original sleeve and Obi, a $35 start. Okay? Wait time on Rush. If they're in stock, they'll be in next week. If they're not in stock, I can't promise you anything. The box set is Miles Davis at the plug nickel. I've been waiting for Fred Cardinale to say, I'll take it. Miles Davis, the complete blah, 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 blah. The complete plug nickel live. 10 LP box, $234.99. Okay? Now, Led Zeppelin has new bids. Trouble, self-titled, $29.99. Journey's a $35 start. We have a bid for 30 and now 45 and now 40, now another 40. Now, this is Tedeschi Trucks, volumes 1, 2, 3, and 4, okay? Tedeschi Trucks, I Am the Moon, volume 1, Crescent. Tedeschi Trucks, I Am the Moon, volume 1, Crescent. El Snapatan was on a waiting list. El Snapatan on volume 1, $29.99. I've got 2 extra volume 1s. Also, volume 2, I Am the Moon, Ascension. Volume 2, El Snapatan goes on a wait list for volume 2, or he gets one. He was on a wait list. I've got 2 extra volume 2s. Then I have volume 3, The Fall. I've got 4 copies because 2 people was on a wait list for this one. Blaine Zapnick and Lewis Kulik. Blaine Zapnick and Lewis Kulik. There's volume 3. 2 of those sold. And then volume 4, Farewell, Tedeschi Trucks Band, Blaine Zapnick and Lewis Kulik. 2 more copies sold. Now, if anybody wants the whole set, I've got 2 sets, volumes 1, 2, 3, 4 of Tedeschi Trucks, I Am the Moon, $29.99. I've got volume 1, volume 2, volume 3, and volume 4. So you can pick 1, 2, 3, or say, Chad, go ahead and give me all 4 of them because I've got 2 complete sets right now. Before I do anything else, I've looked up and these bids have a billion bids. Tears for Fears, 27. Led Zeppelin 60, Led Zeppelin 58, Led Zeppelin 70. Tears for Fears out. Journey 30, Journey 45, Journey 40, Journey 40. How much was High Voltage? $29.99. Solarplex Studios gets Trouble. Journey 35, Journey 50, Journey 55. Wait, is that writing on the cover or plastic? Journey 47, Journey 56, Journey 60, Journey 66. Cosmo Kramer also wants on Endgame and Megadeth 13. Did Rush soundtrack? No, it has not. Okay? Did anyone get me a Pump Up the Volume ordered? I don't think so because I don't think it's available. Led Zeppelin, Final Call to Matt Nichols for $70. Going twice, going 3 times. He's had it for a few minutes here. That is a Final Call to Matt Nichols for $70. Alan Smith is sold on the Tedeschi Trucks. This is sold to Alan Smith for $27. Yes, Alan, this had writing on the cover. It was an 83 US Allied OG. It had the saw cut, cover writing, VG++ EX with the original inner sleeve. That is sold to you. And then over here, Journey is at $77 with amenities. High Voltage is sold to James Papa Constantine. What's left in here, you may ask? We have Elvis on Stage, February 1970, $39.99. The Monkees, the A's and B's, $38.99. Pantera Official Live 101 Proof, $49.99. AC/DC's The Razor's Edge, $29. Guar is $29.99. Temple the Dog is $33.99. You know these are only $33.99. We sold an OG copy last night for $800, right? We sold one for $800. So if you want an OG rare, we've only ever had a few ever come in, or you can buy that one for $33. There's one Bush left for $36.99, pink vinyl, and then I have the complete sets of Tedeschi Trucks, okay? Matt Nichols gets Led Zeppelin for $70. Journey is still getting bids. That's at $80. Let's pick out another $45 to put up. From Record Store Day collection, we have Jimi Hendrix, Manish Boy. Record Store Day. This is Manish Boy and Trash Man, $10 start. $10 start on that. Okay. Alan Smith said he wants to cancel Tears for Fears. He didn't know there was writing on it. We got to redo the Tears for Fears auction. Tears for Fears The Hurting is a 1983 US Allied OG. There is a saw cut right up here. There's writing on the cover. Somebody made some kind of squiggle mark. It is VG++ EX. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. Tears for Fears, The Hurting. This is a $25 start. $25 start. That's back up for bid. Next is Journey 86, Journey 90. And then next is how much is all. They are $29.99. So it'd be $120 minus 4 pennies. It'd be $129.96. $129.96. Jimi Hendrix is a $10 start. Tears for Fears is back up for bid, a $25 start, and Journey's at $90. Next auction is going to be Rush, And this is Rush Testing Echoes. Test for Echo Soundtrack Volume 1 and Volume 2. This is Rush Testing Echoes. Test for Echo Soundtrack Volume 1 and Volume 2. And this is live in Knickerbocker Arena in Albany, New York, 1996. It's part 1 and part 2 of a complete show being sold together, a $55 start. Okay, Journey's now at $95. Tears for Fears doesn't have a bid. Final call for $25. And if anybody else wants anything in here, just let me know, okay? That way we can go ahead and go right into another crate. We still got 6 crates of new stuff to go through, plus whatever Laura's marking. We got a lot of stuff to go through. Let me jump right over here and keep rolling with this stuff right here. All right, I got well over 300 people still watching, and yes, we're still going to be doing some vintage crates, just FYI. Rush is at 55, Journey 95, Jimmy 11, Rush 55, Journey 105. Thank you, Laura. And Journey's at 105. Pink Floyd, Piper to the Gates of Dawn in mono. Pink Floyd's in mono at $29.99. Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies. Alice in Chains is $24.99. And then Led Zeppelin 1, remastered. In the days of my youth, I was told $29.99 on that one. And then Thelonious Monk. There should be a waiting list on Monk. $33.99 for Monk. And let me search that right quick over here in my spreadsheet. And this was sold to Alfredo Fuentes, Amenities, on a wait list for Monk. And that was the London Collection Volume 1. By the way, I can also get Volume 2 and Volume 3. Whoever bought the 2 last week in Amenities, you're getting this one now. I can also get a Volume 2 and a Volume 3, okay? Jimi Hendrix is at 16, Journey's at 115, and Rush is at 60. Nobody bid on Tears for Fears. If anybody wants it, it's a $25 buy it now. Tears for Fears is a buy it now for $25 if anybody wants that. $25 on Tears for Fears. That went from getting bids for 30 minutes until now, all of a sudden, nobody wants it. We have Led Zeppelin sold to Will Smithson. That's sold to Will Smithson. And then Clutch, Slow Hold to China. We did have a waiting list for this, but it already came in. We had a pre-owned copy, so we can take Nicky Payne off. He already got one. And now I got 2 extras. This is Clutch, Slow Hold to China, and this is on orange vinyl for $29.99. Nico Capolanis gets Tears for Fears for $25. That's sold to him. Now Journey, the last bid was Christopher Eldridge at $115, and then Rush is at $65. Jimi Hendrix is out. Final call to Robert for $16. The Monks are the same price, $33.99. $33.99. Jimi Hendrix is a record store day release of Manish Boy. The flip side is Trash. It is sealed. And now Rush has a new bid for $70. Chris, you were second on Tears for Fears. Next auction, let's pull one from the Japanese crate over here. The Japanese crate is going to produce the following. Live Cream Volume 2 in the white room with black curtains in the station. This is Cream, a $35 start. Now up for bid. I have Prince, and this is called Hit and Run Phase 1. This is new. It's been out of print. Back in stock this week, and there should be a waiting list. There is a waiting list, and Prince Phase 1 is the following. Give me 1 second here. Prince, and Prince Hit and Run. There's Hit and Run 2. Where's Hit and Run 1? Lisa Davidson on Hit and Run. Why is there just Hit and Run 2? There should be a Hit and Run 1, but I guess not. This is $29.99. I didn't write down anybody's names. Maybe there should have been. And then here's Hit and Run Phase 2. Interesting. Trying to figure out. Maybe I just ordered a lot more because I was going to post a pre-order and I never did. I do have Lisa Davidson for Volume 2. Am I missing something here? I may be. I feel like there's somebody on Volume 1 too, but there's for sure this one sold to Lisa Davidson. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. My crate is full. Let me swap out, and then I'll update all these auctions. Because I just looked over here, and I saw somewhere between 200 and 300 new bids. Don't forget, I got a couple boxes of 45s I'm going to try to go through tonight. We still got 6 crates of vintage. I'm going as fast as I can without making too many mistakes. Rush has a new bid for 17. Jimi Hendrix has a new bid for 17. Rush is now at 90. Cream's a $35 start. How much was 101 Proof? $49.99. And then Journey over here was sold to Christopher Eldridge for $115. This is sold to Christopher Eldridge for $115. So we got Prince. This is called Hit and Run Phase 1, 10th anniversary, available on vinyl for the first time. Excuse me, available on vinyl for the first time, $29.99, and then Hit and Run Phase 2, $34.99. Pantera Great Southern Trendkills, $29.99. Anthrax For All Kings is $33.99. And then Slayer, Diabolus and Musica, Slayer for $34, and Wasp, self-titled, Wasp is $33.99. So let's move over Rush. This is called Testing Geckos, Test for Echo Soundcheck. This is sealed. Amenities has the high bid for $95. It goes back to Bill Samus. The Jimi Hendrix is sold to Victor Guerra for $17. And then Cream does have a bid with Stephen A. Young for $35. We have Amenities has thrown a flag on the Journey. Amenities has thrown a flag on the Journey. Okay, let's go back and see what happened. He already had Journey for $125. Journey's at $125 of Amenities. Christopher Eldridge, you were outbid already. He already had that for $125. Now it goes back to you. That's my bad. He already had bid $125. Wasp is not on colored vinyl. Rush has a new bid for $100. Steve Weaver wants to put Saxon back. That is a $25,000 restocking fee. Let me go find it. Let me go try to see if I can locate it, and I'll put it back in the crate, and you'll only be billed $25,000. If that's okay with you, I know that's pennies, but I'll go ahead and put it back, and it's only a $25,000 restocking fee. This is $39.99. Now Steve Weaver wants Wasp. Looks like he had his mind changed on a couple of things. James Papa Constantine, if you decide you want that one, let me know. You've got first dibs on it. Disturb Believe is $29.99. Hanoi Rocks is called Two Steps from the Move. Hanoi Rocks is $38.99. And let me go check on this. Mark Morris was on a waiting list. Thank you, Mark Morris. You get this one right here. Hanoi Rocks, Two Steps from the Move. That is sold to you. And then I have one copy of Stone Temple Pilots Core, $29.99 for STP. And then music composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho soundtrack on colored vinyl, $24.99. Okay? Everything in here is sticker price, no more, no less. First thing is Rush. The last bid on that was $100. Now Journey's at $130, and then Cream is sold for $35. And this is sold to Stephen A. Young, okay? Now, let's go over here, and we have the following. We're going to first show Rush and say that's at 110. Journey's at 140. Any more Pink Floyd auctions? Probably. But the first thing I'm going to do is put up Wish You Were Here, Pink Floyd, the studio outtakes. This is an unofficial compilation of alternate studio takes of Pink Floyd recorded between 1975 and 1976. That's going to go up for a $55 start. Okay? Now, all the new vinyls always sticker price, no more, no less. Did I miss Steely Dan and Live? No, you haven't. Cream was sold for $35. Then we had to put back up Journey. Now Rush is at 110. Now Journey's at 140. And then Psycho was sold to GMAC. What was the Saxon? The Saxon that was put back was called Into the Labyrinth, the limited edition 1000 clear and black marble vinyl, $39.99. We also have Led Zeppelin, the live EP, $24.99 for Led Zeppelin, and Sonny Boy Williams and the Yardbirds. This is actually new for this week. This comes out Friday. This is back in print. Sonny Boy Williams and the Yardbirds, $33.99. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan. There should be a wait list for this. Stevie Ray Vaughan live, Austin, Texas, 1980. Let me check my waiting list right quick, SRV, and the waiting list for this is Danae De La O. Danae De La O on the Stevie Ray Vaughan. Danae, this is so to you. I got one extra copy if anybody wants it. First thing we have is Sean Miller on Saxon. This is sold to him, and then Rush is at 140. Pink Floyd has a bid for 55. What about Journey? Eldridge, you're out. The high bid's 140. He says he's done. This is sold for $140 to Amenities. Rush is also at 140, and now Pink Floyd has one bid for $55. Our next auction is going to go up right now. There is a lot still to sell. Goodness gracious. Holy moly. Here's Live. Live is called The Distance to Here, a limited edition 2000 individually on orange vinyl. Live is sealed, appears unopened, and music on vinyl, $85 start. Stevie Ray Vaughan is $39.99. Tim, if you don't want it, Todd Kilgore does. And then Stephen Parton on the Psycho soundtrack. And then we have 2 copies of Wasp Inside the Electric Circus. That's $36.99. And then we have Gene Simmons for $38. And we got Ace Frehley for $34. All right, let me pause right there and see just what happened. The first thing was Journey sold, and then we sold a Psycho, and then Pink Floyd got a bid for $55. Then we sold Saxon. Then Rush got a new bid for $140. Then we priced out Stevie Ray Vaughan, and then somebody claimed it. So that's pending to Tim. And then we have Can We Put Up Steely Dan? Info on Wasp. This one here is Inside the Electric Circus, new and sealed, $36.99. The Pantera I skipped over was $29.99. That's Reinventing the Steel on Pantera. And then this Wasp is either sold to Scott or Steve Weaver. Let It Go to Todd. Stevie Ray Vaughan is officially sold to Todd Kilgore. If anybody wants on a wait list, let me know. That Wasp is going to be sold to somebody. These are 2014 remasters. The only version in print, the 2014 remasters, U.S., Gene Simmons 38, Ace Frehley 34. Wasp, to my knowledge, is just black vinyl, Madfish label, made in Germany, and that is new and sealed, $36.99. Then we sold Wasp self-titled. That was my only copy, same label, and that one was $33.99. Rush is at $160. Pink Floyd has a new bid for $56. Live doesn't have a bid. That's an $85 start if anybody wants to bid. $85 start on that, okay? And then Rush is at $170, and he says sell it to Steve Weaver. Okay, that's so to Steve Weaver. Next thing in here is Pink Floyd Mono, Popper at the Gates of Dawn, $29.99. Jar of Flies, Alice in Chains, $24. Thelonious Monk, London Collection Volume 1. Also, Amenity said he wanted Volume 2 and Volume 3 as well, $33.99. Clutch, Slow Hold of China, Orange Vinyl, $29.99. Prince, Hit and Run Phase 1 was $29. Prince, Hit and Run Phase 2, a Gatefold Double LP, $34. Pantera, $29. The Psycho soundtrack was $24. $24.99 on that one. And then Anthrax for All Kings, $33. Slayer, Diabolus and Music, $34. Disturbed, Believe is $29. Hanoi Rocks is $38. Stone Temple Pilots, $29. Pantera, $29. Led Zeppelin, $24. And Sonny Boy Williamson, $33.99. Sonny Boy Williamson and the Yardbirds. And then Ace is $34. And Gene is $38. Yes, jeans has always cost more money. What is the Pink Floyd? High bid on Pink Floyd. Tell me more about Pink Floyd. This is a 2014 unofficial pressing of alternate studio takes of Pink Floyd music recorded between 1975 and 1976. It's on black vinyl, and it has a high bid of $60 with Randy Klein. Aram Lazell also bid $60. Randy Klein's bid came in first. Now, Rush is officially sold to Amenities for $170. What is Live? This is called Live, The Distance to Here. A limited edition, 2,000 individually numbered copies on orange vinyl. This album's out of print. This is a limited edition orange vinyl. There's no bid. We're looking for an $85 start. Psycho was $24.99. And then over here, Pass on both Wasps. What was the Pink Floyd? Red Betty on Stone. Stone for Stone Temple Pilots. That's sold to Red Betty. Live info in the crate, Pink Floyd. That's Popper at the Gates of Dawn. Their original album, remastered in mono, $29.99. How much was the Stone Temple Pilots? The Stone Temple Pilots I just sold was $29.99. That's core. Lore just dropped off a crate. That's going to be pretty insane. If anybody else wants anything else in there, just let me know. Be my guest. Those are going to go right here behind me for the meantime. Let's go ahead and grab this crate right here and start showing and pulling some stuff in here. Let me grab this one, and that's going to leave me with this one, and let's go ahead and do this. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We need more new auctions. What is the number on Live? More details on Live. Pink Floyd. What is Pink Floyd? Can you tell me more about Live? Next auction right now is going to be this. This is Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill. Could be anywhere from a 1972 or a 1980. It is based on the catalog number. It could be there the OG or the 1980, anywhere in between. It's sealed, and they made exact same jackets for all these. It does have a little bit of a corner ding, but it's a sealed copy. You could open it up and have an OG, or you could have a reissue. But it does say ABC Records 1972, but that's what they all say. That is sealed for a $30 start. What number on the live? The number is a 1614. 1614. 1614. Okay? And then we sold Stone Temple Pilots. Jeremy, if you want on a wait list, let me know. Pink Floyd 61, Pink Floyd 65. The Pink Floyd from the last crate was sold. Let's go ahead and grab that. Lord just dropped off a crate. John's got 6 crates over here, vintage pre-owned. This is sold to JetBlue, okay? Steely Dan has a bid for 30. What is this here? Oh, here they are. Megadeth Endgame, finally. 38. See, I didn't even know these were here yet. Megadeth Endgame. Let's figure out all who wanted one. First thing on my list, Endgame. Do I have anybody keyed in? That would be first here on my laptop. Endgame. Endgame. Okay, as of right now, there's nobody on my laptop. Let me go check last night's sticky notes. Let me go check last night's notes. Luckily, Jake got done watching that show. Here's Endgame. Here they are. I would get them right now. Richard Davis was first. I think somebody might have asked tonight, so whoever asked tonight, let me know. And then if you want one right now. They've come out with a new album, and they evidently, Mustaine called the pressing plant, and he said, hey, listen, you got to press our albums. And they probably was like, yes, sir, Mr. Mustaine, we're on it. We got it. Thank you, Mr. Mustaine. Megadeth Endgame, Richard Davis. He's the first. This is $38.99. How many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I got 10. $38.99. So we sold Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd 66, Pink Floyd 67. Steely Dan got a bid for 30. Steely Dan got a bid for 35. And then we have how many crates of Japanese? 7 crates of Japanese auctions. And then JetBlue on Megadeth. And then Jeremy Merck wants on Stone Temple Pilots Core. Put him down for one of those. Steely Dan has a bid for 40. Paul Richards on Endgame. Tim Rory on Endgame. Rick Peabody on Endgame. And then 007 Platinum on Endgame. And then we have Steely Dan 42, Steely Dan 42, Steely Dan 45. Okay, so the last bid that came on the Pink Floyd unofficial, one more time, Mark Weiss is at $67. Randy Klein, you're out. Live did not get a bid. That's an $85 buy it now for Live. Megadeth is sold to James Davidson. Now there's 4 copies. The sealed Steely Dan's at $45. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that is Wild Thing. Tone Loc. Tone Loc is a 1988 USOG first press. The first press is indicated by the logo on the label being white. Later copies change it to a black logo. And that's a VG copy. $10 start on that. In-game is $38.99. $38.99 back in print. I just took a picture of it laying right here. I'm probably going to post it in the group and let everybody know, hey, these are coming back in. No guarantee when they'll show up, but it looks like they are pressing in-game again. So that's sold to Jane Gold. Jane's Addiction got 1 bid for $250. Michael Jackson Bad is $24.99. Let's go check this over here. Michael Jackson, and I don't have a wait list anymore for Bad, okay? So these are $24.99. And then I have 1 copy of Paul McCartney Ram. We're so sorry. Boom, boom, boom. Uncle Albert. We're so sorry if we caused you any pain. Boom, boom. McCartney, remastered, 34. Pink Floyd Echoes, $33.99. Metal, to be exact. Metal is $33.99. And Garth Brooks, No Fences. There you go. Garth Brooks, 19. His stuff is finally available through us through distribution. Over here, we have Pink Floyd with a new bid for 67. Mark Weiss, you're out. The last bid on the sealed Steely Dan was Robbie at 45. That's a final call. And then Tony Swanson says he'll take a Megadeth and he'll take a Michael Jackson. Awesome. Those are sold and sold. Anybody else, let me know. There's 2 Megadeths left in stock. And then we have Michael Jackson Bad, Paul McCartney, Pink Floyd. And this is White Stripes, Get Behind Me, Satan. Let me make sure there wasn't a wait list for this one. Been selling a lot of these lately. White Stripes, and we have some singles that came in today, which I'm going to tag later, but this one's still available for $44. Now Pink Floyd's at $67 of Randy Klein. Mark Weiss had already bid $67. Yeah, Mark V, you had bid $66, he bid $67, and then you bid $67. Steely Dan, Bob Riger on In-Game, Thank you, Mr. Riger. Now there's one left. Now Steely Dan sold to Robbie for 45. Now Tone Loc is at 15. Now we're ready for another 7-inch. This looks pretty cool here. This is the reissue of the Ted Cassidy as the Lurch from TV's Addams Family, and that was one of the rarest U.S. Capitol record picture sleeves, sourced from the original 1965 master tapes. And the last time we had one of these, I just sold it to our very own John. He found one in the back, and he was like, "Man," and I sold it to him. I was going to keep it, but I'm not that mean. Usually, if somebody that works here finds something they want, I'll go ahead and sell it to them. All year, I only vetoed one record that Paul wanted to buy. I mean, he bought a lot of other stuff I wanted to keep myself too, but I didn't veto any of John's. But Paul had a white label promo of David Bowie, Man Who Sold the World, and I was like, Paul, I've got to keep this, my man. I usually hang on to everything, but that's a record store day. That's a record store day 10-inch. If there's something rare that comes through here, I usually let it go. Y'all see all this stuff? Man, if I had too much attachment to some of this, I wouldn't be in business, okay? These shows wouldn't be as amazing. There is so much stuff that I have to let go. If I kept it, I'd be living in a van, and I'd have a warehouse full of vinyl, and some people would be okay with that. But also, I'm trying to run a business. Jamie Butler on the last Megadeth. That's Metalinga over on YouTube. That's sold to him. Tone Loc 18. Megadeth is now sold out, $38.99. The Lurch is a $10 start, and Tone Loc is at $16. There's Garth Brooks. I have the Doors, the Rhino Hi-Fi Greatest Hits, $38.99 on that. And then we have Ramones, Hey Ho, Let's Go, $29.99. Boston, their self-titled album, More Than a Feeling, $24.99. And then Rob Zombie. This is the glow-in-the-dark vinyl. Record Store Day glow-in-the-dark, $36.99. I went ahead and grabbed a bunch of those because I was like, man, $36.99. Did you get my Megadeth? Yes. James Davidson got a Megadeth. Yes. You did. I'm going to count them out and make sure, okay? We had one for Richard Davis, who was on a waiting list, okay? And then we had one for JetBlue, and then we had one for Paul Richards and Tim Rory, and then Rick Peabody, and then we had one for 007 Platinum, then James Davidson, and then we had one for Tony Swanson, and then we have one for Jake Gold, and then we had one for Bob Riger, and we had one for Jamie Butler. Yep. And so now we're sold out if anybody wants on a wait list for next week or whenever they come in. Arm Lazelle on the White Stripes, which was right here, Get Behind Me, Satan. And then Joseph Ellis on the Doors. And then Lurch is at 18. I don't have Super Collider in stock, no. TSO Houston on Boston, Lurch 20, Lurch 16, Which Garth Brooks. So that's No Fences, $19.99. Lurch at 21. Rob Zombie sold to Joseph Ellis. Okay, there's a lot going on all of a sudden. This really cool record store day, Ted Cassidy, The Lurch. And like I said, I've only ever seen one. This is a record store day, of course. I've only ever seen one original. And I like I said, I sold it to John last week. He had a stack of really cool stuff. He bought 78s and 45 picture sleeves, but there's that. But most everything else I'll let go through here. I have to keep some stuff, but usually it's stuff that y'all probably wouldn't be too interested in. I keep a lot of soundtracks, and I told y'all that they like bizarro political stuff. And Craig Thomas has Lurch 21, 22, 25. Okay, Tone Loc. Tone Loc is an 88 USOG first press. VG condition, and this has gotten buried because there's so many bids on the Lurch now. Golly, I got Victor Garrett 16. Raymond over on YouTube has it for 18. Now, what about Pink Floyd? My gracious, it's really buried now. Whew, wish you were here. Wish animals were here. It's an unofficial. Randy Klein never did bid again. He never did bid again. This is sold to Mark Weiss for $67. He bid again. He tied Mark. We told him he was tied, and now this is sold to Mark Weiss for $67, okay? We got to put that away. Now the Lurch is at 30. Tone Loc, let's move this over. Final call to Raymond on YouTube for $18. The Lurch is at $32. Jeff Colgrove gets the Live for $85, and he gets Boston. Now we're sold out of Boston. Garth No Fences is sold to Stephen Parton. If y'all didn't hear me earlier, they are now selling through my distribution for the first time ever individually the Garth Brooks albums. So if you want any, let me know. We still got Rob Zombie on glow-in-the-dark vinyl. Dream Theater Metropolis Part 2, clear vinyl, $44.99. And then Michael Jackson #1s, okay? So Michael Jackson #1s are $33.99. There should be a waiting list, okay? And the only person left, I believe, was Vlodarchek. Yes, Vlodarchek. This is new for this week. It is a 2 LP, $33.99. Now, luckily, I had some extras. I ordered a ton of extras because I didn't even notice it the other night when I was tagging all those pre-orders. Look how many came in damaged. So these are extras, but I ordered like 20 more. So I was like, I got to have plenty of them because this is such a big release. And I'm glad I did because we had to replace all these pre-orders. Look how many showed up. And I didn't even notice it was damaged because we were just counting them so fast, and Ed didn't either, I guess, when we were unboxing them. So that we're glad we caught those. And I'm going to send those back, and I have extras right now. All right. This is another one sold to Vlodarchek, and there's 3 left. The track listing, this is all of Michael Jackson's #1 hits. Don't Stop Till You Get Enough, Rock With You, Billie Jean, Beat It, Thriller, Human Nature, I Just Can't Stop Loving You, Bad, The Way You Make Me Feel, Dirty Diana, Smooth Criminal, Black or White, You're Not Alone, Earth Song, Blood on the Dance Floor, You Rock My World, Break of Dawn, and One More Chance. That is for the first time ever on vinyl. It comes out today. We've already pre-sold about 70 copies. Now, Garth, self-titled's not in print. Self-titled has never been reissued. I'll correct my statement. I'll amend it. Self-titled has his debut. Self-titled has never been reissued. So except for that one, okay? We have Peter Gabriel, the Classic Records 200-gram Qui-X. Awesome. This is an audiophile pressing from 2002, a limited edition, a $95 start for the Classic Records pressing. That's now up for bid. The last bid on Lurch was $35, now $38. Sid Blair went out. Can we please bid on more Japanese? Chad, I'm here for Japanese only. The Lurch got a new bid for $40. David Campbell on a Michael Jackson. Stephen Tuttle on a Michael Jackson. And Javi Soto on Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson's $33.99 were now sold out. This is new. Comes out today. Jethro Tull, Ian Anderson, Thick as a Brick 2. There's a lot going on this cover. Thick as a Brick 2. The 2012 conceptual sequel, Jethro Tull's Thick as a Brick. This is new. I never had seen this available before. So yeah, I think that's maybe first time on vinyl. Jethro Tull's Ian Anderson, Thick as a Brick 2, $46.99. Peter Gabriel has a bid for $95. Lurch has a bid for $50. And then Tone Loc is at $21. We are officially sold out again of Michael Jackson for $33.99. Unless, this will save me a lot of time and effort, I'll do these for $29. If anybody wants one of these for $29. So the jacket isn't split. The inner sleeves are. The disc has literally almost popped through the shrink wrap. It has cut through the inner sleeves, and it's almost busted through the shrink wrap. So if anybody wants one of these for $4 cheaper, Damaged MJ for $29, okay? Now, the jacket isn't busted, but they have definitely, those are some sharp edges. They have busted through the inner sleeves and almost all the way through the shrink wrap. So if you want one on sale for $29, if not, I'll put you on a wait list for a perfect one. That crate was great. David Jennings on a Jethro Tull. The Lurch is sold. We got more Record Store Day singles. That's sold to William for 15. Final call on Peter Gabriel for 95. Climbing up on Salisbury Hill. And then Tone Loc is at $21. I don't know who still was bidding on that, but just so you know, I'm about to say it. You've been outbid. Led Zeppelin, Record Store Day, Rock and Roll and Friends. $10 start, now up for bid. Not much left in this crate. Michael Jackson Bad, $24.99. Paul McCartney Ram, $34. Pink Floyd Metal, $33. Garth Brooks, no. Did I not pull this for somebody? This was supposed to be pulled for Stephen Parton. Let me make sure I didn't pull you something else instead. No? That's sold to Stephen Parton. No, I had 2 copies. No, I had 2 copies of it. Okay. I had 2 copies of it, $19.99. There's another one left. Tone Loc is a single. Led Zeppelin, Tone Loc is a single, yes. We sold Tool. And then over here, which we have, was that a Led Zeppelin? What is Zeppelin? Did you just show a Led Zeppelin? Ramones is $29.99. Rob Zombie, Record Store Day, Glow in the Dark, $36.99. Dream Theater, Metropolis Part 2 was $44. And Jethro Tull, Ian Anderson, Thick as a Brick 2, $46.99. When I come back, I'm selling Tone Loc for $21 if no one else bids. I'm selling Peter Gabriel for $95 if no one bids. And Led Zeppelin's already at $20 with Matt Nichols. Moving on. Golly, we still got a lot of stuff to show. Laura's dropped off a crate. She's still working on more stuff. We got 6 crates of pre-owned vintage to go through, and we've got this crate right here as well. Golly, here we go. Oh my gosh. All right, let's keep rolling. Win another auction. Well, I'm back, and guess what? Patrick Lear, unbelievable. Just 1 bid on Peter Gabriel for 95. And Tone Loc got 3,000 bids, and it sold to Tim Voldness for $21. Led Zeppelin is Rock and Roll and Friends, the Sunset Sound Mix, and the Olympic Studios, and this is on yellow vinyl. Rock and Roll is a different mix. It's the Sunset Sound Mix, unreleased, and Friends is the Olympic Studios mix, unreleased. That's on yellow vinyl. The bid is at $20. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now. This is Mother Love Bone Apple, an unofficial on gray vinyl sealed for a $55 start. $55 start on Mother Love Bone. Next is this. We have REM Dead Letter Office, an 87 US EMW OG and Shrink It Hop VG Plus, a $25 start on that. Next, Led Zeppelin 2. I've never heard this before. People tell me it's good. $29.99. We also have Alice in Chains Dirt. I've never heard this before. People tell me it's good. $36.99. Black Label Sided Doom Crew. That's on gray and white splatter. $38.99. And we have Anthrax Worship Music. Anthrax is a Gatefold 2 LP. $33.99. REM 25. REM 25. What was the audio file press? You just missed it. It was Peter Gabriel. Matt Nichols gets Led Zeppelin for $20. Mother Love Bone, a $55 start. REM 25, 25, 26. And then Warren Haynes. This is new for this week. Tales of Ordinary Madness. Warren Haynes is $44.99. Our next Japanese pressing before David Johnson has a conniption fit is going to go up for bid right now. And this isn't just some Japanese pressing. This isn't just some, blah, 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 dee-dee-dee-dee-dee, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. It's none of that mess. It's no Joe ba-ba, da-da-da-da, yada, yada, yada. This is Buffalo Springfield retrospective. Buffalo Springfield retrospective. The vinyl is beautiful. However, the cover is a check condition. It does have the lyric insert. The cover is probably VG minus by Japanese standards, but what a cool one to have. The Best of Buffalo Springfield, a $25 start. Stop. Hey, Victor Gary, your bid came in late on Led Zeppelin. Greg O'Time on Alice in Chains Dirt. That's so to Greg O'Time. There's that. And I should listen to Rush. Yeah, I've never believe it or not, I've never listened to Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, Rush, none of this stuff, all new to me. Led Zeppelin, they say this is an awesome band. I don't know, maybe this weekend I'll check them out. In Through the Outdoor is $33.99. Disturbed, 10,000 Fists, the 20th anniversary on Yellow Flame vinyl, $44.99. The other night, someone was like, Chad, have you ever heard of the Beatles? And I was like, this is new to me. I'm unfamiliar, but I would love to check them out. That name alone sounds interesting, the Beatles. I'll have to check them out this weekend. We have Led Zeppelin 3. Here they are again. People keep talking and talking about this band. I'm like, I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know. This is like French. It looks like Russian. I'm not for sure. $29.99 for Led Zeppelin 3. And what about, whoa, this looks interesting. This is new. I remember ordering. This is new for this week. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, Demos Volume 7 and 8 splatter vinyl. $46.99. What a wild cover on that one. King Gizzard. That's new for this Friday. Demos 7 and 8. $46.99. Nobody bid on the Mother Love Bone. This is a buy it now. It's sealed, a bootleg for $55. REM is now at $40. Buffalo Springfield 25, now 28 with Matt Boucher. Matt Boucher. Let's move those over right there. Let's add up another single. These record store day singles are hot. Hot. We have over here The Doors. It looks like it's Japanese. This is a 50th anniversary. Of course, it's not Japanese. It just made to look that way. Light My Fire and Crystal Ship, a 50th anniversary with original Japanese single artwork. $10 start on that. REM over here. REM is an 87 US EMW original, still in shrink and half VG Plus condition. REM is at 44 with James Lavender. I've got 2 copies of Bruce Springsteen Wrecking Ball, $36.99. This has been out of print. This originally came out in 2012. This is sold to Jerry Stone. Sold to Jerry Stone. There's 1 copy left. Linda Ronstadt, The Early Years, $39.99. Now, this was a record store day release. I know it's pricey because I priced one out the other night. The record store day was like $90. So this is back in print, $39.99 for Linda Ronstadt. And I've got 2 copies of Alice in Chains Facelift. Everybody keeps telling me this is a great album. Of course, when I'm saying this, everybody, just so there's nobody new watching, be like, boy, was this guy lived in a cave? I'm obviously a Led Zeppelin fanatic, a Beatles fanatic. And this Alice in Chains album here is an incredible, from beginning to end, it will blow your socks off. $38.99. Sea of Sorrow, Bleed the Freak, It Ain't Like That, Put You Down. Goodness gracious. I'd even mention a couple of the big ones on here like Man in the Box. $38.99. Wow. Okay, next is Pink Floyd The Wall. Before I get sentimental, $49.99 for Pink Floyd The Wall. Amazing. And Pink Floyd, what is this? What is this? Physical Graffiti, $44. We got like the essentials in here. And then Creed, My Own Prison. Here we go. Court is in session. The verdict is in. No appeal on the docket today. Should have been dead on a Sunday. This is sold to Joe Delgado and Jason Thomas. Joe Delgado and Jason Thomas. Creed is $33.99. Court is in session. Verdict is in. First time ever on vinyl. There is no OG pressing of Creed. Honestly, it was bootleg for years. James Lavender on ANC. Alice in Chains. That is sold to James Lavender. He put in instead of I like that. Stranger Things Season 3. $38.99. Stranger Things. We got a lot of people wanting these. Talk about getting sentimental. Don't make me start crying. Stranger Things. Let's look this up. Should have wait list for seasons 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So season 3 is Thomas Baumhart. Anybody else want one? Only one came in. This is sold to Thomas Baumhart. This is sold to Thomas Baumhart, okay? Thank you on that one. And then we have Boston, Don't Look Back. The day is breaking. It's been too long since I felt this way. Chicka chicka down, down. Chicka down, chicka down, down, down. That was Boston, and this is sold to Jerry Stone. Don't Look Back. This is a music on vinyl pressing, $39.99. And we have Led Zeppelin 4. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. Right on, right on, right on. Okay, we have REM at $45, Buffalo Springfield 35, Buffalo Springfield 38, Buffalo Springfield 40. Topographic has the doors for 12, REM at 47. And then over here, we have Danny Thomas on Creed. Quarters in session. Verdict is in. Danny Thomason gets a Creed. And then Matt's out on REM. Don wants on Stranger Things Season 3. Javi, I have no more in stock. And TSO Houston wants Don't Look Back. All right. And he got both Boston albums tonight. Now, Third Stage is not really in print, I don't think. And then that album they had in the 90s is a really rarity. It's never been reissued. And hopefully one day they do put that back into print. All right, so REM is a final call to Matthew Hendon at $47. We're dealing with an 87 US AMW OG here in VG Plus condition. Buffalo Springfield, a beautiful Japanese pressing, just the jacket's check condition. Matt's out on that. David has it for 40. And the door single's about to be sold to Topographic for 12. Let me go ahead and introduce Oingo Boingo. And Oingo Boingo is an 85 US Gloversville OG. OG pressing of this. VG++ EX, a $35 start. Here's what's left in here. Led Zeppelin 2, Heartbreaker, $29.99. Allison Chains Dirt, Them Bones, $36.99. Black Label Society, $38.99. Anthrax was $33. Warren Haynes, that's new for this Friday, $44.99 on that. Led Zeppelin Into the Outdoor, $33. Disturbed is $44. That's on yellow vinyl. That has their cover of Genesis Land of Confusion. We have Led Zeppelin for $29. We have the King Gizzard and Lizard Wizard for $46. We have Bruce Springsteen Wrecking Ball for $36. Linda Ronstadt Early Years, $39. Alice in Chains Dirt, $38. And then Pink Floyd The Wall, $49. Physical, $46. Creed My Own Prison, $33. And Led Zeppelin. What's that other one on here? Torn? Yeah, I can't. I'm trying to figure out how it starts out, though. They're both good. Of course, they mention a couple other ones on the hop sticker, though. I need to hear the first lick of Torn. Hold on a second. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. TSO Houston on Pink Floyd The Wall. That is sold to him. I forgot about that one. Torn. Next is Oingo's up for bid. Doors is at 15. And let me swap out crates. My crate is full, and we're about to bring over Laura's crate. Uh-oh. And then we're going to have a vintage party with some of this other stuff. Golly, what a lot of records tonight. Shoo-wee. Okay, here we go. So Topographic has this. It's up to Ryan Eaton. Boston was $39.99, Jerry. David Johnson's like any day now. David is like sweating bullets over here. This is sold to David Johnson for $40. There's one more Creed if anybody wants it. Come on, I know you do. Creed's one of those bands. They're kind of like Nickelback. Everybody... you know you love them, even though everybody's like, Creed, Nickelback, yuck. But then they're driving home at night just singing their lungs out. We have REM officially sold to Matthew Hendon for $47. I don't think Coda was in stock. Usually I go through and I order one each of every Zeppelin album at least once a week. The Doors is sold to Topographic for $15. And then over here, we have Oingo Boingo. The last bid was Spirit of Vinyl bid first at $35. James, you tied him, so his bid came in first. TSO Houston on Led Zeppelin 2. Awesome. And yeah, we'll price some silver out tonight. I'll have to get out what I have and really think about it due to the price correction that happened today. I'll see what I have and see what I'm willing to sell. I mean, I don't know. I'll see what I have. I mean, I've sold most of what I have, but what I do have, I'll have to see what's going on and what I can sell it for. But I'm telling you right now, even with that price correction today, most physical inventory, I mean, a couple comments I've been seeing is people's like, well, my coin shop either closed up or they won't take my phone call. And I'm like, that's probably why, because it dropped 35% today. But I'll tell you this. My policy as an investor myself personally is silver stackers always keep buying, okay? I mean, hopefully you just keep buying. That's what I'm going to say. That's what I'm going to keep doing. The Boston self-titled 24, yeah. And then the music on vinyl, Don't Look Back, is 39. Okay, we have The Doors, the Golden Album is a 2023. This compilation was exclusive to Japan. I bought a lot today for my personal, and I'm going to try to show y'all what's tonight, but man, I feel like it's on sale. So we have The Doors Golden Album, a 2023. This was originally exclusive to Japan, a limited edition 5,000 on Rhino Red Vinyl. This was an official release. It was called The Doors Golden Album, and it's a $35 start. $35 start on that. The Doors Golden Album. And then Oingo Boingo was with James Papastein at $40, and then Steve Riley also bid $40. The Anthrax was worship music, $33.99. Anthrax worship music, okay? And we have Mega Blast Creed, Candlebox, Three Doors Down, Nickelback, A Low Time for Music, Price Collection, Bottom Falling Out. Of course, Mega Blast, John Durden is on here rage baiting. He is helping the algorithm. He's just dying for somebody to engage him in the comments so he can start talking and arguing, which will help the algorithm. So I love it when John Durden throws out that rage bait. It's like when he gets on here and he says, the Beatles sucks, or Led Zeppelin's overrated. He's like, come on, somebody, please engage. I'm waiting. I'm sitting back waiting to engage in a meaningless argument. Come on, help the algorithm. Somebody, get something stirred up with John Durden. We're waiting. It's going to boost comments. It's going to help the algorithm. More people's going to like the post, and it'll indirectly help me. Come on. Come on, somebody. He's throwing that out there. Somebody engage. Engage. Engage in the rage bait. Come on. It might as well be a bot. Come on. He's waiting. He's like, come on. I'm going to comment Led Zeppelin's overrated and see what happens. We have The Doors at $40, Oingo Boingo $45. Here we go. He's sitting back. He's got his hobby for the night. He's cracked his knuckles. He's like, all right, let's see what I can do. Somebody please, come on. All right, next single is Pearl Jam, Saturday Night Live, April 11th. TV broadcast. Pearl Jam is a $10 start. $10 start for Pearl Jam. Let's get started with this Laura. Let's get started with this Laura crate. First thing I have here is Todd Rundgren, Something Anything, a Record Store Day box set, $64.99. This is a 2022 remaster Record Store Day exclusive on Ruby, Grape, Cobalt, and Blue vinyl, sealed for $64.99. Over here, Oingo's at $15, Pearl Jam 10, Pearl Jam 12. And then The Doors, the last bit on The Doors was Back to the Turntable at $40. All right, and then Spirit of Vinyl got the Anthrax. Let me pull that from the last crate. Spirit of Vinyl on Anthrax. Spirit of Vinyl on Anthrax. Okay, this is sold. This is Anthrax worship music. Okay, that's sold to Spirit of Vinyl. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. I hadn't seen Otis. Let me see here. Otis on the screen. Let's see here. Let's do that one right there. There's Otis. There he is. Doors 40. Stackers by the dip. You offer the dip. I'll see what I have. I'll have to go through and see my cost and some of this stuff. Some of it I just bought, and I'll either just have to hold it myself. I'll put it away for a while, or I'll price it accordingly and just, take it on the chin. But I'd rather just stack it myself, if you know what I mean. I'm not in a hurry. Like I said, with records, I buy and sell stuff. But with silver, if I'm in a bad position, I'll just put it away and forget I have it. It's a great thing to have, regardless of the cost. Roy Gallagher 50th Anniversary Edition. This is sealed, $39.99, a 50th Anniversary Edition 3 LP set. But later tonight, I will bring out everything I have, and I'll give you my weekend prices, because the market is closed until Monday, and I plan on having a sale on Sunday. So I'll bring out what I have, and I'll kind of tell you what I can sell for what price and what I can't. But then whatever I still have, it may have to be put away for a while. Or, like I said, I'll just correct it and break even or lose and then move on. Pink Floyd, the 2018 remix. This is $54.99. It's sealed. LP, CD, Blu-ray, DVD, and 32-page book. So it looks like Laura started out this crate with like 3 deluxe sets. Pink Floyd, Roy Gallagher, and Todd Rundgren, okay? Chad, show Otis chasing the door. We got it right here. This is Otis. You stupid. Get out of here, stupid Seth. Get out of here. You're fired. Good job, Otis. Let's look at that one more time. Get out of here, Seth. You over here pushing your pills as a pharmacist. Get out of here. We don't want you. Seth, the pill pusher. Sell the pill pusher pharmacist. We have Sun Records, curated by Record Store Day, Volume 4. This is sealed for $14.99. Okay, who had the high bid on Oingo Boingo? Stephen Riley went out. James Papa Constantine has it for $50. It's an 85 USOG Gloversville press, VG++ EX. So this is OG, and it has the no original inner sleeve. I don't know if it came with one or not, but there's no inner sleeve. And this over here is a final call. And this is the final call to James Papa Constantine for $50. Now, the Doors over here is an official press. This was from Rhino. It's called the Doors Golden Album. And it originally came out in Japan like this. It does have a bonus 7-inch. It's on red vinyl. And the last bid on the Doors was amenities at $50. I think Pearl Jam might be unofficial. It says Pearl Jam Mind Control Singles Club. Yeah, that might be an unofficial. Saturday Night Live, April 11th, 1992. There they are. Wow. Pearl Jam, $26 with John LaBadie is what I'm showing. $26 on that one. All right, let's go back to the top and see if there's any claims. I've shown Todd Rundgren, Roy Gallagher, Pink Floyd, and Sun. And then we have, let's see over here. We have Pearl Jam, and we have Ron Eaton on Sun. Okay, there's that. I was thinking this yesterday. I was like, I'm on here talking bad about pharmacists every night. I got to be careful. There might be somebody like that is a pharmacist, or that is a or has like somebody that's a pharmacist in their family. No respect to pharmacists, okay? No disrespect, I mean. Excuse me, no disrespect. One of my best friends, Seth, happens to be a pharmacist, so I give him a really hard time about being a drug dealer. I'm like, you're over here pushing these pills. You're over here, these poor people. You're charging these outrageous prices. We have the Allman Brothers. This is the Sierra Mosque. That's an official Record Store Day. Steel gray vinyl, $34.99. Shout out to all the pharmacists out there, okay? Shout out. Seth's like, we don't control the prices. And I'm like, yeah, right. You don't control the prices. That's what I'm going to start telling people. I don't control the prices. We have the Cranberries in the end. The Cranberries is sealed, $29.99. And the Who's Next, a 2003 reissue. This is a 3 LP of the Who, the 3 LP edition. Wow, $34.99. This is a lower crate. Of course, these are all priced as marked, no more, no less. And she's in the back, patiently waiting. And she's patiently waiting for somebody to buy everything in here. The Doors at $55. Let's go ahead and sell the Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam is sold for $26 to John LaBadie. Info on Oingo Boingo. This is an 85 US Gloversville press. It was on its last lap, and it was with James Papa Constantine for $50. It is OG, and then the Doors is at $55. Moving on, we have Rush, Test for Echoes. That is sealed, $29.99. $29.99. Rush, Test for Echoes, $29.99. Why does pharmacists stand on a higher level? That's a Jerry Seinfeld bit. Yeah. He's like, have y'all ever noticed the pharmacists? They've got to be way up above everybody else, like there's some God looking down on you. That's funny. Okay, here's next Chris Cornell, Patience. Chris Cornell is a $10 star. That's his great cover of the Guns N' Roses song, Patience. Oh, man. Chris Cornell, $10 start on that. That is sealed. Rush is sealed for $29.99. There's got to be somebody maybe on a waiting list for this. I'll go check, but if you are, let me know. Is the Cranberries a 2 LP? No, it's not. And then Mike, I think it's Mike Pierce. Yeah. Mike, I think you're on a wait list. That's good, because now you just got one for a lot cheaper, okay? And then over here, we have Oingo Boingo, and Oingo Boingo is sold. Oingo Boingo is sold to James Papa Constantine for $50. Okay, there's that. We got a whole crate over here of Record Store Day singles we've been chipping away too. Let's go ahead and put up a whole new fresh set of auctions. The Doors is sold to Amenities for $55, and this is Chris Cornell, and Nothing Compares to You live at Sirius XM. Live at Sirius XM. That's at $15. Okay, now let's first visit the Japanese bin before David Johnson has that absolute conniption fit on me. And let's jump over here and let's put up Trying to find one maybe he doesn't have. I did good with, ooh. Uh-oh. We can be heroes just for one day. We have David Bowie, Heroes. It does have the Obi. It's been folded in half. It needs to be put back on the jacket, but man, that's one we don't get too often. $55 start on David Bowie. Next is Neil Young Harvest, sealed for $29.99. And we have Allie Venable, Texas Honey. That's Blues Rock, sealed $19.99. So Mike Pierce, I'll take you off the waiting list for Rush, okay? I didn't even know that, of course, you know, you was on a wait list for a new copy, which would have been quite a bit more. So you just never know what's going to come in these pre-owned crates, even though some of them sealed. So I've got you off the waiting list for Test for Echo now, okay? And next thing is Tom Petty Full Moon Fever. That's sealed for $29.99. And we have U2 Fire, a picture disc, 40th anniversary edition, 2021 Record Store Day, $19.99 for U2 Fire. I am thirsty. Let me see what I've got left over here on my Monster. I forgot. My science has forgot me, but I leave my cup over there on I got like a metal teacher cart with all the electronics on it. And when you set a cup over there, those, the electricity or whatever charges the, whatever scientific process that is, there's bubbles all in my drink and it melts a lot faster. There's probably some energy, going through here. Okay. Next is this. I have U2 Fire, $19.99 on that one. And the Essential Elvis Presley. This is sealed, $24.99. David Bowie's a $55 start, a Japanese pressing of Heroes. Chris Cornell's at $27. And then our next auction is Grateful Dead, Jerry's Last Stand, Volume 1 and Volume 2. The Grateful Dead is live in Soldier Field, Chicago, which is July 9th, 1995, and this is the complete show. It's an unofficial Jerry's Last Stand, $45 start on that. AV is sold to Matt Lawson, Allie Venable. That's sold on that. And then we have UFO, the best of UFO. What a wild-looking die-cut yellow vinyl type deal here. It's on yellow and red vinyl, $27.99. And the Rolling Stones, Get Your Yayas Out. Get Your Yayas Out. That's a 2003. That is sealed for $24.99. Cranberries was sealed $24.99. And Tim Rory wants Muse. I've got bad news for you. There's no Muse in here. But I do have UFO sold to Stacy Metternich. And I have Paolo Nutini, Caustic Love. And this is an R&B soul album, $29.99. The Cranberries back here is sold to Bob Panasniak. The Chris Cornell, the last bid, was Stephen Parton at $27. Stacy Metternich went out, sold to Stephen for $27. Final chance on Bowie. Grateful Dead just went up for a $45 start. What's next in the singles box? We have, let's do another Doors. The Doors, LA Woman 40th anniversary, 3 limited edition sleeves featuring the previously unreleased mono mix. Wow, that was $40 new on Record Store Day for this single? Wow. How about a $10 start? So it's Riders on the Storm, 3 mixes? What's going on here? Yeah, mono, I guess, and stereo. Maybe there's different sleeves. I'm not for sure, but that's a $10 start. Looks like that was expensive on Record Store Day. Next is Muse Showbiz. Muse is sealed for $24.99. Muse Showbiz. Everything in here is sticker price. And then the Doors is at $15. And now Kelly Wlodarczyk on Muse. No sneak peeking. And then we have AC/DC Back in Black. That's a 2023 reissue. That is sealed for $24.99. And Leonard Skinner is a 2018 reissue, $24.99. And Tom Petty's Greatest Hits, $32.99, okay? The Bowie is a Japanese pressing of Heroes. This is near mint minus and pristine with Obi. This is David Bowie Heroes, a $55 start. It was on its last chance. Okay, and then over here we had the Grateful Dead, which now has a bid, and then Will Smith's on Palio again. Did I miss your claim, or are you asking for more information? Over here, we have Door 17, 18, 20, and then it's Mother Love Bone for sale. It is. Paulo Natuni, Caustic Love is an R&B soul album, $29.99. Also, Rush, this is Counterparts. This is sealed, $29.99. A 2025 reissue, $29.99. And then Metallica Black Album. I don't have Metallica Black Album. I have AC/DC Back in Black. Doors 21, Doors 22, Doors 25, Doors 26, and Bowie has a bid for 55. Jay Neutral on Rush. So let me show the two no bids tonight. The first one is Grateful Dead from the Mars Hotel. The Grateful Dead from Mars Hotel is a 50th anniversary collector's edition Zoetrope picture disc, limited to 7,500 copies. It appears unopened. It was $75. That's no bid number one. No bid number two is Mother Love Bone, an unofficial sealed on gray vinyl for $55 on that. $55 on that. For future reference, if you see a record in a crate that I hadn't seen, do not comment until I have brought it out and I'm showing it, and then hit send, and then we'll see where you fall. If you catch a peek on something in the front, you can't claim it. I've had that rule in place for like 5 or 6 years now. Elton John Diamonds, this is sealed for $29.99. And we have Foo Fighters Concrete and Gold. This is $19.99. It does have an HD side on that one. David Bowie Heroes is sold for $55 to James Papa Constantine. $55 on that, okay? There was a Metallica Black in the new release crate. There was for this, the video I posted this morning, yeah, for sure. And I think it was claimed. I don't think I have a new one still in stock. Another Fallon wool. No, not a Mark Fallon wool. It just used to be, when I used to walk around, holding my camera, as y'all know, and I would accidentally show stuff, and then there would be a huge debate on who's seen it first, and then everything would get chaotic, and I'm like, best way to do is, that's why I try not to have anything where you can see anything else except maybe a peek over here, and then this stuff. I try to keep everything else hidden, because if I don't, there's 300 eyeballs on the screen right now, and everybody's trying to get leverage on somebody. This is like a game almost. It's like everybody's trying to get, how can I get it before somebody else does? The Grateful Dead over here, the last bid on this was the only bid, and this was sold to Preston Rose for $45. That sold for $45. David Bowie was sold for $55. And then this Door single, the last bid was Tim Voldness at $30. Let me go back up at the top and make sure I didn't miss anything. The Rush in here was sold to Jay Neutra. The more info on the only thing I have on this one is it's Caustic Love. It's R&B Soul, $29.99, okay? And then we have a Rush, Out, and then TSO Houston wants the Zoetrope picture disc. This is sold to TSO Houston for $75. The Doors was at $30, and then $28, and then let me go in order here. Kelly Vladicek on Foo Fighters, and then U2 $15. Everything in here is sticker price. If the Who's still available, does it have the inner sleeves? The Who is a triple LP. Who's Next? It looks like it just came in plain white sleeves. $34.99 on that one, okay? Live is already sold. Christina, you were next on Foo Fighters, okay? The Hunger Games of record buying, I know it. That's why the only thing I really try to show is what's right here, and I'm glad I have stuff on the back wall now, but I have to be careful, because if there's something that's laying around, then it'll be the question of who asked about it first. So this stuff's fair game at all times. And then what's in the crate is only what's actively being shown in the front or what has been already shown. Otherwise, you got to pay close attention. If I just had stuff randomly laying around, oh my gosh, it would be chaotic. I've tried it before. I used to walk around. It used to be chaotic. Just like when I'm doing the live streams from up front. Michael Nathan, I have to have almost 3 people here helping me. Stuff is selling so fast. Sade Promise. Sade is an 85 U.S. Pittman. Only 3 OG copies came in a gatefold jacket. The represses all got standard jackets like this. It's in Shrink EX edition, a $30 start on Sade. Next is Collective Soul, and this is on aqua blue vinyl, $24.99. The Alan Parsons Symphonic Project live in Columbia. Alan Parsons Project is a 3 LP, $34.99. Pink Floyd Animals is sealed, $29.99, and Stephen Parton on the Collective Soul. Okay, the Doors is still getting bids, $32.35. There is Sade, and then our next auction over here, coming from the Japanese bin, is Grand Funk Railroad, Caught in the Act. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. This is a 2 LP, Grand Funk Live, Japanese pressing. There is this book. There is both inner sleeves. There's the gatefold jacket with Obi. $35 on that. The only no bid left then is Mother Love Bone Apple. That is sealed for $55, okay? I'll leave that right there where it catches somebody's eye. Next is Crazy Horse at the Fillmore 1970. This is unopened, a 2007 USOG, $39.99. And we have Stone Temple Pilots blue splatter vinyl, blue with white splatter, $24.99 on that. Some 10 inches in here. Rich Robinson, Got to Get Better in a Little While. That's a Clapton song, $9.99. $9.99, if that's the same one I'm thinking about. Well, I know it from Derek and the Dominoes. $9.99. There's one, there's two, and then we have Motley Crue. Motley Crue is a 2022 Record Store Day sealed, $24.99. So the Door single is sold for $35 to Tim Voldness. So Sade, let me read that again. A 1985 U.S. Pittman repress. The only true OG copies came in a gatefold jacket. So if you have a gatefold jacket, that's the only way it's an OG. All the represses have single pockets like this. That's EX, a $30 start. Grand Funk's a $35 start. Jay Nutria on the Stone Temple Pilots, which was colored vinyl. And then John LaBeatty on the Rich Robinson. And then John LaBeatty on Motley Crue. And then over here we have Atomic City U2. Atomic City is a 2024 Record Store Day red vinyl, $29.99. And then the Doors, there's another one of those, the band from Venice, and that is sealed for $29.99. Our next auction needs to go up right now, and that is Grateful Dead. And Grateful Dead is without a net. 3 LPs of Live Dead. Over 2 hours of historic performances from October 89, April 1990, including Eyes of the World from Branford Marsalis, newly remastered by David Glassard. And this is sealed, a 3 LP, for a $65 star. Joseph Ellis wants the Paolo Nutini. This one right here, this crate is definitely worthy of another recap. Let's grab another Record Store Day single, and I'll try to read a little bit more details into here. Did you say U2 Atomic? I've got U2 Atomic right here. That is a limited edition, red vinyl sealed for $29.99. Okay, now next we have is this. I have going up for bid right now. I have a, let me flip through here. Ooh, I see another Pearl Jam. This is a biggie. This is a biggie here. Pearl Jam 7-inch singles, FYE exclusive. It's got like 4, 5. How many's packaged in here? 5 Pearl Jam singles. $10 start. Should be a $50 start. I usually start them $10 a piece. $10 start for that sealed deal there. Sealed deal. Wayne Davis on the Doors. Is there a Doors left in here? This one right here. That's so to Wayne Davis. Thank you. And then Grateful Dead 75. And is that from the Sphere? Yeah, from the Sphere, Las Vegas. Hey, I seen them there. Well, shoot. I should have kept that. No, I'm joking. Sealed $29.99. I can't believe Adam Clayton didn't get to play with them. I mean, Larry Mullen Jr. I can't believe Larry Mullen Jr. didn't get to play with them at that residency. When I found that out, I was like, dang. I almost didn't go just because of that. I was like, that's one of the few bands that has kept the same lineup since the inception, right? I mean, not many people can say that. The same lineup since the inception. There hadn't been any asterisks or anything. It's been those 4 guys since the beginning. I mean, you can't even say that about the Beatles. There's a lot of asterisks with the Beatles if you talk about the early years, but starting with Beatlemania, it was the same. But okay, Corey Law on YouTube. Is that Corey Lawson? You might have to remind me. I don't recognize your YouTube handle. I got you down for Neil Young. And first thing is a great Todd Rundgren album here. This is Todd Rundgren, Something Anything. This is a 2022 remastered, a Record Store Day exclusive box set. As you can see, there's a tear in the shrink. It's on ruby, grape, and cobalt blue vinyl. And this is $64.99. $64, and that's sold to David Doyle, okay? I have a feeling a lot of these are going to sell on the second read-through. We've had so much stuff tonight. 9 crates of new vinyl, and I didn't even show the stuff of damaged records because I'll probably just send them back, but we'll see what happens. Sade didn't get a bid, right? Sade did not get a bid, so let's make that a buy now for $30. Grand Funk didn't get a bid, right? Grand Funk didn't get a bid, so let's make that a buy now for $35. And let me get that into a sleeve, okay? All right, let's do that. And then any bonus crate, we have, so I have all the Record Store Day singles. I've got Japanese, and then I have one bonus crate of stuff that Seth has marked that is never been shown. I'll have to get through the other stuff first and all the singles, but yeah, we're going to have auctions tonight for the next couple hours. We got a lot of stuff to sell. Yeah, Fox Digital got the U2. Fox Digital on U2. Okay, and then Neil Young. He wanted the Neil Young Fillmore, okay? He wanted the Neil Young Fillmore. And can you remind me again, Corey? That is Corey Lawson, okay? He got that Neil Young. All right, I got them swapped. And yes, I see a couple more questions. Hold on, these sleeves are bothering me. There we go. This is a Japanese pressing of Caught in the Act. It's a 2 LP with Obi, $35. Now, over here, we got Grateful Dead and Pearl Jam. Let's go back over here to the top and see what happens. Sorry. All right, Grateful Dead just has that one bid. Without a Net is about to sell, which is $75 to Jay Beach, okay? And according to my notes here, as I speed read through all this, every time I have to look for bids, I don't see anybody else. So Jay Beach is about to get that. Okay, and then Pearl Jam is a 7-inch singles bundle. I don't know if it has all of them. It says includes Who Are You, Hail, Hail, Off He Goes, Given to Fly, Wish List, plus B-sides, Black, Red, Yellow, Dead Man, Leatherman, and You. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There should be 5 singles, should be at least 10 tracks, but that's at least some of them, okay? And that is all sealed with the strap around it like this. And I've got Craig Thomas at $35, okay? And then there was somebody asked for those tracks and info, and then we're caught up. Do you have anything like Greatest Hits of John Coltrane? No, but you can pick up some of his albums relatively cheap. They're in print. He don't have like a Greatest Hits. That don't really happen in the jazz world. But he has albums like, you can buy stuff like A Love Supreme. You need to buy A Love Supreme. I can get you one ordered pretty inexpensively. Okay, Neil Young Harvest, the classic album remastered. That is sealed for $29.99. Roy Gallagher is sealed. A 50th anniversary 3 LP. The 2021 remix and remaster. 18 rare alternate outtake recordings. Mastered at Abbey Road. Booklet, essay, sealed for $39.99. Sade, we have an offer. Let me think about it because I'm putting up right now Mark Knopfler. This was in the high-end tab. Mark Knopfler from Dire Straits, Kill to Get Crimson. This is sealed. A 2007 OG, a $95 start. Roy Gallagher, also known as Roy Gallagher, sold to Patty Kay. Grateful Dead is sold to Jay Beach for $75. Craig, you've been outbid on Pearl Jam. Victor Guerra is at $36. Mark Knopfler is a $95 start. Sade will be $25. It's supposed to be a $30 start. Scott, I'll do it for $25. Pink Floyd, amazing. The 2018 remix of Animals, this time as a deluxe edition. hardback, 4 disc. So you get the LP just like the regular that I've been selling for years now, but you also get the CD, the Blu-ray, and the DVD, and this time it comes with a 32-page book. So you get 3 extra discs, and this is sealed for $54.99. That's great. Those retailed for over $100 new. Pearl Jam Final Call. We got vintage crates. We got 6 crates of vintage pre-owned to do next. Yeah, we still got a lot. Alice in Chains is our next auction. Black gives way to blue. And this is on colored vinyl, which was a web store exclusive. Limited edition Black Widow colored vinyl, sealed with red, black, and smoke colored vinyl. $45 start on that one, okay? Next is Allman Brothers, a classic concert, 1971, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, steel gray marble vinyl, $34.99. $34.99 on that. Pearl Jam then is sold to Victor Guerra for $36. Let's go back to the Record Store Day single box, and I have The Doors, People Are Strange, and The Crystal Ship. Now, I don't think this one came sealed because the Record Store Day sticker and the price tag's on the sleeve, so I'll leave it in that plastic. That's probably the original plastic it came in. The Doors is a $10 start, okay? The Doors is a $10 start. Also in here was Tom Petty Full Moon Fever, sealed. I'm Free Fallin', $29.99. And then U2 Fire, Record Store Day picture disc, $19.99. I've got 2 of them. 2 of them. Mark Knopfler, Final Call for $95. Alice in Chains, $45. The Doors has a bid for $12. Next is the Essential Elvis Presley, sealed, a 2015, a double LP, $24.99. Grand Funk is still available. Yes, sell Scott Dyer Sade for $22. Matt Nichols on Tom Petty, and I Won't Back Down. That's so to Matt Nichols. And if you can get God Forbid, who just said that? Scott DeWallow. I read that as God forbid if you get that out of the crate. And I was like, what? Calm down for a second. I thought you were like freaking out on me. I read that as like, God forbid you go back and get that record out of the crate for me. His comment says, if you can locate God forbid in the 6 a.m. crate, I'll take it. When I glanced at that, I thought I read it as like, if you can go locate God forbid, I'll take this. And I was like, good gosh, let's just calm down here. This is so to Sean Druin, okay? That's so to Sean Drew, and Grand Funk is so to Bob Doan for $35. And now we have Get Your Yayas Out, the Rolling Stones, $34.99. Final Call on the Doors for $12. AC/DC, Back in Black, I hit the sack. Wow, what a voice, $24.99. Boom, boom, We have Leonard Skinner. This is Greatest Hits. It's called Icon. It's a 2 LP. Put down Tim Rory for a John Coltrane Love Supreme, okay? And then Tom Petty's Greatest Hits. These are new, like $44.99. This one's lightly used, Near Mint and Shrink, $32.99. The Who's Next is a 3 LP, a 2023. It's a 3 LP expanded. And I think if I peek at it, you'll see that it has, lots of bonus track. No, it's, live stuff. It's all live stuff. So it's the album and then 2 LPs of classic Who from that era. And then we had the Alan Parsons. Did somebody ask about this earlier? Somebody might have dibs because I didn't get around to their question. This is Alan Parsons, $34.99. Sully wants Back in Black. Have a Drink on Me. No, that's on right. Yeah, that's on here too. Hell's Bells. Now that's right there. This is a lineup change, and then they went to a next level. Brian Johnson came on board, and then they put out this album. Golly, that's crazy. That's sold to Sully. We don't talk enough about AC/DC. We should talk about them every night. Back to the turntable on the Allman Brothers. Laura just delivered a nice purple crate. I figured Laura would confiscate all the purple crates. Yeah, I know. We got new purple crates, and I fear my first thought is like, Laura's going to get all those so she can have all the purple crates. Harold Ackerman on Leonard Skinner. That's so to Harold Ackerman. And over here, we have Pink Floyd Animals. That's just the standard remaster, $29.99. And 1 Rich Robinson left for $9.99. All right, The Doors. Craig's probably like, Chad. This is sold to Craig Thomas for $12. Mark Knopfler is a no bid. He's a buy it now for $95. And Alice in Chains got 1 bid. It just happened. Fred Knoop, $45 on that.
Fred Noop at $45, okay? Now, we still got Rich Robinson, Pink Floyd, Alan Parsons, The Who, Tom Petty, Stones, Elvis. No one claimed Elvis. U2, Pink Floyd, and Neil Young. Yeah, that did have a lot of regular stuff in it, but it was at great prices, as usual. So a lot of on-sale stuff in there. A lot of on-sale stuff in there. I'm about ready for a monster refill. Okay, Laura just dropped off another crate. But what I'm going to do, let me peek at... Okay, so John Crate, I'm seeing Modern English, Waylon Jennings, Rolling Stones, Beatles, Cannonball Adderley. He has loaded these things up. Let's do it. Finally, we've went through a total of 11, counting the morning videos, 12 crates, and this is the first crate of vintage we're getting to. There are still 295 people watching. Friday night, we got auctions. Let's do these sticker price because this is check condition. This is check condition. We are now starting the vintage stuff. 6 crates. Some of them I will take offers on. Let's do the check condition stuff at sticker price because it's already been kind of priced accordingly based on grade. So let's do this stuff at sticker price. Let me go ahead and put up new auctions. Next is Bob Marley. Let's go ahead and do this. We have we're now entering like part 2. And we have a whole show ahead of us. Auctions, Japanese auctions, 45 auctions. Later tonight, 45 buy it nows. And we have all the advertised stuff. We still have some of that. So here we go. We have Bob Marley and the Wailers, Confrontation, an 83 OG copy, $25 start on Bob Marley. Over here, we have Alice in Chains, sold to Fred Noop for $45, the colored vinyl. And then over here, we had... Alice, oh, my bad. Stephen asked about Alice in Chains. Hold on a second. Stephen Parton asked about Alice in Chains. Correction. It's the web store exclusive on Black Widow colored vinyl. Black Widow is clear with red and black smoke. That is still up for bid. Stephen Parton. And then we have Pink Floyd, Animals, First Animals. You talking about the deluxe edition, right? Clay, you want the deluxe edition here. This is so to Clay Moore. I've got you down for the deluxe edition. Vintage, I need some coffee. Thank the Lord. Congratulations, Craig. Friday Night Lights. We need some metal. Bob Marley, 25. Stephen, I'll give you a chance on that one. Just Stephen, okay? Just Stephen can bid on that one. And then if not, it's so to Fred Noop. And then Oasis is our next auction. Oasis is Be Here Now, the limited edition 25th anniversary picture disc, a $50 start. $50 start on that, okay? Let me go get rejuvenated with some caffeine. I like this crate. I liked what I've seen a lot. Let me go up here and refill some ice. Y'all want to make sure I'm good and good and full of caffeine, eh? Hey, yeah, caffeine. Oh, hey, yeah, caffeine. I don't know what accent I'm talking in. That was a little Canadian, a little bit Boston. A little Canadian, a little Boston in there. Little, eh? Eh? A little bit of, ooh. Ah. A little bit of, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Ooh. Ah. Wow. Oh my gosh. Oh, whoa. Oh my. Bananas. Bananas. Monster. Ice. Chad Psycho. There's probably somebody new watching right now for the first time going, golly, what is wrong with this dude? Somebody going like, golly, where did this guy come from? What Tennessee holler did this guy crawl out of? Huh? What back road did he grow up on? Where's this guy from? Chocolate covered raisins. Okay. Phase 2 commencing. Wow. Hello, friends. Welcome to the Masters. Man, what a place. Anybody ever been to the Masters? Life-changing. Absolutely life-changing. The Association Wendy, VG Plus $9.99. Wendy, VG Plus $9.99. The guitars that destroyed the world, VG Plus $17.99. KC and the Sunshine Band, oh man. The jacket's a little messed up on the back, just $12.99. VG Plus condition. That's the way, I'll get down tonight. Boogie shoes, wow. Bertha is in VG condition, $24.99. And Merle Haggard, that's the way love goes. Merle Haggard is EX condition, $12.99. Okay, when I walked away, I put up Bob Marley and Terry Gearhart bid $25. Alice in Chains bid $50. Alice in Chains got a bid for $50. Oasis got a bid for $50. And then we have Alice in Chains 52, Alice in Chains 55. And then Danny Thomason, that's Black Sabbath Hoss on guitars. Stephanie on KC and the Sunshine Band. Okay, that's so. Then we have a question. Guitarist artist is Santana, Johnny Winter, Mahavishnu Orchestra, Wes Bruce and Lang, Blue Oyster Cult, Mountain, Santana, Edgar Winter Band, and Spirit. Merle Haggard, so to Christina Curtis. Danny says he'll keep it. Moving on, here's Willie Nelson. Boy, this one, $54.99. That's a pretty scarce record, though. Here's Willie Nelson, 63 Terre Haute. That's a beardless pre-marijuana Willie. $54.99, 1963. Marijuana hadn't even been invented. Another one, look at this one, Country Favorites. 66 German, VG Plus 24, a German Willie. And the German Willie, once again, pre-marijuana, hadn't even been invented yet. $24.99, a 66 German press. 66 German press, back-to-back Willies there. And then Alice in Chains is up to one person. Fred Knoop, Stephen Parton has it for $55. And then Bob Marley condition. Bob Marley is an 83 U.S. Specialty OG and EX. Will Smithson's about to get Oasis. Brent, you got picks of the Willies, whichever Willie you want. And Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason. VG Plus, $32.99. Into the Distance. A ribbon of black. Stretched to the point of no turning back. $32.99 for Pink Floyd. That's OG. John Mayall, Jazz Blues Fusion. VG $12.99. He wants the First Willie. First Willie is sold to Brent. Next Play Records was next. Sgt. Pepper's, VG $29.99. This is an OG Scranton press, gatefold jacket, $29.99. And the Beatles 6266 VG cover, VG minus, $24.99. Well, Terry Gearhart, there is a new bid on Bob Marley, but he is done on Alice in Chains, so we're about to sell that to Steven. Yeah, cover on this one's pretty worn. I graded it VG minus. The vinyl's VG 24 on the back-to-back Beatles there. Alice in Chains is sold then to Stephen Parton for $55. Will Smithson gets the Oasis for $50. And we have Bob Marley. And let's move that over. And that's now at $27. We have the, with Hop Sticker. This is VG Plus, $19.99. Why don't you start me up? Why don't you start me up? We have Montrose. That's VG Plus, $12.99. Montrose here, Ronnie Montrose. That's called Warner Brothers Presents. And the Jason Lodge poetry book, Gothic Horizon. The Jason Lodge poetry book. Don't know what this is. It's on the London label. VG Plus $19.99. The times, they are a-changing. Bob Dylan is a 67 Pittman. VG condition. 2i stereo. VG $19.99. Let's put up some more auctions. I got Little Feat. And Little Feat is a 2023 limited edition 3LP marbled. This is official. It's an official release. It's 3 LP on marble vinyl, live Little Feat in America, 35. Bob Marley still getting bids. Let's grab more of these Record Store Day singles. Let me grab a handful of them and give y'all a peek at some of these I got coming up. I've got Live coming up. I've got Steepwater Band, Guns N' Roses. Let's do that right now. Guns N' Roses, Shadow of Your Love, exclusive red vinyl, $10 start. We got Vince Guaraldi. I got Hendrix. I got the Black Crowes. I got Mark Ford of the Black Crowes. I got the Black Crowes. So that's a handful of those coming up. Plus, that's about a third of them. And then we got stuff over here that John prepared. I got 80s picture sleeves over here to run too. I just got to pick through them and start putting them up, okay? And then Japanese. Oh, yeah. Then we'll do a bunch of bot nows later tonight, and that's when things will get a little bit insane, okay? Speaking of Willie, he's going to be our next Japanese pressing too. Awesome soundtrack here, Honeysuckle Rose. Willie Nelson is a Japanese press. It's a 2 LP. It's near mint minus and pristine. There's one, there's two, there's the insert. The cover does have some of those humidity spots, but overall not bad. It's got humidity spots in the inside too. 35 on Willie, okay? Here we go. Any claims in here? We had Bob Marley out, so we're about to sell that. PF for 27. What was PF? PF for 27? What was PF? And then over here, we have Girl Watcher, The Occasions, VG $9.99, new vintage stuff, check condition. The grade I'm giving you is the grade, and if anybody new is out there and you want to make a purchase, don't hesitate. $8 limited shipping. You got tonight, tomorrow night. We started on Monday. Super Bad, James Brown, VG. Don't get that one too often. They're always worn out. This one's not too bad. Cover and vinyl, $24.99 on James Brown. And we have Rolling Stones Beggar's Banquet, VG $14.99. Beggar's Banquet, VG $14.99. Sympathy for the Devil, Street Fighting Man. I like Street Fighting Man, $14.99. I'm just sitting here trying to do my jigsaw puzzle. Pink Floyd, so PF 27. I'm trying to figure out where you've seen. Oh, you was making an offer. These are all sticker price. Pink Floyd is $32.99. Okay. I forgot that was even in there. But yeah, these are sticker price. Terry Gearhart gets Bob Marley for 30. He also have Willie Nelson for 35. Guns N' Roses at 15. And then Little Feat's a final chance. Okay. Moving on, we have Cannonball Adderley live. VG condition $14.99. Elvis Blue Hawaii. This is a 77 reissue. 77 was a big year for Elvis Records. He passed away in 77, and they essentially repressed everything 24/7 around the clock. That one does have I Can't Help Falling in Love on it. Right now, my crate is full, so let me swap out crates right quick. Boy, that Monster and chocolate-covered raisins gave me a shot of energy. I feel like Kramer after a few cafe lattes. That's the settlement. Cafe lattes. You got to give me this once. I'll get Jackie Childs down here. You're all being some mess. Okay, moving on. Elvis, $14.99. These are all sticker price. Little Feat is sealed, by the way. Willie Nelson, 35. Mark Vise takes Pink Floyd at sticker. Awesome. Cannonball Adderley, So to Amenities. Awesome. And then G Mac was second. Little Feat is sealed. And then Bruce Springsteen, Greetings from Asbury Park. VG Plus, $14.99. Clarence Wheeler and then Forcers, The Love I've Been Looking For. This is a white label promo. VG condition, $14.99. And Rubber Soul, a Jacksonville press. VG, $26.99. So that's an OG Jacksonville press, VG $26.99. Guns N' Roses sold to Christina for $15. Thank you on that one. Willie Nelson is sold to Terry Gearhart for $35. Let's get that a new sleeve. That way we can put up more Japanese. That way David Johnson doesn't have a conniption fit and he doesn't have to go to the hospital. We don't want him having to freak out on the conniption fits going, Chad, Japanese. Mark V says Pink Floyd, then put back Pink Floyd. So that's going back in here. Christina on Elvis, I Can't Help Falling in Love. And then Little Feat is sealed, a 2023 OG limited edition 3LP marble vinyl. 35 on that one, David. 35. I'm going to give it one more chance. And, man, I forgot about this. Just now getting to it. Pet Shop Boys, Left to My Own Devices. Pet Shop Boys is an 88 USOG 3-track single. EX edition, a $10 start on Pet Shop Boys. And then we have the Brothers Johnson, Right on Time. Brothers Johnson is VG Plus $9.99. Hanging On, Waylon. Boy, look at that hair. VG Plus $17.99. Waylon, The Outlaw, $17.99. Smoking up a hand-rolled cigarette there. Is that a cigarette or something else? $17.99 for Waylon. And then over here we got James Taylor. Almost said James Brown. That is not James Brown. VG $9.99. And we have the Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed. Oh, man. VG $14.99. Folks, we're talking about the Rolling Stones. We're talking about you can't always get what you want. Pet Shop Boys 11, Black Sabbath is getting Waylon. And then we have Pet Shop Boys 10 and now 12. And then the band Cahoots. Cahoots is VG Plus $24.99. Our next single is going to go up right now. And let me just figure out what I did with those. Vince Guaraldi Trio, Christmas is Here, okay? And this was the original sleeve because it's got this. I'm going to go ahead and put in another sleeve because this one's been torn. The jacket has a small corner ding, but I'm sure that's new. First 7-inch of Christmas time release, celebrating Peanuts' 70th anniversary, green vinyl, Kraft, Record Store Day, Vince Guaraldi, Peanuts, Christmas time is here, a $10 start, okay? $10 start on that. I don't know if I can salvage this. There we go. All right, we'll try that, okay? Because we don't want to lose that sticker. $10 start. Next over here, Siga Weed. Wow, I haven't heard that since Rush Hour. That's on Rush Hour. Cigarette. This is Siga Weed. That's what Chris Tucker told that guy. This isn't a cigarette. This is Siga Weed. We have Pet Shop Boys 10, 12, and then Pet Shop Boys 35. Holy moly, that's a big jump. And then Little Feats at 40, Siga Weed, and then Brogan Scones on the Rolling Stones. And then Spirit of Vinyl says, I'll take both. Well, Brogan just beat you to that one, but I will give you Beggar's Banquet. Now, there's also Tattoo You in here. So I got you down for Beggar's Banquet. There's also Tattoo You and Shrink and Hop. And I bet it's also mastered by Bob Ludwig. VG Plus. It is mastered by Bob Ludwig. That one's still available if you want that one. Okay, Charlie Brown 10, 10, 12, and 15, and then 11 and 45. And do you have any inner sleeves? Yes, packs of MoFi inner sleeves are $26.99. Charlie Daniels, always a cool cover here. Way Down Yonder, VG $12.99 on that one. And then we have Genesis, A Trick of the Tail, VG $9.99. Let me make sure Spirit of Vinyl doesn't want this. If they pass, then it's going to be Mega Blast, then Nick Bargeron, then Jason Fornerats. Modern English, VG Plus, $14.99. I'll stop the world and melt with you. No on Tattoo. So this is sold to Mega Blast 9, then Nick, and then Jason. The Beach Boys Endless Summer does have some writing, VG Plus, $17.99. I'll stop the world and melt with you. That's sold to Stephen Parton. George Scherer next. Tales from Topographic Oceans, nice. VG Plus, $24.99. Check this out. Side 4, Ritual, 21 minutes and 35 seconds on that track. The Ancient, 18 minutes and 34 seconds. You got to be patient to listen to Yes. The Remembering, 20 minutes and 38 seconds. And The Revealing Silence of God, that's a good one, 20 minutes and 27. 4 tracks, they all average out to 20 minutes apiece. That's what we call Yes, folks. That's what we call Yes. VG Plus, $24.99. Todd said Condition of Charlie Daniels, and then Christina claimed it. So Todd has first dibs. This is VG, $12.99 for Charlie Daniels. The B-52s is VG $9.99. And Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding. This is VG $14.99. All along the Watchtower. VG $14.99 for that one. Okay, let's update these auctions. The last bid on Little Feet was Bill Samus at $45. David Dole, just so you know, you're out on the Little Feet. That's at $45. Okay, and then Vince Guaraldi Trio, Mortgage Guy Rob had that for $17. Charlie Brown, Pet Shop Boys is a final call to amenities for $35. And that is a 3-track, which is Left to My Own Devices. And the next comment was, Left to My Own Devices, and then The Sound of the Atom Splitting. Okay, put down Terry Hart for a pack of inner sleeves. Give me a second, and I like to physically tag those because I order those huge wholesale. Oh, man, I forgot about some other stuff that came in over here. Hold the phone. I got more new miscellaneous stuff to show y'all. Boy, the inner sleeves have gotten buried. Let me retract that statement. Let's just make a note to tag him with some inner sleeves, okay? Let's tag him for some inner sleeves, okay? And I just ordered 100 packs of Outers. So Terry Gearhart, make sure he gets those, okay? And then we sold Modern English. And then Christina does get the Charlie Daniels. Okay, and then Joseph Ellis first on B-52s, all right. And then Val, and then Test, and then Tim Rory next on B-52s. And then Little Feats at 48. Charlie Brown's at 18. And chat, didn't I get one of those of my orders? Do you have to email to contact any Japanese Scorpions? Not tonight. Did wholesale, Chad, Al Cox on Genesis, and then we have T-shirts and Little Feats at 50. All right, amenities, you get Pet Shop Boys for $35. The last bit on Charlie Brown was G-Mac at 18. Mortgage Guy Rob, it goes back to you. Little Feats at 50. David Doyle, you're out. So right now, if you have a question about an order, a previous order, yes, you can mail it. You can email us through our website. You can go to contact us, and then there's options. Or you can DM us on Facebook. That's the two best ways. Facebook Messenger for Facebook people that prefer that. Anybody else that doesn't have a Facebook, you have an email if you're already in contact with us, or if you just go to our website, there's options like first time buyer, problem of order, stuff like that, et cetera, okay? Little Feet is sold for $50 to Bill Samus, and then we're still betting on Charlie Brown. Now, T-shirts. I have them, but the best way right now is just to message Ed or send us an email, because I can't bring them out. It will get chaotic, okay? Can't bring those out right now because I don't know what sizes we have. Now, this next thing has not been in stock since Ozzy passed away. There was a rush on stuff, as y'all know, and I do have 3 people on a waiting list. I don't know if these people still want one, but they're $24.99. It's Ozzy as a rubber ducky holding the bat. It's called Tubbs. He's got a mic, his cross necklace, his signature Ozzy glasses, and he's holding a bat. Now, I had 3 people on a waiting list, Cindy Yarborough and then Bobblehead Todd for 2. Bobblehead Todd, are you still watching? I have Bobblehead Todd down for 2, and then Cindy Yarborough, if you're on the chat. And I've got 2 extra Aussies if anybody else wants one, okay? Charlie Brown is sold, and this is sold to G-Mac for $18. And right now we have the Association, VG Plus $9.99. I was told we're very soon to having T-shirts. Jake gave me an update. We're very soon where you can go to CollectCo, shopcollectco.com very soon, and just pick out a T-shirt and add it to your order. They are so close to making that happen. It's taken integrated software, code writing, negotiations with QuickBooks. We are so close to where you can just get on our website and add stuff like blankets, add stuff like Van Halen lights, add stuff like Aussie Ducks, add stuff like sleeves. That way you don't have to ask here. That way there's no confusion, and that way it doesn't slow down vinyl sales. We're so close to having that done, okay? And we're just going to have lots of different T-shirts in stock at all times. I'll coordinate with Craig as long as he still wants to keep making them for me, and we'll keep all kinds of cool T-shirts in stock, and then mugs, and then necklaces, and then flashing lights, and then you can even buy a day with me. I'll fly out and take you out to dinner, and I'll listen to records all night with you, and then I'll pet your dog, and then I'll fly back, and that's like $25,000, okay? Now, that's going to be one of the most expensive options. A day with Chad, like $25,000, $35,000, depending on all what you want me to do. There'll be little things. You can even pick out what I wear. I'm not cheap. It will be really expensive, but a day with Chad, it starts at 5 digits and goes up. Ice-T. Ice-T's a 1991 USOG, a gold stamp promo, a $15 star Ice-T Ricochet from the motion picture Ricochet. That is a $15 start on that one. Aussie Ducks are $24.99. I'm going to go ahead and tag Bobblehead Todd, and Cindy Yarborough. And if anybody else wants one, let me know, because they was on an old waiting list, okay? We have the Association Wendy. That's VG Plus $9.99. We have Bertha, VG $24.99. Conway Twitty. Waylon Jennings, Tom Paul Glaser. Willie Nelson, excuse me. Country Favorites, VG Plus $24.99. John Mayall, Jazz Blues Fusion, VG $12.99. And Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, VG $29.99. I've got 2 Aussies left if anybody else wants one. 2 Aussies left if anybody else wants one. Come on, you know you want an Aussie rubber ducky to put in the bathtub with you. You're going to be in your bubble bath singing Flying High Again and Mr. Crowley playing with your Aussie rubber ducky. And then over here we have the Beatles, 62 to 66, VG $24.99. Montrose is VG Plus $12.99. The Jason Lodge Poetry Book. And earlier, Derek Clark mentioned this was a psych record. VG Plus $19.99. The Times, They Are A-Changin', VG $19.99. And The Girl Watcher Occasions, VG $9.99. Next single is Jimi Hendrix, Message of Love and Changes. Colored vinyl, Record Store Day, sealed and numbered on the back. $10 start on that. These are final read-through, and then we're going to go into another crate. Jeff Colgrove on Montrose. We got James Brown Superbad, VG $24.99. Bruce Springsteen, VG Plus $14.99. Clarence Wheeler and the Enforcers, VG $14.99. White Label Promo. Rubber Soul is VG $26.99. Pink Floyd, VG Plus $32.99. Brothers Johnson, VG Plus $9.99. James Taylor, VG $9.99. The Band Cahoots, VG Plus $24.99. The Beach Boys, VG Plus $17.99. Yes is VG Plus $24.99. And Bob Dylan was VG $14.99. Anybody else on anything else in there? Next is another Japanese pressing, and that is going to go up right now, and that is going to be up for bid at this moment, and it is yes. And I'm not talking about the adverb. I'm not talking about the pronoun. I'm talking about the band. Yes, this is a triple LP Yes Songs. Very nice Japanese pressing with Obi, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Hendrix has a bid for 11 and 10. Mega Blast bid 11 first. Nikki, you're out. This is a 1991 USOG Gold Stamp promo. Near mint minus. Near mint minus. Yeah, near mint minus on that one. No condition notes from Laura. Near mint minus. So Ice-T was at 20, 20, then 15, then 25. Jimi Hendrix 11. And info on the John Mayall. But first, Joseph Clark wants Bob Dylan. The Times, They Are A-Changin'. And then over here, Spin Cycle Vinyl. That's Tracy Songer. Spin Cycle Vinyl on the Lodge. And Yes is at 35. Hendrix is at 11. Now Hendrix is at 12. And then over here, we have info on John Mayall. John Mayall, right back here. This is Jazz Blues Fusion. This is VG $12.99. OG Red Polydor label, $12.99 on that one. Moving on. The Times, They Are A-Changin'. Okay. All righty. Here we go. Right into another crate. Don't forget, there is another lower crate over here on standby, but I'm trying to get through all this check condition stuff first. Holy moly, what's that doing in there? That's going to stir up some feathers. That's going to raise some eyebrows. That's going to make some knees tremble. That's going to make some people quiver. That's going to make some people... Okay, here we go. Let's just go through the crate, and you can see what I'm talking about. Ice-T 30, Ice-T 35. Yes is at 36. 007, You're Out on Jimi Hendrix. Yes is at 40. Bruce Springsteen, Darkness on the Edge of Town. EX Edition, $17.99. The London Chuck Berry Sessions is $12.99. Also, we have Joni Mitchell, Wild Things Run Fast. Joni Mitchell, VG Plus $14.99. Musical Youth, Past the Ducci. That's VG Plus $14.99. What? And then we have Tim Buckley, Greetings from LA. VG Plus $17.99 for Buckley. Aerosmith Toys in the Attic. VG Plus $17.99. Does have a sticker back here. A little bit of ring wear, which is common. Sweet Emotion. Nice. Close to the edge. VG Plus, $14.99. Joe DeGato on JM. That's for Joni Mitchell. Sold. Jason Forterat on Musical Youth. Sold. Yes out. Yes is at $40 with Stephen A. Young. Jason Forterat on Buck. And Buck was Tim Buckley. So did Jason Forterat. Also, Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks. Tangled Up in Blue. VG Condition, $12.99. Ice-T's at 40. Yes is at 40. And then Jimi Hendrix was a final call. Nikki Payne at 12. And no, it was not 007. It was Mega Blast. Mega Blast, you're out on the Hendrix. I said 007. Y'all have the same Twitch looking symbol. I'll get y'all mixed up sometime. NAS info. NAS, yes. London, what was NOS? NOS, we have Ray Charles, Modern Sounds and Country and Western Music. VG Plus, $14.99 on that one. And the worst of Jefferson Airplane, VG Plus, $17.99. The Kinks, Give the People What They Want, VG Plus, $9.99. And Neil Young, Comes a Time, VG Plus, $24.99 for Neil Young. And Donny Hathaway, Extensions of a Man, a 73 Presswell press, VG Plus, $36.99. Bruce Springsteen, Born in USA, VG Plus, $9.99. And Sonny Turner, Standing Ovation. Sonny Turner, VG, $9.99. So, Ice-T, I want to make sure we know Tim Voldness has it for 40, and I think he's high, and that's out. Black Sabbath said out. Nikki Payne, You've Been Outbid on Hendrix. Mega Blast has it for 13. And Yes is done, okay? And then No JM was for John Mayall, the crate before. Okay, so no Joni Mitchell claim. Let's put Joni Mitchell, Wild Things Run Fast, back in there. VG Plus, $14.99. He is trying to claim the John Mayall that he was asking me about. He was asking me about John Mayall, and that's what's been claimed. Nas, Close to the Edge. I think you're trying to type in Yes, and you're getting auto-corrected. Yes, Close to the Edge. Vinyls, VG Plus. Covers, VG Cornerware. This is a 4-digit. This has all the correct markings of being an OG. It's a Monarch, which is a great thing. It's a 4-digit with the right address. That should be an OG pressing. VG cover, VG Plus vinyl. That's one of my favorites of all time. Not just one of my favorites, one of my favorites of all time there. $14.99. Nick Serenjenko on the Chuck Berry. And then before that was another claim. But first, Chuck Berry sold to Nick Serenjenko. The Ray Charles was sold to Matthew Hendon. Nikki Payne bid 14 on Hendrix. Mega Blast, You've Been Outbid. We have Amenities at 52 on Yes. There Goes Mark on Tangled Up in Blue. That was the Bob Dylan album, Blood on the Tracks. And then over here, Aerosmith is VG Plus, $17.99. Tim Rory, VG Plus, $17.99. VG cover. Jim Handy said he'll take the Joni Mitchell. Yes is at 55. And Ice-T is sold to Tim Voldness. Ice, baby. Not the same thing. Ice-T's $40. All right? Awesome. We didn't even show the backside of it. All right, let's move down. Yes. Live Yes. Still got those Yes autographs. I'm going to sell one or both next week. Probably both. I'm working on some other deals. My free time every night is trying to figure out how to acquire more silver, more gold, more coins, and more autographs. I'll let Paul handle all the record buying and anything else we're going to sell here, CDs. And I'm always trying to figure out how to obtain more cool, really high-end stuff for the store, either dealing with other collectors or other dealers or just trying to get leads on collections ourselves. But I haven't found that one big autograph collection yet. I know one person who has a ton, but I don't know if he's going to sell. He's probably watching right now. He knows who he is. One day he's going to give me that call and I'm going to fly out there. We have over here Al Cox on Bruce Springsteen. Jimi Hendrix 15. Drop the hammer on Hendrix. Well, I would, but you wouldn't win it because you've been outbid. It's at $15 with Mega Blast. And then Aerosmith. These are all sticker price. Yes is at 60. Three Dog Night Naturally is VG $9.99. Bob Dylan Desire. VG does have cover damage here. $12.99. VG vinyl on that one. And then Funkadelic, Free Your Mind. This is the one I was talking about. A 1970 Terre Haute. It's in VG condition, $39.99. That rarely pops up, much less in a pre-owned crate and not up for auction. Funkadelic is in VG condition, $39.99. We have Funkadelic again, Cosmic Slop, $149.99. A VG Plus copy, a 1973. Check this out. White label promo. Wow. White label promo just randomly in the bin. So back-to-back Funkadelics there. Flat on Victor, Lester Flat, VG Plus $14.99. Yes, still getting bids. Mega Blast, You've Been Outbid on Jimi Hendrix. And now time for our next auction. Let's jump back over here to our bonus crate. And let me start picking out some stuff from here. I'm going to start right here with this. This is the Rolling Stones Goat Head Soup, a 2020 Euro reissue, 180 gram near mint minus, a $20 start on the Rolling Stones, okay? Jimi Hendrix out. This is sold to Nikki Payne for $16. Next is the Police Ghost in the Machine, EX edition, $22.99. The Allman Brothers and Latin Rogues, VG Plus, $14.99. Genesis Live, VG $9.99, and the best of Waylon Jennings. Folks, that's the best. VG $12.99, the best of Waylon Jennings. Not the worst, the best of Waylon Jennings. Yes, it's at 70, now 77. Let's put up another single over here from this collection, and that one is going to be, hold on, hold the fort, nobody breathe, stand by. Music on Vinyl single. Wow. We have Music on Vinyl. Twilight Zone, When the Lady Smiles. Limited edition 3000 yellow vinyl. Record Store Day. A Music on Vinyl single. $10 on that. Donna just said, I'm sad, no Police. And then literally the next record I said was The Police, and she bought it. You guys stay patient around here. You never know what's going to pop up. If anybody wants a price, let me know. This is the worst of Jefferson Airplane. The worst. VG Plus, which is actually the best, $17.99, the worst of Jefferson Airplane. The Kings, Give the People What They Want. Neil Young Comes to Time. Donny Hathaway, Sonny Turner, Bruce, Yes, Aerosmith, Three Dog Night, Bob Dylan, and then we got to do some dealings on the Funkadelic. Okay, so Eric Van Leuven, and then Michael Bohannon, then Matthew Hendon. So here's how this is going to work. Eric Van Leuven, you have picked, he wants Free Your Mind. Okay, next is Michael Ruckman. Do you want the white label promo of Cosmic Slop for $149.99? If you don't, then it could be Matthew Hendon's. If he passes, then that's done. Okay, Golden Earring 10, Yes 85, Rolling Stones 20. What's on the single of Golden Earring? Golden Earring, Twilight Zone, When the Lady Smiles. Limited edition 3,000 numbered copies. And then we have Flat, Ons Victor, Lester Flat, VG Plus $14.99, the Allman Brothers, Genesis, and the best of Waylon Jennings. Okay? If anybody else wants anything in there, say, Chad, I'll go ahead and take everything in there. I've had a little bit too much Jack Daniels tonight. The bottle was starting to move and talk to me, and it's whispering. It's saying, hey, buddy, go ahead and buy that whole crate. You got it. Just start dishing it out. You'll be a lot happier when you start buying everything in that crate. Those records will show up at your door, and you'll be like, wow, I'm glad that night I was watching Colectco, I went ahead and decided to buy every single record in that crate because now I'm happy. Final call on Rolling Stones, one bid 20. Yes is at 90. And Mark Ford of Steepwater. I'll get those on deck. And then Michael Ruttman does want Cosmic Slop. Okay, sold to him $149.99. We're about to go through this next crate. I'll take offers on these because I know y'all are ready. It's that time of night, even though they're new arrivals. Y'all are ready. Fingers are being cracked. Knuckles are being popped. And y'all are ready. Everybody's like, yes, Chad, offers. That's why we're here, buddy. Chad's going to eat some organic, black, dark chocolate raisin. John Durden commented, less than, greater than, greater than, greater than. All right, sorry. I'm trying to stay juiced up over here. Charlie Hayden, Liberation Music Orchestra, 1989 gold stamp promo, $24.99. These are all buy it now or best offer new arrivals. Laloe, L-A-L-O-L-E, the Latin sounds of Lalo Schifrin and his orchestra, 1968, $24.99. Okay, Golden Earring has two $10 bids. Sid Blair bid 10. And Nikki Payne bid 10. Nikki, you came in second, okay? Rolling Stones is sold to Christina Curtis for 20. And Stephen A. Young, another fellow Yes fan, he gets Yes for $90. $90. Sister Bluebird, flying high above. Shine your wings, warmer to the sun. Here we go. Brian Briggs, Combat Zone, Gold Stamp promo, $9.99. Mind Games, John Lennon, $19.99. Now Nikki's at 11 on Golden Earring. Now Sid Blair, you've been outbid. Let's put up one of those Black Crows that I teased because I got more. And we'll go ahead and do a Pearl Jam. I've got Eddie Vedder over here too. Let me find that Steepwater. Okay, we got Pearl Jam, State of Love and Trust, and Breath. Those are from Singles. Yeah, those are from the Singles soundtrack. That's pretty cool. I didn't know they did that. $10 start. And their Steepwater band, Wake Up and Walk Away, and Memo from Turner. That's a Stone song. Yeah, Memo from Turner. That's on that soundtrack that Mick Jagger did. Sid Blair's at 12. So Pearl Jam, Steepwater, those are now up for bid. Buy it now, best offer here. The best of John Coltrane is great. I just told somebody they didn't do a greatest hits of John Coltrane. And here's literally the best of John Coltrane, $34.99. But I think y'all know what I meant. They don't really do jazz greatest hits. But there's the best of John Coltrane, $34.99. Johnny Bristol, Strangers, $24.99 for Johnny Bristol. Billy Squire, Emotions in Motion. Everybody Wants You, $19.99. There's Tim Rory. Tim Rory, I just lied to you, but I think the jazz people back me up. They don't really do the jazz greatest hits on that one, okay? But that's a good pickup there. And then Pearl Jam's at $25, and Matt Steepwater's a $10 start. Nikki, you've been outbid on Golden Earring. Genesis, seconds out. Genesis is $34.99. Les McCann, Ltd., plays the Shampoo at the Village Gate Pacific Jazz Records, $24.99. And the Shy Lights, $29.99, featuring A Letter to Myself. What do we have here? Felon Sneakers, Creative Funk label, 1985 Electro, $39.99. Jerry Lee Lewis in Shrink Wrap, $9.99. Speaking of Lower Crate, I'll probably do that next one next, and then that's going to leave us. So we got this crate, the crate that Laura marked, and then there's 3 more crates of vintage to do best offer after this. Holy crap, and it's already 11 o'clock. Memphis Slim, Lonesome Blues. Memphis Slim is $29.99. From a Jack to a King, Ned Miller, 1963, red and green vinyl. Wow, let's look. Whoa, 1963, a color. What a bizarre record. From Jack to a King, Ned Miller, VG Plus, $24.99. The New Johnny Auto Show with Shuggy Otis, $19.99. And Treacherous, The History of the Neville Brothers, a 2LP, $34.99. So, Matt, make sure you put Steepwater 10. And then Jason Forterat, I'm assuming Justin Chase, you don't want to bid more than $25. Amenities, of course, you were second on Coltrane. And Nikki Payne's at 13 on Golden Earring. Sid Blair, you've been outbid. Let me put another album up for auction. But first, here's Jacob's Vision, the Stanley Brothers, at their Golden Gospel Greatness on Star Day. It's in the plastic baggy sleeve, $19.99 on that. Steepwater does have a bid for 10, final call. George Clinton, You Shouldn't Be what? You shouldn't enough but fish. Gold Stamp promo, $29.99 on George Clinton. William Bootsy Collins is $24.99, The One Giveth. And The Brides of Funkenstein, Never Buy Texas from a Cowboy. That's more P-Funk related. And what happened back here? Is that somebody's autograph, or is that where somebody wrote their name? $34.99. Wow, there's a lot of cool stuff in there. I'm just waiting for offers to start rolling in. I'm just waiting for them to go. I'm like sold, counter, sold, counter, sold, counter, code, sold, counter, counter, sold, counter. You can't do it till you start making offers or claiming them. All right, next Japanese press. This is a triple LP, Wings Over America. Maybe I'm amazed. Maybe I'm amazed at the way I really love you all the time. You right me when I'm wrong. Has the book. I don't want to get it all out, but it looks like it's got lots of cool extras in it. Yeah, I think it came with inner sleeves, a poster maybe. No, that's cardboard. But yeah, this is really nice. Either way, it's a triple LP, $35. The Brides of Funkenstein, $34.99 on that one. Golden Earring, $14. Pearl Jam is sold for $25 to Jason Forterat. Steepwater is sold to Matt Lawson for $10. And they're having a war over Gold Earring. The current bids are 10, 10, 11, 11, 12, 12, 13, 13, and now 14 with Sid Blair. Wings is a Japanese pressing, $35 start. We have Esther Phillips, with Beck, 1999. Which Beck? What a difference a day makes. Includes what a difference a day makes. 1999 on that. And Foggy Mountain Banjo, Lester Flat Earl Scruggs, and Shrink Wrap, $14.99. Swamp Dog, Total Destruction to Your Mind. Oh, Swamp Dog there, $99.99. Snooks Eagle and Possum Up a Symmetry. What? A 71 Mono, $49.99. And Early Chicago, $19.99. There's some very interesting stuff in here. First is Wings got a bid with 35 with Jim's Handy, and then a Minties. What Bootsy's P-Funk records in there? There was like 3 in a row here. There might have been one before that one. Well, we had 2 in the last crate. I think this is P-Funk related. Yeah, this is P-Funk related. The Brides of Funkenstein, Never Buy Texas from a Cowboy. William Bootsy Collins, The One Giveth, it was 24. Brides was 34. And then George Clinton, You Shouldn't Nuff But Fish. I don't know if I'm reading that correctly. And then that is $29.99, okay? So that's the process of those. Chris Knapp asked, and then Kim Rory asked, and then Wings is at 40. Nikki is back in on Golden Earring at 15. Sid Blair goes back to you. Next, let's try another Black Crows. This one looks interesting. Hotel Illness. This looks like an original here, yeah. This is definitely an original one from around the era of Southern Harmony. Hotel Illness and No Speak, No Slave. This is the Black Crows. Yeah, that's definitely an original single. Beautiful. $10 start on that, okay? I'm going to put it in a brand new sleeve for you. That's an original Black Crow singles. $10 on that one, okay? Wings 40, Wings 36. Squire has a bid for 15. That was right back here. So to Stanley. Wings 45. Golden Earring 16. 80 for these 3. So to Chris Knapp, $80. Moving on. The Marshalls, beautiful, is The Land Where I'm Going. Some sort of gospel record here. $9.99. Signed by Pop Marshall. I don't know which one Pop is, but he's one of the Marshalls. And then the Raspberries, folks, this has the scratch and sniff cover. You scratch it and sniff it, and it smells like the raspberries. $24.99. Not the fruit, the actual band. It smells like the people. Hugo Montenegro, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. $19.99 on that. And then Roy Clark, Turned Loose. Roy Clark is $9.99. And Devo looks like an OG copy of Freedom of Choice. There is noticeable cover damage. No condition notes on the vinyl. $24.99. That has Whip It on it. Crack that whip. Golden Earring, 11. Golden Earring, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Now it's at 17. And now Wings is at 45. And then the Black Crows is at 11 with John LaBeatty. Wings is at 55. And then Roy Clark is sold a Mega Blast for 6. Michael Ruttman was going to pay full price. I just shot myself in the foot over $4. Good and Bad and Ugly sold a Gist and Chase. And Raspberries, cover and shrink, but there is damage down here. It looks like it got wet at some point. Definitely got wet at some point, but he has cleaned the vinyl, and the vinyl is superb, but the cover is damaged. Next is Vicious Beat Posse. Give the people what they want. $9.99. Bobby Bear, Me and McDeal. Bobby Bear, $9.99. And Gordon Lightfoot, Old Dan's Records. Lightfoot's a white label promo, $14.99. Justin Hayward's songwriter. Justin Hayward is $9.99. Dan White's going to pick up the Devo. And then Marshall's Details. The Marshalls is called Beautiful. It's a Gloryland Records out of Columbus, Ohio. It's definitely a gospel record, $39.99. $39.99, recorded on Ampex and Scully equipment. Yeah, some kind of gospel record, possibly out of Ohio. Yeah, Canal, Winchester, Ohio. There's that. What are the tracks on Disturbed? Terry, I think you might have accidentally restarted your feed. He's on the very first crate we were doing tonight. And then we have BB for $6. Bobby Bear. Bobby Bear was their... Hold on, let me make sure I don't shoot myself in the foot. 3, 2, 1. Okay, no foot shooting. That sold a Mega Blast for $6. Oh, wait a minute. Details of Roy Clark. It was right there in front of me. I've already sold it to him for $6. And then BC 12 Black Crows has a new bid for 12. John LeBady, you're out. What happened on this? Nikki Payne, you're outbid. Golden earrings at $18. And now we need to sell wings to amenities for $55. Okay, man, busy all of a sudden. Happens in these kind of crates. There's some cool stuff in here, though. Really cool stuff in here. Let me close my laptop. How long has my laptop been on? I guess since we went through that last crate of, I need to save my battery. Might need that later tonight. Might be a power outage. You just never know. Over here we have let's see. Okay, so we got 2 singles. This is an original Black Crows Hotel Illness. That's at 15. And then Golden Earring just got a new bid for 19. This is a sealed music on vinyl numbered. Sealed music on vinyl numbered. Okay, there's that. And then the next comment was price on raspberries, $24.99. $24.99. Jim Handy got Justin Hayward of the Moody Blues. Then Sid Blair asked the price, but he was ahead of you. And then Led Zeppelin Presents. Unfortunately, it's got staining all around it. But the vinyl, all the discs in this crate are nice. You can all guarantee, you can bet $1 and then holler that these are going to be EX Plus or better. The jackets, I'll try to tell you everything that's wrong with them. That's usually what I have to do in crates like this. In times like these, we learn to live again. In crates like these, you learn to check condition. We have Bare Naked Ladies, a 2006 USOG. Bare Naked Ladies is called R Me, and that is sealed for a $75 start. Next is Coco by Jerry Reed. Now, that one's popping. That one looks beautiful. Vinyl and cover, $14.99 for Jerry Reed. Beautiful. Almost no signs of wear on that one. The Lightfoot, that was no condition notes, a white label promo, a VG cover with noticeable ring wear, $14.99 on that one. Marshalls, Dwayne Caldwell said $25. You got it. Sell that to him for $25. Thad Jones and Mel Lewis Sweet for Pops, $14.99. Ralph Stanley, I'll wear a white robe. Ralph Stanley and the Clinch Mountain Boys, $14.99. Lefty Frizzell's Country Favorites, $9.99. Jerry Reed, $10. And then Jerry Reed Klein, Justin Chase. I was about to do a 5-second countdown. There it is. You finally have been bumped, Mega Blast. No more foot shooting on that one. $14.99 if you want it. If not, Justin Chase. Are we done on Golden Earring? We're not. Nikki Payne, you've been outbid. It's at $20 with Sid Blair. John LeBady's at $15 on the Black Crows. Mike Straws, do you want back in? Mike Straws bid $16. John LeBady, you're out. Justin Chase, you were second on Jerry Reed because Mega Blast says he'll take it. And we have John Cassidy on Gordon Lightfoot. That's sold to him. I always thought Chad was saying check condition. Check. C-H-E-C-K. C-H-E-C-K. Now, check condition. Check condition. Check condition. Yeah, check. C-H, check. We have over here $9.99 for what? Stomu Matatasiasas. What did I just say? Stomu Yamasashtas. That's called Go To. A white label promo, $9.99. Golden Earring is still getting bids. It's at $22. Clam Chowder. I love clam chowder. Clam chowder from here or to go, $9.99. Hugh Muscella, $14.99 on Hugh Muscella. Roadmaster Fortress, $14.99. And Alan Price, the House of the Rising Sun. Alan Price, $14.99. If anybody wants Bare Naked Ladies, it is sealed. I buy it now for $75. The only no bids I have tonight are Bare Naked Ladies. That is sealed for $75. Martin Offler sealed for $95. Mother Love Bone sealed for $55. That is tonight's only no bid so far. Just those, nothing else. Just those, nothing else. Just FYI. Okay, not done with this crate. We have Woodstock Mountain Review, Pretty Lucky, $14.99. We have John Martin, So Far So Good, $14.99. The Mothers of Invention, absolutely free, $39.99. Herb Albert, $14.99. Fandango. Billy Burnett, Between Friends, $9.99. Sid Blair, you've been outbid on Golden Earring. Nikki Payne has it for $22. Mike Straws, you're out on Black Crows. That's at $18. And now we're ready for our next auction, which is going to be a Japanese pressing. And that is going to be Madonna. And that's Like a Virgin. And Madonna's a Japanese pressing. This is near mint minus and pristine. This is a $35 start with insert Nobi. Yes, Mother Love Bone is an unofficial on gray vinyl for $55. Mark Knopfler is a 2007 USOG with CD sealed $95. And Bare Naked Ladies was $75. That's a 2006 USOG on Desperation Records sealed, $75. Bare Naked Ladies. I think I've got 2 of them. First thing is Mike Straws, let me know on Black Crows. Sid Blair out. Nikki Payne gets gold near ring for $22. Madonna's a $35 start. Let's keep finishing up this crate. Just to Satisfy You, Waylon Jennings, $24.99. And then we have Billy Joe Walker Jr. Treehouse, $14.99. Tangier, 4 wins. Tangier, a gold stamp promo. Wow, $34.99. And then Bobby Bear, Down and Dirty, $9.99. And the Cars, their debut, Moving in Stereo. It's all mixed up. It's all mixed up. $34.99 for the Cars. All right, he's done. So John LeBeatty gets the Black Crows for $18. Final Chance of Madonna, Like a Virgin, and Shrink, $35. There's that. And let's go ahead and go back over here to these other singles. All right, how about Live? Yeah, the band Live. Live, limited edition, silver vinyl, Lakini's Juice. Live, Lakini's Juice and Supernatural. $10 start on Live. And then Hendrix, On Stage, 66 to 67. That is sealed. That might be unofficial. It's got 5 tracks on it. Jimi Hendrix, a $10 start. Okay, there's that one. And let's jump back over here and see what's going on with these. Okay, and then BB for 6. That's Bobby Bear sold. Jamie Butler on Tangier. I was waiting for one of my metal guys to grab that one. And then JH for 12. That's a bid on Hendrix. Bare Naked Ladies for 60. Cynthia, I'll sell this to you for $65. $5 off on that one. Or excuse me, $10 off. That should have been put in a hot picture and advertised, but I kind of forgot about it. Okay, there's those. And then, all right, now there's a lot still left in there. Right now at the time crunch, even though it's Friday night and we still got 286 people watching, we still got 4 crates of new arrivals to go through. I know that's pretty insane. So I'm going to go ahead and go to this next crate that Laura's marked. And if you were waiting for me to recap those, you better ask right now for a price. They're going to go right here behind me. And then Cynthia gets this for $65, okay? So if you need something else in here, let me know. So the last few was the Cars, Billy Joe Walker, Waylon Jennings, Billy Burnett, Herb Albert, Mothers of Invention, John Martin, Woodstock Mountain Review, Alan Price, Roadmaster, Hugh Muscella, Clam Chowder, the Stomu Yamayashita, Lefty Frizzell, Ralph Stanley, Thad Jones, Led Zeppelin was $34.99 with cover damage, clean vinyl, $34.99. Vicious Beat Posse, Raspberries, Chicago, Snooks Eaglin, Swamp Dog, Foggy Mountain Boys, Esther Phillips, Stanley Brothers, the Neville Brothers, Johnny Otis Show, From Jack to a King, Ned Miller, Memphis Slim, Jerry Lee Lewis, this 12-inch techno single, Felon Sneakers and Next Style by L2L. Or J2J maybe, the Shy Lights, Les McCann, Genesis, Johnny Bristol, John Lennon, Brian Briggs, the Latin Soul of Lalo Schifrin, and Charlie Hayden on Impulse Jazz. Now, Madonna didn't get a bid. That's a buy it now for $35, Like a Virgin, in shrink wrap with Obi. Buy it now for $35. Let's do that one. $35 buy it now on Madonna. Let's put that away right here. Awesome crate. John would mark some very interesting stuff. There was blues in there, P-Funk, jazz, rock, country. I mean, if you wanted a variety of genres, vintage pre-owned, that was like a wide variety. Techno, all kinds of stuff in there. That's sold a Vlodder. The last bit on Live was Corey Lawson at 26, Hendrix at 22, and then the Lalo back here, Schifrin. That one was one of the first ones. That one was $24.99 on Roulette of 1968. The Jerry Lee Lewis, give me 1 second on that one. Jerry Lee Lewis, that is Touching Home in shrink, $9.99. Johnny Bristol price. I don't think I said Johnny Bristol, did I? And then the Snooks Eaglin was right here. Snooks Eaglin, Possum Up a Simon Tree. That's a 71 mono on our Hooli, $49.99. And then price on Genesis. Genesis Seconds Out. Genesis Seconds Out was Genesis Seconds Out. Genesis Seconds Out. The Cars. Billy Joe Whalen. Where was that? It was right in here. Maybe it was further back. Genesis, yeah. Genesis Seconds Out. $34.99 on that one. No condition notes. And then we have Pass. And did I miss anything else? Did I miss anything else? These are buy it now or best offer. Yes. Except for the next crate, which I'm about to go through. Those are all sticker price. If anybody decides you want anything in there, just let me know. I need to show, what else came in over here? Okay. I know we needed those. I'm assuming those are all sleeves, right? Yeah, I bet those are sleeves. Okay, I'm not ready to show those. All right. I've been waiting for the right time to show. We've had these sitting over here since Monday. Maybe since actually last Friday. And I just wanted to make sure I waited for the right time to bring them out. So let me do that right now. All right. If you need one, $7.99 Ozzy Osbourne air fresheners. $7.99 Ozzy Osbourne air fresheners. I've got other bands, but right now we'll do them one at a time. And I'm going to check my wait list. Nice purple crate here from Laura. Ah, nice purple crate. All right, live. Did it get another bid? It didn't. That sold to Corey Lawson for $26. The last bid on Hendrix was Robert at 26. I'm going to make sure Stanley Richmond just bid 28. He just bid 29. Okay, then Johnny Bristol in the back. And then let's sell those two there. Johnny Bristol. Johnny Otis. And then Johnny Bristol right here. Johnny Bristol was called Strangers. Johnny Bristol was $24.99. Johnny Bristol Strangers. Atlantic Records. No Van Halen. Haven't seen Van Halen. Denise, sorry, found it. $24.99. Lalo is sold to John Berry for $20. This is sold to Nick Saranjenko for $60. They smell like a delicious cherry. A delicious cherry. Hendrix is still getting bids. And here we go. And then a request for Mark Ford. Yeah. So let's flip through some of these singles again. Trying to sell this whole crate that Laura found over here. Then we have other like vintage ones to flip through. Still got Rich Robinson. That's a cool looking one. Let's run that one right now. The Black Crowes, Twice as Hard promo. That's an original from 1990. Wow. Look at that one. That's awesome. Black Crowes, Twice as Hard. The remix and LP. That's an original promo. Looks like 1990. $10 start on that. Those look pretty sweet. But there's Eddie Vedder. A $10 start on Eddie Vedder, Matter of Time. Okay, we'll do him next. And then there's Mark Ford. Okay, Mark Ford, St. James Infirmary and Backwater Blues, a $10 start. All right. And Hendrix is about to sell for $31 to Robert. We got some cool singles about to go up. And then I'm very curious what's over here in the bins that John got together. Hendrix is sold to Robert Warner for $31. Ozzy is, I'll just put it this way. It smells like cherry. There's one hanging in my Tahoe right now. It has since lost its scent. Whenever this weather cleans up and I go wash my Tahoe and clean it, I'm going to put a fresh one of these in there. So I'm going to set one aside tonight. I need a new Ozzy one. $7.99. I got a lot of different bands I'm going to start showing, but right now Ozzy is our best seller, $7.99 on that, okay? $25 for Genesis. You got it. Genesis is sold to Sid Blair for $25. That's amazing there. And let's go through this crate that Laura's marked. These are priced as marked, and then we're going to get back into we'll get back into some of the vintage pre-owned stuff. But let's do this thoroughly but quickly. I know what this is. It's the Doors live at the Matrix, the Record Store Day, sealed $99.99, or maybe not Record Store Day. No, maybe this was just the standard release. It's numbered. Check out that number, 5555 of 14,000. It's a 5 LP box with 7-inch single. The Doors is $99.99, sealed. Sealed. We have Sun Record Company, Sun Records curated by For Record Store Day, Volume 6. sealed record store day, $19.99 for the Sun Records comp. Alice in Chains Dirt, remastered. On sale, essentially. Sealed, $29.99. Right now, Mark Ford has one bid for $10. The Black Crows is at $18. No bid on Eddie Vedder, looking for a $10 start. Moving on, Matchbox 20, Exile on Main Street, on Mainstream. Matchbox 20 is a 2 LP white vinyl, and that one is sealed for just $19.99. Track list on Sun, and then a Sun claim. This has Peggy Scott and JoJo Benson, Janie C. Riley, Margaret Lewis, Betty Harris, Gloria Taylor, Betty Lavette, Patty Page, the Dixie Cups, the Jelly Beans, Evie Sands, the Blue Angels, and Doris Allen. Stacy was second on that one. Kelly's pending on it. We have Our Lady Peace. This is collected. Our Lady Peace collected. This is 30 years of Our Lady's Peace 2 LP transparent vinyl, and that is sealed for $29.99. The Black Crows has a new bid for $10. We have Stacy Metternich on the Sun comp. So, Stacy, that is sold to you. Our Lady Peace is sold to Stephen Parton. We have M Matchbox 20 sold to Nick Bargeron. And then Eddie Vedder has a bid for 10. Okay, Jeff on that. So, Mark Ford is officially sold to Matt Lawson for $10. And then Eddie Vedder has one bid for 10 with Victor Guerra. We're about to sell it. And the Black Crows twice as hard. Stanley Richmond has that for 20. Godsmack, Lighting Up the Sky. That is sealed for $29.99. The Who Quadrophenia, that's a 2011, sealed for $34.99. And Live Mental Jewelry, that's a 2024, that's sealed for $24.99. And the Rolling Stones, Exile on Main Street, that is sealed for $29.99. Steppenwolf in mono, remastered on colored vinyl, $49.99. A 2019 record store day, mono on clear vinyl, sealed, $49.99. And we have Jim Handy on The Who. That's sold. And then Matthew Hendon was second on Matchbox 20. The Black Crow, Stanley Richmond 20. We'll make sure nobody else bid on that. Eddie Vedder is sold for $10, and that was sold to Victor Guerra for $10. Next single is going to go up right now, and that is, we've already got a Black Crows. Let me filter through these. There's going to be a lot of those coming up. Let's just do the Rich Robinson here by himself. Hold on one second. Let's do this one. Rich Robinson, I Remember. That is sealed for a $10 start, okay? These are all sticker price. These are new records that Laura just marked today. Next thing is Clifford Umstead on the Steppenwolf, Michael Nath on the Rolling Stones, Cynthia Herdron was next on the Rolling Stones, and then the Black Crows has a new bid for 22. Also have U2, All That You Can't Leave Behind, a 2020 remaster for $29.99. It's a beautiful day. All right, next auction is Billy Joel's Greatest Hits, a Japanese pressing. Glad to see this over here. Always a desirable record. Greatest Hits Volumes 1 and 2 together on a Japanese release here. $45 start on that. Pearl Jam No Code, that is a 2016, sealed for $44.99. The Black Crows has a new bid for 22 and now 25. So Stanley's done. John, you have it, but now there's a new bidder, Intergroove Distortion 25. Stephen Parton on Pearl Jam. That's sold to Stephen Parton. My crate's almost full. Let me see if we can sell a couple more. Allie Venable, Real Gone. Allie Venable is sealed for $19.99. And Neil Young, Live Rust, I love this mention, mastered from the original analog tape, sealed $24.99. Hey, my. Green Day, Revolution Radio, that is sealed. I love this hop sticker up here, the cassette tape. $24.99 on that one. Is U2 clear white? U2, I think, is black. Double LP, that's black vinyl on U2. Sealed $29.99. Steven needs to put back Pearl Jam. If anybody wants Pearl Jam, it's still available, but Green Day is sold to Kelly Vladarchek, okay? Nobody bid on Rich Robinson. That's a $10 buy now on Rich. $10 buy now on Rich Robinson, okay? I have Typo Negative air freshener. $7.99 for Typo Negative. $7.99. I should have a few of those. Yeah, I've got a few Typo Negatives. $7.99. There's at least two. I should have three. Over here is Rush Roll the Bones. Hey, there it is. Sealed. I have to give this to whoever wanted one right now. Whoever claims this one, but somebody's on a waiting list for this exact same record. $29.99. Okay, and then we have We got Foreigner with the 21st Century Symphony Orchestra and Chorus. I didn't know they did that. Foreigner's $22.99. Nobody on Billy Joe. Final call for $45. What about the Black Crows? John LaBadie out. This is so the Intergroove Distortion for $25. Okay, so let's move Billy Joe down here. Billy Joe. Let's move Billy Joe down here. And let me, the quickest way I'm going to be able to do this, and so we can figure out who wants what, is this. Okay, air freshener. Ozzy, Slayer, Motorhead. Ozzy, Grateful Dead, Type O Negative. Motorhead, Misfits. Ozzy, Grateful Dead. Motorhead, Slayer. Grateful Dead, Slayer. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. Grateful Dead, Motorhead. Motorhead, Pink Floyd. Grateful Dead, Ozzy. Misfits, Pink Floyd, Ozzy. So I've only got 3 Type O Negatives. John Durden was first. He says he wants 2. Stephen wants 1. Stacy, I'll have to put you on a waiting list, okay? I'll have to put you on a wait list because I only had 3 Type O Negatives. John Durden was first. He wanted 2. Stephen also wanted 2, and then Stacy wanted 1. So 2 for John Durden, 1 for Stephen Parton, and then Stacy, I'll get you 1 if you want 1, if that's okay. If not, I won't put you on a wait list. And then Stephen, if you want another one, let me know. Did you pull Our Lady Peace? I did. Our Lady Peace was so to Matt Lawson. Yes, I did that so quick you didn't even see me. Okay, and then the next comment was we sold Green Day, and then there's the Type O Negatives. And then over here, Jamie Butler on the U2. So Jamie Butler does get U2. And then Shakedown on the Neil Young that's in here. That's so to Shakedown. And then on the air fresheners, we got Cynthia Herdren on the Misfits. We got Mark Stanley on the Misfits. Stacey Metternich on a Pink Floyd. Okay. And then over here, we have Christopher Allen on the Grateful Dead. And then we got Stacey on a wait list on that one. And Stephen also wants another one. Okay, so what's left in air fresheners? We have Grateful Dead. We got 4. We got Motorhead, and I think there's a waiting list for Motorhead. Let me pull that up in just a second. But there's the Motorheads. Dark Side of the Moon, there's 2. And then tons of Ozzies. And then Slayer. And then Misfits. Okay, so that's what's right there. And then the older ones back here. Here's some older stock. Let me make sure I don't have any more in here. The older stock is Ghost, Pink Floyd, a bazillion Aussies, and then here's a different one, AC/DC, and a different Ghost. Okay, I finally got enough to take these up front and make a display out of them. So that's some other ones. Okay, those are air fresheners. Finally loaded up on those. I was getting tired of selling out of some of them. Okay, now my crate's full. Let me swap out. Let's see, the last Grateful Dead, we pulled one for Christopher Allen, right? Price on Rush, this is sealed for $29.99. So Stacy on Type O Negative, Stephen Parton on Type O Negative, check Our Lady Peace. You were definitely second on Our Lady Peace. The first person on Our Lady Peace was who was it? It was Stephen Parton. Stephen Parton got Our Lady Peace. Make sure that goes to Stephen Parton. The next person was Jeff Colgrove, and then Matt Lawson. Okay? So Matthew Hendon, you did not get it. It went to Stephen Parton. Our Lady Peace. Stephen Parton was first. Then Jeff, and then Matt Lawson. And then Matt Lawson. You were actually third, okay? You were actually third. Joe DeGauto on the Misfits. I've already tagged you for those. Misfits went to Cynthia, Mark Stanley, and Joe DeGauto. Stacey Metternich on Pink Floyd. Christopher Allen on Grateful Dead. 2 people on Type O Negative. Check Our Lady Peace. I just did that. Cynthia wants both of the Ghost designs. We're going to give her one of this one, and we're going to give her one of that one. Those are so to Cynthia and Cynthia. I didn't miss Joe DeGauto. No, the 3 people got a Misfits, right? I'll make sure. There was Cynthia, Mark Stanley, and Joe DeGauto. Maybe I need one more for Joe, okay? Maybe I did miss you. Joe DeGauto on the Misfits, okay? There's that. The Quadrophenia have the booklet. It's sealed. I don't really know. It's sealed, okay? And then Cynthia Herdren on the Foreigner out of the crate, and Tim Rory on Rush. Now, We're caught up. Now, I'm ready to resume this crate. This is reason number 101. While I'm going to start handing this stuff over to Jake and whoever is the new person we're about to hire and say, list these air fresheners on our website so people can add them to the order, because it gets really complicated. It almost stops the show, kind of like when we have to show t-shirts. It completely stops the show because there's so many claims for them and so many waiting lists. Billy Joel is a no bid, $45 buy it now. Billy Joel is a no bid, $45 buy it now. There's the book, and there's this, and there's this, okay? Now, let's go ahead and put this in a sleeve, and let's get back to record business, okay? We have sold hundreds of air fresheners, and I wish they made one of, I wish they were like the lights and I could have anything we wanted made, but just doesn't happen with that. Okay, I don't know how to make an air freshener. We might have to look into it. I might have to look into an air freshening making machine. If somebody wants a lucrative side business, figure out how to make air fresheners, okay? Because I can promise you right now, we could sell them for every band that everybody on earth is about to mention right now. We could sell them for anything. You name a band, I guarantee you we could sell an air freshener of it. We could sell millions of them, tens of millions of air fresheners all over the world. All right, Billy Joel was sold to Jonathan Berg, and then Richard Davis, and then Jamie Butler. All right, moving on. Right back into this crate. Silver. We have a lot more vinyl to get to first. See, my view count went from 237. Now there's 197 people watching because of the air fresheners. Good and bad to sell stuff like that. We have of Monsters and Men, pink vinyl, $32.99. I've lost a lot of people's attention. Of Monsters and Men, pink vinyl, $32.99. Deep Purple, Slaves and Masters, and unopened music on vinyl pressing for $29.99. Shakedown gets of Monsters and Men. We have Goo Goo Dolls, magnetic, $24.99 on Goo Goo Dolls. The Wallflowers, Bringing Down the Horse, $27.99. The Living Room, that is sealed, $14.99. A 2020 Record Store Day exclusive. We have Goo Goo Dolls sold to Stephen Parton. Next was Kelly Vlodarchek, and then Roy Gallagher Blues. That is sealed, $29.99. Cynthia Herdron third on Goo Goo Dolls. Our next single is going to go up right now, and that is here. I'll make these a buy it now. $9.99 each if anybody wants a Keith Richards. This is Keith Richards Record Store Day red vinyl. I've got 3 of them. $9.99 each on Keith Richards. Cynthia Herdron on the Wallflower sold. We got Jeff Callgroove on Living Room, sold to Jeff Callgroove. And we have Scorpions Rock Believer with the slip mat. That's cool. $19.99 on the Scorpions. And UFO Live in Youngstown 1978 sealed for $69.99. The Keith Richards are $9.99 each. Richard Davis on the Roy Gallagher, that's sold to Richard Davis. Patty Cad just said it's spectacular. It is real and it is spectacular. Next thing is, ooh, I love this one, the Black Crowes Remedy. Can I have a with a B-side etching, and I think this is an original. Yeah, this is an original. What a cool B-side etching on that one. That is Remedy and Darling of the Underground Press, an OG Black Crowes Remedy. $10 start on that. Back over here at the top, we got Tyson Morgan picking up a Keith Richards for $9.99. We got Jeff Callgroove on the Scorpions. We got Christina Curtis. We got Christina Curtis on Keith Richards, and we have the Police, Abbey Road Half-Speed Master, Greatest Hits. There we go, expanded Greatest Hits, 34. Don't Stand, Allman Brothers, Quality Truck in Daly since 1969 at the American University in Washington, D.C. That's a Newberry Comics exclusive, sealed for $29.99. There Goes Mark gets the last Keith Richards for $9.99. Black Crowes 10, Black Crowes 15, and Cynthia Herdron on the Police, then Jonathan Berg, and then we have Neil Young. Wow, pressed at Palace sticker. Audiophile, Neil Young, sealed $39.99, sealed $39.99, and Presto by Rush. Rush Presto, $29.99. Next auction. A Japanese pressing of Quarter Flash. And Quarter Flash is near mint minus and absolutely pristine. We have Quarter Flash with Obi, near mint minus and pristine. And this is a $25 start. There is the LP. There's the insert Cover and Obi, $25 start. But yes, I will get to some silver. I got some stuff I can reduce. I got some stuff I really can't reduce. But a little bit later tonight, I know you late night silver hawks will be watching. I'll show you what I can sell, and I'll show you what is going to stay the same price. But there is some I can move back down to some of those original prices from almost a month ago now. So silver on sale, that's something you won't hear me say too often. Richard Davis on Deep Purple. And then Black Crow 16, Tim Rory on Rush. And Adam Bernardi wants Neil Young and Police. Police already sold, but I will give you the Neil Young. And we have Magpie Salute, a picture disc, $9.99. $9.99. The Black Crow, $16. Quarter Flash is a $25 start. Boy, we've almost sold this a whole container. Here, let me do this. Let me get into the new box of 45s. Golly. This is, ooh, what did I just see right there? Oh, yeah, this is why I want to get to the new box. Look, DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. Parents just don't understand. That is in the original 7-inch picture sleeve. Nice. $7 start on DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. $7 start. We have, well, let me show you here. I got 4 entire boxes. 4 entire boxes of picture sleeves. Okay. New that's never been shown. 4 entire boxes of 80s, 70s, 60s, and we'll do some for auction, and then we'll do the rest for buy it now, okay? Whew, golly, some of these are awesome. Yeah, I wish I would have started these earlier, but there's always tonight and there's always tomorrow, right? There's always tonight and there's always tomorrow. Surely y'all don't have anything going on. Nice! Here we go. Bon Jovi, Living on a Prayer, $7 start. Golly, look at all that hair. Bon Jovi, a $7 start. There we go. All right, moving back on. We sold Rush, we sold that, we sold that, we sold that, we sold that, we sold that. And then we have another Magpie Salute for $9.99. 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 Wow, that was the rest of the crate. All right, that's the Magpie Salute. Let's jump over here. One second. Come on, Stacy. Open those eyes, Stacy. Open those eyes, Stacy. I know you can do it. Stacy, open those eyes. Sorry, I had to reply to a message. Okay, had to reply to a text right quick. Black Crow 17, Quarter Flash 25, DJ 7, DJ 10, DJ 12, Bon Jovi 7, DJ 15. Here we go. We got The Doors, Live at the Matrix, San Francisco, 5 LPs and a 7-inch single, numbered 5555 of 14,000, sealed, $99.99. Alice in Chains, Dirt, Them Bones, $29.99. Here Comes the Rooster. Oh, yeah. Godsmack, Lighting Up the Sky, $29.99, sealed. Live, Mental Jewelry, sealed, $24.99. And Ali Venable, Real Gone, sealed, $19.99. Cynthia Herdron on Godsmack. Okay, so that means Quarter Flash can be sold. Let's put that in a new sleeve. Let's put that away, and Quarter Flash is sold to Jeff Colgrove for $25. Thank you on that. Done. See you later. Put it away. It's over. And now let's update these other 3 singles, because we just got a lot of activity all of a sudden in the auction block. I laid down some singles and everybody's like, holy Chad, holy moly Chad, you just laid down some holy Chad singles. Bon Jovi has 1 bid for $7. We're about to sell it. DJ is at 15 with Kelly Vlodderchik. We're about to sell it. And the Black Crows is with Inner Groove at 17. Joe DeGato, just so you know, you're out on that one, okay? Moving on. We got Richard Davis on Ali Venable. And then we had Pearl Jam No Code to 2016. That was $44.99. $44.99 on that. We have UFO Live in Youngstown, $69.99. $69.99, and that is sealed. And then we have Allman Brothers, American University, Washington, 1970. That is $29.99, sealed. And then this is the Magpie Salute, The Killing Moon. And that is $9.99. Picture disc, picture disc, picture disc, picture disc, and picture disc. So we got 4 of those. We have Black Crows at $21 with John LeBeatty. $21 with John LeBeatty, the Black Crows. $21 with John LeBeatty. So that's a new bid. DJ, I think we're done then. This is so to Kelly Vlodarchik for $15. And Bon Jovi is at 8 with Joe DeGaldo. Okay. And he's out on Black Crows. So that means we can sell this to, wait a minute, who bumped it then? Somebody must have bumped it. Oh, he was the high bidder. Then John LeBeatty bid 21. Okay. So John, that's sold you for 21. But Joe DeGaldo, let me show you, since you're the backup bidder, I think I have another one over here. Let's do this. And then, so Bon Jovi's today. So who was the first bidder on that? James Lavender, okay? So, and I think I have one more. Yeah, I have another one. This guy was pretty obsessive Black Crows collector. Do you want another one for $21? And if he passes, there's another 7-inch of Remedy, okay? 7-inch of Remedy. All right, let's go through some more vintage. While we're going through vintage, I'll start trying to show as many of these 45s. One second. All right, anybody? Magpie. I think Danny wanted a Magpie. Yeah, all right, great on that one. The Allman Brothers is, I think somebody bought it. No, it's live at American University, Washington, 1970, sealed, $29.99. $29.99. Okay. Well, I don't know who was the other bidder on Bon Jovi, but I'm about to sell it. James Lavender. Joe DeGaldo has it for 80 or 8. Matt Lawson next. Okay, what's going on over here? What did I just do with that crate? There's so many crates around me. It is chaotic back here behind me. Let's go ahead and sell this. And that's sold to Matt Lawson. All right. He's out. Bon Jovi is living on a prayer. Final call to Joe DeGaldo for $8. Okay. James Lavender's out. I was going to sell it. Danny just asked, what was the Bon Jovi? Next is going to be another auction. And this is a Black Crows Record Store Day. This is a Black Crows Record Store Day. This is $10. The Black Crows Record Store Day, $10. Bon Jovi has a new bid for $9. The Black Crows is sealed. Okay, let's go ahead and do these right here. Let's first jump right over here and put up Guns N' Roses, Welcome to the Jungle. A $7 start for Guns N' Roses, Welcome to the Jungle. That's now up for bid. First thing I have is more of Tom Lear. This is $9.99. We have Eric Clapton, Just One Night, $34.99. Eric Clapton, Just One Night, $34.99. Dave Grusin, Nightlines. Dave Grusin is in shrink, $14.99. And the checkered, the checkered past, $14.99. Bob James 3, $9.99. And Wynton Marsalis, Hot House Flowers, $9.99. So Joe DeGaldo, let me know if you want to bid again on Bon Jovi. Black Crows is a $10 start, and Guns N' Roses $7.10. Sorry, everyone, but Chad has to leave to come to Spanky's. Now, when I said earlier, I said, hold on, I have to reply to a text message. April said, I need you to leave and come to Cookeville. Now, I said, you'll have to take that up with our customers. You'll have to get in the chat, and you'll have to convince everybody if I can leave and come up there. So we'll have to put it up to a vote, and I have to possibly leave. So, you know, we'll see what happens. Spanky's. I have to go save April. You know, duty calls. And we'll have to just see what happens. But right now, we're going to bring Otis up on screen. Look at Otis. He has to come help me out of the snow. So, I mean, I don't know. We're in a pickle here. We'll see how these people feel about that, and then we'll have to make an executive decision. We have Dave Grusin Mountain Dance. Dave Grusin is $9.99. Victor Garrett says, who is April? Victor said, who is April? We have Bob James Ivory Coast. Bob James is $9.99. And then we have Tough Guys soundtrack, music by Isaac Hayes, $29.99. Donna said she's going to come to Spanky's too. Chad's heading to Spanky's in Cookville if anybody wants to come hang out. I'll walk in like the guy on Tombstone and say, drinks are on me. We have Guns N' Roses at $15. And then Bon Jovi, the last bid on Bon Jovi, we had out, and then that means that this was sold to Danny for $9. So Danny, that's sold to you for $9. Guns N' Roses at $17, and Black Crowes is at $10. So there's some people saying, most people are voting, yes, Chad, leave. Most people are abstaining. Some people's pretty confused right now exactly who April is. They're like, what is going on? What is Chad talking about right now? And we have Neil Young Harvest. This is $29.99. Gatefold jacket, Neil Young Harvest, $29.99. Some kind of stamp up there. Some kind of stamp has been placed on the jacket. Sweetest Candy, WFIL, $9.99. And Three Dog Night, $16.99. $16.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be this right here. What do we have? What do we have? Give me 1 second. Now the pressure's on me. Now everybody's got me in a pickle. How about You Give Love a Bad Name? This is Bon Jovi, You Give Love a Bad Name. This is going to go up for a $7 start. Bon Jovi, You Give Love a Bad Name. $7 start on that one. And then first thing over here, Guns N' Roses 18, Guns N' Roses 20. And just Three Dog Night is sold to Brian Call with the hard labor sticker there on the front. Do Spanky's karaoke? I could. I'll go up there and be like, do y'all have any Tool? Any Tool on karaoke? Over here we have the Chambers Brothers Right Move. This is $19.99 for the Chambers Brothers. John Anderson's $14.99. Songs of Seven, $14.99. And then we have the Steve Howe album. Steve Howe was $14.99. Steve Howe, that's Steve Howe of Yes. The Black Crowes, we already sold one earlier, I think for $17. It's an original 7-inch single of Remedy. That is a $17 buy now. I think that's what we sold the last one for. Now, Guns N' Roses is at $18 at the moment. That is that. And then Bon Jovi is at $8. And now Guns N' Roses is at $22. We got some awesome 7-inch singles. And let me make sure I didn't miss anything else over here. Brian Call got Three Dog Night. And then Guns N' Roses 20. And then Bon Jovi is at 7. And then 8. And then Guns N' Roses at 22. I don't think I've missed anything except there is a claim on the Black Sabbath for 17. Who asked about it first back here? The first person was Joe Delgado on Remedy. If you don't want that, Joe, it looks like Inner Groove Distortion does. We have Neil Young, Time Fades Away, $34.99 on that. And Joni Mitchell, this is her first album. This is a 74 pressing gatefold jacket, $29.99. 229 people watching right now. Really hard to walk away from that kind of business, you know. $229 or 229 viewers watching. We have Stevie Nicks Belladonna, $19.99. Oh man, Stevie Nicks. Just like the way she sings a song, sounds like she's singing. Ooh, 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 $19.99. That was my best Stevie Nicks voice. Hope everybody enjoyed that. Inner Groove Distortion, this is sold for $17. $17 on the Black Crowes Inner Groove Distortion. Now the Guns N' Roses is sold to Amenities for $22. And then Bon Jovi's at $9, okay? And then Joe Delgado also just bid $9. You Give Love a Bad Name. Wow, that would be great karaoke. Welcome to the Jungle. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I would do that at Spanky's karaoke, Donna. Welcome to the Jungle. I'd be all up and down the stage. It's pretty tight quarters in there, though. we have Fifth Dimension, Go Where You Want to Go, $14.99. And then we have An Evening Wasted with Tom Lear, $9.99 on that. And Pablo Live, Montrose 77, $19.99. $19.99. Led Zeppelin, Physical Graffiti, nice. An OG copy, $64.99 on Led Zeppelin. And live at Carnegie Hall, Andre Crouch, Disciples. And then this is $14.99. I'm talking to Stevie. I could do Stevie Wonder on karaoke. I'd have to have the lyrics obviously in front of me. Some of these I could do without lyrics. Oh no, the Sean Connery collection. Ian Hunter is $12.99. Scott Dyer offered $15 for the Stevie Nicks. Let's go ahead and let that roll. And then BC for $18. We've already sold the Black Crows. And then Andre is sold to Adam Bernardi. So Bon Jovi is up to Joe DeGaldo, who bid $9. And then Danny, you're out. Danny, you're out. Okay, so he did bid $9 on that. Let's jump over here and see if I had another Black Crow somebody wanted to see. I'm going to sell the rest of these in one lot, okay? So this Black Crows is a buy it now for $10. I don't even know what the songs are. It doesn't even say. But that one's $10. And I'm going to sell the rest of these in one lot, okay? Rich Robinson here on blue vinyl. And then Thorn in My Pride and Sting Me. Wiser Time and Chevrolet. She Talks to Angels, a double-sided She Talks to Angels, and Darling of the Underground Press and Remedy. So we're going to be putting all 5 of these together for a $20 start on the Black Crows. Bon Jovi is up to Danny Thomason to bid again. Now, John, just for clarification, we had 2 copies of Remedy, okay? We sold one at auction, which I don't even know who got it. And then I had another one, which Joe DeGaldo just bought, okay? So there was, or somebody bought it, okay? And then Christina gets this one for $10. Now, there's 2 live auctions, so there's no more confusion. 2 live auctions. The first one is Bon Jovi, which is at $9 with Joe DeGaldo, and Danny Thomason, you're out. Danny said he bid 9 at first. Danny already bid 9. Joe DeGaldo, you tied him. My bad. Joe, you're out. You have to bid 10 or more. Then I said all these other Black Crows, this is, and I'm going to put another Rich Robinson in here, okay? That way they're all bundled together. The rest of these are now up for bid, okay? I passed on both Black Crows. Then who got the other one? There's so many Black Crows. Oh my gosh, this guy's collection is going to be the death of me. So much Black. It was sold to Intergroove Distortion. It was sold to Intergroove Distortion, the second Remedy. The second Remedy was sold to Intergroove Distortion. Okay. Now. This was put up for bid and no one bid on it. And then Christina just bought it for $10. Okay. When I had this up earlier, nobody bid on it. And now Christina just claimed it for 10. It was up for a while and nobody bid on it. Now Bon Jovi is sold to Joe DeGaldo for 10. And now the only Black Crows left. We can't retract or redact anything. It's all done. John LeBeatty said he was bidding on the one that was already up. Okay, at this point I'm confused. Maybe somewhere in here he was bidding on a 7th Black Crows. Okay? Maybe he was bidding on the 7th Black Crows somewhere in here. He said, that's the one I was bidding on. There is a BC in here with John LeBeatty. Okay. Sell this to John LeBeatty. Christina, I think somewhere in there, somewhere in all that, he was trying to bid on all this. Okay? I have good news and bad news. The good news is this is the last of the Black Crow singles. We've been selling them for like 3 hours now. We've sold like this many of them. Wait till you see all the CDs we had last night, and we still got more to sell. I think this needs to go to John LeBeatty. Okay? That one just sold to Joe DeGaldo. I'm going to leave it up with the taggers to figure out who got anything before that. And then right now, we have all these right here being sold in one lot. Okay? This was only $10, and it looks like it's yours because evidently you're the only person that was bidding on it. Now, the confusion set in because when we had two remedies, I don't know who won the original auction of this. I have no idea. I don't know who won that original auction. And then I have another one that was claimed by Intergroove Distortion. Somebody won this about a half hour ago, and then I had another one. And then I put it up. Nobody bought it for the longest, and then all of a sudden, 5 people wanted it. Now, we're done on Black Crows. I don't know if any of that's going to work out. You'll find out on Monday when you get your invoice. I hope it did work out. Now, we're selling some OG Black Crow stuff here. Remedy and Darling of the Underground Press. She Talks to Angels, a double-sided. Wiser Time and Chevrolet. Thorn of My Pride and Sting Me. And then 2 Rich Robinsons. These are all being sold together. And let me tell you something right now to y'all Black Crows fans. You should bid, and you need to bid often and high, or somebody else is going to buy these, or somebody else is going to miss a bid, and then they're going to ask more questions, and then there's going to be more bids, and you'll wish you would have just went ahead and bid higher. Christina Curtis has these for $35. Okay? $35 on that. Now, Bob James was sold out of here. This is a vintage buy it now best offer crate. Bob James was sold, and I think this is sold to G-Mac. Is that right, G-Mac? If not, let me know. I'm going to leave it in there till I get confirmation. Okay. I think we're good to go. Wow. Now, when somebody's like, Chad, can we have a kiss night? I'm like, yeah. And that's why we always have to do them one at a time, and I make sure they're vastly different. If we ever get a bunch of the same artist, we usually have to spread them out over like 6 months. Because if you try to sell them all at the same time, man, it can get confusing. You're going to be like, what now? Who got what? What Black Crows? The other Bob James 3. Okay, gotcha. That's why you said Bob James 3. So right now, the only thing from the Black Crows I still have available is this auction lot. And John LeBeatty has the high bid for $45. Okay? Christina's out. That's a final call. I'm ready to resume this crate. Hope everybody's ready to make some offers. I have the Hank Penny Show on stage. That's $9.99. Herbie Remington Steel Guitar Holiday, $9.99. Eric Clapton Slow Hand. It has a has some some cover discoloration, but the vinyl is super clean. $29.99. And the Astro Musical House of Aries. Now, if you're an Aries born between March 21st and April 19th, you listen to this record and it will change your life. That's all you got to do. You just got to listen to it and it will change your life. But you have to be an Aries. If you're not an Aries, well, then you're pretty much screwed. Let's go ahead and put up some more auctions. Okay? I'm about to do some buy it nows. That's going to be a buy it now. Here's an auction. Genesis Land of Confusion picture sleeve. Awesome. $7 start. That's going to be a buy it now. Buy it now. Here's our another auction. Pretty in Pink with Orchestra Maneuvers in the Dark and If You Leave. That's the name of the song. $7 start on that. Okay? And then I have our next one on deck. So those are auctions. Genesis is a $7 start. $7 start. This is sold to John LeBeatty for $45, the Black Crows lot. Genesis is at 7, and Pretty in Pink is at 8. Okay, we're good to go. Lear. Bob Lear sold to There Goes Mark for $6. I'm assuming this one right here. Okay, done. Moving on. Paul Horn inside, $19.99. John Lennon Double Fantasy, $19.99. Deep Water, don't know what that is, $29.99. We have Land of Confusion at $13. And then we have Pretty in Pink. The last bid was $9. Brian Call, you've been outbid. The Rolling Stones Exile on Main Street, 1976 Los Angeles with all 12 postcards. That is $79.99. Eric Clapton, there's one in every crowd. Eric Clapton is $22.99. And Sun, Live On, Dream On. Sun, $14.99. Brian Call got John Lennon for $15. Pretty in Pink is at $10. And Lover Boy, loving every minute of it, $14.99. Our third auction, Love Bites, Def Leppard picture sleeve, $7 start on Def Leppard, Love Bites. Yes, Time and a Word, nice. $34.99 for Yes, Time and a Word, super clean. It does have some cover damage up here. I would grade it VG minus, but the vinyl's nice, $34.99. So the last bid on Genesis was Mark Fallon at 13, final call. Pretty in Pink is tied. Brian Call bid 10 first, then Sid Blair. Then Brian Call offered 10 for Loverboy, sold for 10. Def Leppard is a $7 start. Next is Country Joe and the Fish, $24.99. The first person who bid on Def Leppard is Joe DeGaldo, then Seth Lucas. Stranger's $19.99. Christina, you were second on Loverboy. No Hits, 4 Eras, the best of Martin Mull, $14.99 for that comedy record. And Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion, $14.99. Now Def Leppard 9, now Def Leppard 10. Now Chad's putting on Chapstick. OMD is at 10 with Brian Call. Sid Blair, you're out. Next is Platinum Blonde, Alien Shores. Platinum Blonde is $19.99. And Planet P Project, $19.99. Jeff Beck Flash, $19.99. And Little Feet Sailing Shoes, $26.99. Genesis over here. This is officially sold to Mark Fallon for $13. That leaves Pretty in Pink, which is still at 10. I'm going to make sure Sid Blair doesn't want to bid again. He's out. Now Def Leppard's at 12. Stacy bid first. Mark Fallon bid less. And then Joe DeGallo tighter. Next auction is Peter Cetera from Karate Kid Part 2. That's a $7 start. Now Def Leppard's at 13. Now Jim Handy on Martin Mull. And then we have Daryl Hall. That is sealed for $19.99. That's one of his solo albums. That means Pretty in Pink is sold to Brian Call for $10. And as soon as I said that, Craig Thomas just bid 12. Dang it. And then Def Leppard is at 13. And now Def Leppard's at 16. And then we have Richie Havens Mirage, $19.99. Grateful Dead In the Dark, 1987 Specialty Press, $49.99. Little Feet Down on the Farm, $26.99. Sting is $24.99. Dream of the Blue Turtles. Van Morrison Tupelo Honey, $34.99 on Van Morrison Tupelo Honey. Bruce Springsteen, $19.99. And Simple Minds, $49.99. Simple Minds is on the colored vinyl, the original colored vinyl they pressed that on. Def Leppard is out with Mark Fallon. That is at $16 with Stacy, final call. No bid on Karate Kid yet, $7 start. Here are some buy it nows. These are all $6.99. Bruce Hornsby in the Range, Look Out Any Window. These are $6.99. Eric Carmen, Hungry Eyes. I Want to Know What Love Is, Foreigner. Twisted Sister, We're Not Gonna Take It. Sheriff, a promo, When I'm With You. Paul Young, Every Time You Go Away. Heart, I Want You So Bad. Lionel Richie, Dancing on the Ceiling. We'll pause right there. All those are buy it nows for $6.99, okay? Def Leppard is moving to a final call. Peter Cetera is a no bid. That's a $7 buy it now if anybody wants that. Def Leppard, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sold to Stacy Metternich for $16. Next is We had Karate Kid for $6.99, Lionel Richie for $6.99, Hart for $6.99, Paul Young is sold to Mark Fallon, Cher for $6.99. Mark Fallon got Twisted Sister, Brian Call got Foreigner, Danny next on Twisted Sister, Joe Delgado next on Twisted Sister, Christina offered 12 for Daryl Hall. Okay, and then Stranger Info. Let's go back and find that. So here's what's left in here. Simple Minds, Bruce Springsteen, Van Morrison, Sting, Little Feat, Grateful Dead, Richie Havens, Daryl Hall, Christina, Sealed. I'll sell that to you for $15. It was marked $19.99. Little Feat, Jeff Beck, Planet P, Platinum Blonde, Pat Benatar, Stranger. Stranger has no condition notes, really clean copy. Original inner sleeve as well. $19.99 for that. How much was Planet P Project? Springfield, that was $19.99. And then we left off with Pat Benatar, Country Joe, Yes, Sun, Eric Clapton, Rolling Stones. This one was called Deep Water. Paul Horn. We have Aries, Eric Clapton, Henry Remington, The Hank Penny Show, Bob James, Ian Hunter, Led Zeppelin, Count Basie, Fifth Dimension, Joni Mitchell, Neil Young, Steve Howe, John Anderson, Chambers Brothers, WFIL, Neil Young, Tough Guys Soundtrack, Dave Grusin, Wynton Marsalis, Checkered Past, Dave Grusin, Eric Clapton, and Tom Lear. Okay, Christina said she'll take the Daryl Hall album for $15. That's sold. Stranger is sold to Clay Moore, and Planet P was $19.99. And next is we have Jim Handy on Yes, Time and a Word, sold. Okay. Next few buy it nows: Simply Irresistible, Robert Palmer, Hank Williams Jr., When Something Is Good, and Hank Williams Jr., Heaven Can't Be Found. Those are all $6.99. Okay. Those are there. Let's go ahead and move on to something else. How about more auctions, okay? Let me fly away and figure out what's flipping left in this crate. And let me take a quick peek at some of these. I'm going to sort them for what I think needs to be auctioned and sort through what I think I will make a buy it now. For example, that will be a buy it now. That'll be a buy it now. That'll be a buy it now. That'll be a buy it now. That will be a buy it now. That'll 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 be a buy it now. Okay, we got some great buy it nows then, okay? Let's do that right quick. But first, we got Danny Thomason on both Hank Williams Jr. So did Danny. So did Danny. Price on Simply Red. Condition sleeve on Led Zeppelin. Joe Delgado on ROBPH. And then we have Christina next on both Hanks. So the only thing left in that first handful was Robert Palmer, Sheriff, Hart, Lionel Richie, Peter Cetera, Karate Kid Part 2, Glory of Love, Picture Sleeve, $6.99, Eric Carmen, and Bruce Hornsby. Those are all $6.99, okay? Now, we still got, as far as LPs, I still got vintage pre-owned records. I've got 2 crates of new arrivals that have never been gone through before. 2 crates of new arrivals that have never been gone through before. First is Simply Red. I don't have a Simply Red. I got Simple Minds. Is that what you meant? I got Simple Minds, which is that original colored vinyl that they made. That is $49.99. There goes Mark. There's 2 Tom Lears. I've already tagged you for one. Here is the other one, if you want this one as well. There's 2 Tom Lears. I've got you down for both of them for $6 and $6 each. And then he said that was for Robert Palmer. The Robert Palmer, Simply Irresistible, sold to Joe Delgado for $6.99, okay? Here's some quick buy it nows for $6.99 before I swap out crates. Human League Human, $6.99. Billy Ocean, Love Is Forever. John Cougar Mellencamp, Rain on the Scarecrow. Freeze Frame, Jay Giles Band, Heart, Straight On For You. Hooter Satellite, The Cars Magic. This is Steve Winwood. Don't You Know What the Night Can Do? And Against the Wind. Those are all $6.99. Oh, Yes, But Pass, okay? And then Mark Fallon on Human League for $6.99. Stacey Minnich on John Cougar, $6.99. Also, somebody asked about Led Zeppelin, Craig Proper. So, yes, Craig, this was a really nice copy of Physical Graffiti. Craig, this is OG Led Zeppelin. The sleeve, honestly, has very little signs of wear other than minor wear and tear from shelf. We call it shelf wear, just a little bit of edge. Nothing really going on down here. It's super clean for $64.99. Super clean for $64.99, okay? Then over here, the Rolling Stones Exile, a very desirable record. This is a 1976 Los Angeles cap press, CAP press. with 12 postcards, $79.99. $79.99, okay? Then Danny got Bob Seger. Stacy Metternich got Hart, which was this one right here, straight on for you. And then Brian called next on Seeger and Matt Lawson on Jay Giles, okay? There's that. Mark Fallon can't go to sleep. Mark Fallon's like a gambler. He's like, I've been on for 3 minutes and I've already blown through $80. He's like, I got to go back to sleep. I got to go back to sleep. Not so fast, my friend. Rick Astley, because I'm never going to give you up. I'm never going to let you down. The outfield, no surrender. Hart, never. And the flip on that one was Shell Shock. Billy Joe, Baby Grand, featuring Ray Charles. Carly Simon. Coming around again, theme from Heartburn, and another Heart, Nothing at All, with that really cool 80s theme picture sleeve. $6.99 on that. Craig Proper gets Led Zeppelin for $50. Nice. Cashmere. Da-da-da, 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 down, 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 down. Da-da-da, 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 da-da-da. All right, let's see if we can find some more we can auction. Here we go. Don't get this one too often. $7 start on Genesis. Tonight. Genesis, $7 start. Let's see here. That'll be a buy it now. Ooh, that's a good one. I'll make it a buy it now, though. Here we go. Journey, Be Good to Yourself. $7 start on Journey. Let's see. That'll be a buy it now. That'll be a buy it now. That'll be a buy it now. 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 Buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. We got a lot of good buy it nows coming up, okay? We'll set those right over here for just a second. Actually, let me put them back in the box. Let me lay them right here on top of the box. And let's go ahead and grab that other crate, okay? Never going to give you up. Never going to let you down. Hurt you. Something, 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 something. Something, 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 something. Something, 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 something. To something. Something, 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 something. Milk Crate Direct. If you need crate information, just send Ed a DM on Facebook, message CollectCo, and ask for crate information. If you're a regular customer, which you definitely are, he will send you the information and send you a discount code, okay? Now, first thing we have over here was Rick Astley, so to Corey Lawson, and then Simple Minds is Colored Vinyl. Yeah, I'll show it to you one more second. Give me 1 second. Stacy on Heart, do you want Nothing at All, or do you want Never, or do you want both of them, Stacy? And then Brian called Journeys a $7 start. Those are auctions, and so is Genesis. And then we have Carly Simon, Billy Joe, and the outfield still left there, okay? Now, what's going on? Where Stacy's going to let me know on that. Let me show the, oh, and let's sell the Rolling Stones here. Yeah, let's sell the Rolling Stones here. So this is sold to Adam Bernardi for $50. And then Simple Minds, New Gold Dream is at $83. And this is under gold purple colored vinyl. That originally came that way in 1983. $49.99 on that. Okay? Stacy just wants the picture sleeve for $6.99. You said buy it now. Well, it doesn't look like it's going to get a bid, so how about I go ahead and sell it to you for $7? I'll go ahead and sell it to you for $7. You are the only one that shows interest. But I'm going to show Genesis one more time because I don't get this one too often. Tonight, and In the Glow of the Night. Those are great ones there from Invisible Touch. $7 start, In the Glow of the Night. All right, well, I'm about to do some more rapid fire buy it now. I'm going to show 10 records out of the new Vintage Crate Best Offer. 10 records for Best Offer, and then we'll show 10 more singles. Big Joe Duskin, Cincinnati Stomp, in shrink wrap, $26.99. We have Barbecue Bob, Chocolate to the Bone, 1977, $36.99 on that one. John Lee Hooker, The Hook, $19.99 on Hooker. We have some kind of more blues. Pink Anderson, California Blues Man, $49.99. Blues galore so far. Ricky Skaggs, Love's Gonna Get You, $9.99. Here's Conway Twitty. Wow, that's pretty early. $14.99 on Conway. Sipno Hot Sticks Maboose. What does that say? $19.99. Hall & Oates Pastimes Behind, $17.99. Bob Dylan, $24.99. And Les Dudek, $14.99. Let's pause right there. Nobody bid on Genesis, $7 buy it now. Y'all are missing out. Genesis, $7 buy now. Let's do some more rapid fire. How much are these? These are only $6.99. I've got Cyndi Lauper, Change of Heart. Eddie Money, Take Me Home Tonight. Heart, These Dreams. I Want to Go Back. Eddie Money, Jeffrey Osborne, You Should Be Mine. Robert Cray, Smoking Gun. Tina Turner, What You See Is What You Get. And Huey Lewis, Bad Is Bad. Those are all $6.99. I know that might blow your mind. I know some of y'all might be like, there's no way he's selling these for $6.99. There is absolutely just no way he is letting these go for $6.99. I'm sure he's joking, and we're going to get some kind of like asterisk stipulation later, like, yeah, right. There's no way he's selling these for $6.99. He may be trying to think people, he's trying to maybe try to fool people into think he's selling these for $6.99, but there's no way he's just letting all these go for $6.99. Joe Delgado gets Genesis. Thank you. That's so to Joe Delgado for $7. Brian Call gets Bob Dylan for $20. Thank you, Brian Call. That's so to you. So here's what's left in this stack. Huey Lewis, Tina Turner, Robert Cray, Jeffrey Osborne, Eddie Money, Heart, Eddie Money, and Cyndi Lauper. Those are all $6.99. We have Grin. This is $14.99. A&M Records, Gatefold Jacket. No condition notes on anything in here. Relix Records, Sampler with Hot Fish. Excuse me, how about Hot Tuna and Kingfish? Robert Hunter, Yorma Cocoan, some Grateful Dead related stuff on there. $14.99 for Relix Records Sampler. We have Electric Tommy. That's a cool cover. I got one of those in my collection just because of the cover. $12.99 on that one. And this is Elijah, $26.99. Also, Bobby Bear, Sleeper Wherever I Fall. Bobby Bear's $9.99. And the Kentucky Gentleman, Sweet Summer Dream, $9.99 on that one, okay? First thing we have is what were the first few blues records? I had Pink Anderson, Carolina Bluesman, 1984, $49.99. John Lee Hooker, The Hook, $19.99. Barbecue Bob, Chocolate to the Bone, $36.99. And Big Joe Duskin, Cincinnati Stomp, $26.99, okay? Then we had Corey Lawson on Heart, and I think he was wanting the Heart picture sleeve over here for $6.99. Sold, and then Joe Delgado on Robert Cray, sold for $6.99. Christina wants Tina Turner on Heart. Heart already sold, but I'll give you Tina Turner for $6.99. And then we have BB for $5. I will sell you Bobby Bear for $6.99. Show Yorma. Yorma's on this sampler from Relix Records. This has got Hot Tuna, Kingfish, Robert Hunter, Yorma Cacon, Burrito Brothers, Savoy Brown, and Kim Edmonds. It is $14.99. Okay? Joe Delgado wants Eddie Money. Now, my question for you is, which of the two Eddie Moneys do you want? There's Cyndi Lauper. We have Take Me Home Tonight, or I Want to Go Back, or you can have both of them. Your pick. Okay, next thing is Rick Wakeman, The Myths and Legends of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, $19.99. John Lee Hooker, $12. How about we sell you John Lee Hooker for $15 and consider it a favor, since I'm showing this crate at 12:20 a.m. on a Friday night when a lot of people are asleep right now, and I should have showed it 6 hours ago, and we would have been selling stuff out here so fast your head would be spinning. Sorry, I had to take a drink of Monster right then. I got a few more I got to pour in here. I need to go get some more ice right quick, too. I need some calories is what I need. Holy moly, there's a lot going on. Somebody left me some spicy Cajun pistachios. I think that was Ed. Excuse me. Danny's wanting some silver. No comprehendo. Huh? Silver? Who? Wrong number. No silver here. No silver here. Take Me Home is sold to Joe Delgado. Danny gets Bobby Bear. Danny gets Bobby Bear for $6.99. Tyson Morgan on John Lee Hooker for $15. Matt Lawson offered 10 for Relix, sold. Joe Dustin for 20. Joe Dustin for 20. What was Joe Dustin? Oh, Joe Dustin. Sold for 20 to Matt Lawson. And Christina Curtis on Cyndi Lauper. All right, let's keep rolling. Here we go. First thing I have is this. Let's sort through some more here. Okay, buy it now, 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 buy it now. Oh, man. Okay, we already sold one of these for 15. There's another for 15. DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. 15 on that one. Okay, these are all going to be buy it nows. Let's jump over here. Cyndi Lauper. Did you bail on going to Spanky's? John Lee Hooker passed by me. Simple Minds, $40. Sell this to Jason Forterat. And then Danny put IC or LC. What was that, Danny? IC or LC? April just texted me. She said, are you coming? Audrey said to come too. And then I can't read what else she told me. That's private. And then she said, when are you coming? And I hadn't replied to her. Oh, my gosh. We have 1999 Chelsea Beige. This is Mama Let Your Sweet Bird Sing, $19.99. Sandy Nelson Golden Hits, $9.99 for Sandy Nelson. And Bluebird Blues, $24.99 for Bluebird Blues. And then KBC, $14.99. KBC Band. This is Paul Cantor, Marty Ballin, and Jack Cassidy from Jefferson Airplane, $14.99. Les Dudek was sold for $7 to Stephen Douglas. Okay, I got some more singles here for $6.99. We got New Shoes, Point of No Return for $6.99. UB40 with Chrissy Hine for $6.99. Breakfast in Bed. Jeremiah Stewart, You Don't Have to Take Our Clothes Off. Wow. USA for Africa, We Are the World. We have The Pretenders, Don't Get Me Wrong, and Glass Tiger Someday, and Huey Lewis, Perfect World. These are all $6.99. Chad's getting propositioned. More like Chad's getting... We have Brian Call on 10. That's so to Brian Call for 10. And Air Wars, not Star Wars, Air Wars is $14.99. And then we have Go West Young Man, Deep in the Mother Lode, Genesis. This is $14.99. Stew is sold to Jason Forterat. Let me figure out what that was. Stew, that has to be something here. Jermaine Stewart. Oh, yeah, that's sold to Jason Forterat for $6.99. And then Brian Call on The Pretenders for $6.99. We have Huey Lewis, Perfect World, Glass Tiger, We Are the World, UB40, and New Shoes. What is the Air Wars? That's a good question. I'm about to find out, Scott. You bought the Star Wars soundtrack earlier tonight, or earlier this week, didn't you? This is a radio station, an RMR convention in 77. Let me go to the label. Air Wars. The cast. Bob Landry, Rick Dees, Ruth McAfee, Carter Davis. These are radio station DJs. Radio music report onwards of excellent jingles. Some kind of promotional radio station type deal. Made in 1978, right at the heart of Star Wars. Air Wars, $14.99. Also, the Sinkhole tapes. It looks like another compilation of some sort. $29.99 for that. Jeff Beck, Eric Clapton, and Jimmy Page. $19.99. And Hills of Home, Ralph Stanley. Hills of Home, $24.99. Ralph Stanley. We have more singles for $6.99. Belinda Carlisle, Heaven is a Place on Earth. Bobby McFerrin, Don't Worry, Be Happy. Cyndi Lauper, Girls Just Want to Have Fun. Duran Duran, Notorious. Sting, Russians. Lionel Richie, Say You, Say Me. And Hello, Is It Me You're Looking For? $6.99. I got to check messages over here. New Shoes, I Can't Wait. New Shoes is Going Through the Motions, and Point of No Return is that single. Or was there one I just laid down? No, not here. Okay. First thing, though, is Beck and Page. So to Brian Call for 15. Jason on BC for Belinda Carlisle. Jason Fornerat also got Sting. And Donna Bertram is like, you've got to be kidding me. Donna was second. Kelly Cook on Lionel Richie. Do you want Say You Say Me from White Knights, or do you want Hello? And then over here, we have Kelly Cook on that, and then Mega Blast on Duran Duran. That left Cyndi Lauper and Bobby McFerrin. Let's keep going through this best offer crate. Songs for Us, Alive He Promised, Come to the Father series. 19.99. Kelly Cook on both Lionel Richie's. Roy Clark's Family Album, $9.99. And Little Walter, Hate to See You Go. 1972 pressing. Nice. Look at that. Nice, too. $49.99 for Little Walter. Let's pause right there to show another handful of singles. $6.99. I'm getting lobbied hard over here to go to Spanky's Now by April and her sister. So I'm going to keep showing records, though. I Wish I Could Be Jesse's Girl, Rick Springfield. Survivor, Burning Heart. Mike and the Mechanics, Silent Running. We have Huey Lewis, The Heart of Rock and Roll. Ray Parker Jr., Who You Gonna Call? Ghostbusters. Aretha, Freeway of Love. And Cheap Trick, Don't Be Cruel. Those are all $6.99. I've ate these pistachios. I've got to mute my mic because I'm about to chug some of this Monster for energy. I'm going to need it, it sounds like. Okay. Whew. Okay. What happened? We have over here, we had Survivor Tyson Morgan, sold for $6.99. Promise for $12. Promise for $12. Where did you see that at? Promise for $12. Was that something in here? This right here. This is sold for $12, and that's sold to Dwayne Caldwell. Jason Forderat got Mike and the Mechanics. Brian Call got Cheap Trick. Kelly was next on Cheap Trick. Victor was next on Cheap Trick. And we have Aretha, Ray Parker Jr., Huey Lewis, and Rick Springfield. Okay, those are all $6.99. Let's show some more records in here. Sting, Nothing Like the Sun, $34.99. George Harrison, Cloud 9. George Harrison, $24.99. Les McCann and Eddie Harris, $19.99 for Swiss Movement. Silver Creek, $19.99. Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker, Silver Creek. And the Sir Douglas Band, Texas Tornado. Sir Douglas Band, $24.99. Jeff Beck, Blow by Blow, $19.99 for Jeff Beck, Blow by Blow. And Blue Magic, the magic of the blue. That's in shrink wrap, $9.99. James Taylor, Rainy Day Men, $16.99 on that. Let's put down some more singles. These are $6.99. $6.99. We got Glenn Fry, True Love. Simple Minds, Sanctify Yourself. We have Run DMC, You Be Illin'. Lionel Richie, Love Will Conquer All. Madonna, Like a Virgin. The Jets, Private Number. and Huey Lewis working for a living. All these singles are $6.99. How much are these singles? They're just $6.99. Surely you're joking. I'm not. These are just $6.99. I know. I love y'all a lot. I've got I'm getting lobbied hard over here to leave this show right now. It's there's two forces I'm being pulled against right now. Oh boy. Let's see if I have willpower. we we have Danny on R, and that was for Run DMC for $6.99. Jason Fortner got Simple Minds. Kelly Cook second on Run DMC. Kelly Cook got Madonna. Brian Call next on DMC, then Mega Blast. Sir Doug for $18. This is so for $18 that there goes Mark. Blue for $5. Blue for $6.99. Nick Bargeron next on Run DMC. And then over here, we have Huey Lewis, the Jets, Lionel Richie, Glenn Fry. I don't think y'all realize from where I am at right now, for me to venture where I'm being requested to is a good hour drive, okay? And I've been in these situations before. By the time I made it up there, it's over. I mean, it'd take me 30 minutes just to wrap up here and leave, and then I'm an hour away, okay? I'm an hour away. James Taylor is Rainy Day Man, $16.99. Here's some more singles. The Outfield, Every Time You Cry. U2, I Will Follow, and Pride in the Name of Love. Streets of Fire, that is Dan Hartman, I Can Dream About You. The Jets, Crush on You. Bruce Springsteen, Born in USA. And we have Hooters, Where Do the Children Go? That is $6.99. $6.99. I've been in these situations before. Very true. Okay. First thing is we'll see if John Barry wants Blue Magic. And then over here, Mega Blast on YouTube for $6.99. And then Jason Fortner right next. Michael Nath got James Taylor. Kelly Cook on the Jets. Jason Fortner on Streets of Fire. That's so to Fortner. And then we have Hooters, Where Do the Children Go? Bruce Springsteen, Born in USA, and Outfield, Every Time You Cry. That's a good single from their first album. Okay, we have Barkley James Harvest, a German press for $14.99. We have New Improved. This is called Severin Brown. New Improved Severin Brown, $9.99. Wet Willie, The Wetter The Better, 1976 sealed, $19.99. Bill Bruford, Gradually Going Tornado. Bill Bruford is $14.99. Dark, I think, D-A-R-Q-U-E, $9.99 on that one. Tom Lear, that was the year that was. Tom Lear is $9.99. Bob James, The Genie from Taxi, $9.99. And then Clapton, Backtracking, 22 tracks from Clapton, $34.99. Only the greatest guitarist to ever walk Earth, Eric Clapton. Start the comments up on that one. Next is $6.99. This is Steve Winwood, The Finer Things. Tom Petty, Refugee. Tom Petty, Refugee. We have Don Henley, The Boys of Summer. John Cougar, Lonely Old Night. John Cougar, Cherry Bomb. Rod Stewart, Forever Young. The Jets, You Got It All. And Talking Heads, Wild Wild Life. $6.99. $6.99. Here we go. Eric Clapton comments. Let the craziness begin. Golly, what's crazy is, I'll tell you something that's crazy. You want to know something crazy? I've got 4 more boxes of singles like this. Okay, over here we have, if you were me, the screen would already be blacked. We have Danny on BS. Now, BS in a lot of places means a lot of different things. But right now, BS for Danny would mean, BS for Danny was something. Maybe he was saying BS on Clapton. And then Kelly Cook on Refugee. Kelly Cook on Refugee. And then Don Henley is sold to Kelly Cook. Jason Forterat on Rod. Brian Call got Talking Heads. Joe DeGaldo next on Don Henley. And we have the Jets still available. John Cougar Mellencamp, John Cougar, and Steve Winwood. Okay. Now, Clapton and then Blue Magic did. Well, first of all, John Barry never did say yes to $6.99. So I need to go ahead and tag this right now to Joe DeGaldo. And if John Barry passes, then, or if he just says he'll take it and I missed it, this is so to Joe DeGaldo for $6.99. Okay. There's that. All right, here we go. We have, let me show the rest of these singles. There's that and there's that. First thing is this. Let's do some more singles for $6.99. We have Hooters Day by Day for $6.99. Dublé, The Captain of Her Heart. Dire Straits, So Far Away. And then we have Wang Chung, Dance Hall Days. Babe Sticks. Robert Palmer, I Didn't Mean to Turn You On. Men at Work, It's a Mistake. Linda Ronstadt, You're No Good. Robert Palmer, Addicted to Love. And Paul Carrick, Button Off My Shirt. Oh my God. Okay. Oh, that was a great stretch. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. I just pulled a muscle. Okay, so first thing we had over here was Mega Blast on DS for Dire Straits, $6.99. And then Men at Work for $6.99. I don't recall seeing that one too many times. Wang. Here's my friend Wang, No Offense. That's so to Jason Forterat. Brian Call on Sticks. Brian Call on Sticks, Babe. Jason Forterat second. Jason Forterat on Linda. That's so to Jason. Then Joe DeGaldo. Kelly Cook on Robert Palmer, Turn You On. And then TWSS was next. And then we have Paul Carrick, Button Off My Shirt. Robert Palmer, Addicted to Love. Dublé, The Captain of Her Heart. And Hooters, Day by Day. And those are all $6.99. Those are all still left. Kelly Cook on Hooters. And the last Robert Palmer is so to Joe DeGaldo. These are $6.99. We have Steve Winwood, Holding On. Steve Winwood is $6.99. Breathe, Life and Times. Breathe, How Can I Fall. Chicago, Look Away. Bruce Hornsby, Mandolin Rain. The Escape Club, Wild Wild West. John Cougar Mellencamp, Check It Out. And The Cars, You Might Think. That's a great one there, $6.99. Last messages. When are you coming? Hello, it's 12:30. I'm sure you can end it. You're only 45 minutes away. So are you coming? Chad, are you coming? Golly, I'm being summoned hard. Golly. Wise Jazzy Jeff. That was a second copy for $15 if anybody wants that. That was a second copy for $15 if anybody wants that one. Okay, and then we have Wang and Hooters. I think those have already been claimed. Jason Fornerat on the Escape Club, and then Kelly Cook on the Cars. So we have John Cougar Mellencamp, Check It Out. Bruce Hornsby, The Range, Mandolin Rain. Chicago, Look Away. Breathe, How Can I Fall? And Breathe, Life and Times. And then Steve Winwood, Holding On. Those are all $6.99. Here's what else is $6.99. This next handful of singles here. $6.99. We have The Warrior, Scandal, featuring Patti Smythe. Dire Straits, Walk of Life. Bruce is sold to, was that in this last stack? Yeah, Bruce Hornsby, The Range. Hold on one second, time out. Bruce Hornsby, The Range is sold to Jason Fornerat. And then Fall, let me find out where that was. Fall, Life, How Can I Fall? That's Breathe, sold to Jason Fornerat, okay? So that left Warrior, sold to Jason Fornerat. There's Dire Straits, Walk of Life. That's sold to Kelly Cook. Brian Call on Glass Tiger. Benjamin Orr, Stay the Night. Mike and the Mechanics, All I Need Is a Miracle. Robert Tepper, No Easy Way Out from Rocky IV. Starship, We Built This City on Rock and Roll. El DeBarge, Who's Johnny, Short Circuit Theme. Billy Joe, A Matter of Trust. And Huey Lewis, I Know What I Like. $6.99. $6.99. All right, so we have Mike and the Mechanics. That was $6.99, sold to Jason Fornerat. And Short Circuit for Stephen. Let me figure out what that one was. That must have been a song. Yeah, Short Circuit Theme. That's sold to Stephen Parton. Okay, now $6.99. I've got more. But wait, there's more. I have Crowded House. Hey now, don't dream it's over. We have Information Society, What's on Your Mind, Pure Energy. Taylor Dane, Don't Rush Me. Cool and the Gang, Stone Love. I Don't Want to Live Without You. That's Foreigner. Phil Collins, A Groovy Kind of Love. Anita Baker, Giving You the Best That I Got. Tina Turner, Break Every Rule. Steve Winwood, Bake Me a High of Love. What now? Bake Me a Pie of Love. Steve Winwood. Hank Williams Jr., All My Rowdy Friends Have Settled Down, except April. And Hank Williams Jr., Early in the Morning and Late at Night. Those are all $6.99. $6.99. Oh my gosh. Oh. Gosh. Oh, that felt really good. That was a great stretch. Okay. And then we have Stephen Parton on Information Society. Jason Forner on Crowded House. Kelly Cook next on Crowded House. Brian Call on Foreigner. Okay. And then Donna next on Crowded House. Danny on Hank Williams Jr. Let me know which of the two. And then Danny on both. And then Jason Fornerat was next. Joe DeGato on Pure Energy. I think that's already been claimed. And then we have Steve Winwood, Higher Love. Tina Turner, Break Every Rule. Anita Baker, Giving You the Best That I Got. Phil Collins, A Groovy Kind of Love. Cool and the Gang, Stone Love. And Taylor Dane, Don't Rush Me. Those are all $6.99. Yeah. Okay, well, that's the conclusion of that box. And let me see what else is going on over here. So let me go ahead and deposit this stack. This is amazing. Look how many we sold here. They're going to have fun tagging all that. Goodness gracious. Let me go set all these in here right quick. That's the second stack. That's the first stack was where we were auctioning the Black Crow stuff for the first part of the show. So that's pretty amazing. Let's see. Joe DeGaldo wants Winwood. Okay. That's right here. Higher Love. There's that. All right. Let me see here. All right. All right. Now, do they keep notes who gets what? They do it through the video. Somebody will be here in the morning to rewatch all this, and they'll tag it. They'll be watching the replay on YouTube, and then they use the Twitch feed because it archives everything, even stuff that gets possibly deleted. It archives everything. So they watch the Twitch feed replay, and then for comments, and then they watch it on YouTube because it's a lot easier and better quality on YouTube. So Facebook has the best exposure to reach new customers. YouTube has the best video quality, and it seems like the best way to upload it and save it. And then Twitch has the best server interface for comments and connectivity with comment interactors. So we use like 3 different services and kind of blend it all together with Restream, which is the software we have. But they rewatch it every morning. We got Jake does that, G does that, Linda does that. Now we got a new guy, Hayden. Welcome aboard, Hayden. He's been helping us some. Okay, so I think there's another crate of new arrivals over here. How do you see everyone's? That's what Twitch is for. If you're on Twitch, it saves it for everybody. You should be able to see Facebook on Twitch too, like in the actual Twitch feed. G sometimes rewatches the feeds. Yeah, it's a team effort for sure. Okay, here's the titles left in here. Clapton, Bob James, Tom Lear, D-A-R-Q-U-E, Bill Bruford, Wet Willie, Laverne Brown, Barkley, James Harvest, Jeff Beck, Silver Creek, Les McCann, Eddie Harris, George Harrison, Sting, Little Walter, Roy Clark, Ralph Stanley, Sinkhole Tapes, Air Wars, Genesis, 12-inch single, Bluebird Blues, Sandy Nelson, Chelsea Beige, Rick Wakeman, The Kentucky Gentleman, Elijah, Electric Tommy, Grin, Hall & Oates, Siho, Hot Sticks, Maboose, Conway Twitty, Ricky Skaggs, Pink Anderson, and Barbecue Barbecue Bob. Okay, those are all available. And if you need a price or information, let me know. I'm going to go ahead and try to knock out this next crate and say that we've officially went through all of tonight's new vintage arrivals, okay? Let me go ahead and bring this over right now. Let me see if I can find that next crate of next batch of 45s that John had prepared. And this could be pretty interesting. Barclay James Harvest, and these are all best offer, by the way. Let's go over here and Barclay James Harvest. This is a German press, $14.99. Turn off the tide. Barclay James Harvest is $14.99. It's a German press as well. Okay. There's that. But yeah, let's try to breeze through these. Buy it now or best offer. We have Echoes, the Modern Jazz Quartet, 1984, Together Again, $19.99. Tom T. Hall, About Love, $9.99 for Tom T. Hall. We have Barclay James Harvest. This is sold to Jim Handy for $12 on that one. And then we have Oregon, Moon and Mind. That is $14.99 for Oregon. And Shotgun 4. Shotgun is $14.99. And then we have Skeeter Davis. I'll sing you a song and harmonize too. Skeeter Davis is a Japanese press, $24.99. Mercy. Only love can make you happy. $14.99 on Mercy. And then Deja Vu, Get It Up for Love, $9.99 for Deja Vu. The Cars Panorama, $24.99. Brothers Unlimited, Who's for the Young, a 1970 press, $174.99. That's interesting. $174.99 on that one. James Brown, I'm Real, $19.99 on James Brown. And Bob Dylan, Desire. That looks like a really clean copy of that for $24.99. Let me see what was left over here in this. Oh yeah, more picture sleeves. Good. Let me get these a little bit closer to me because I know y'all are about to buy the fire out of these. That would be great. All right, let me get these a little bit closer. What is that right there signed? So many signed items over here. We got to get JSA stickered. Does somebody win? That is the second one. We already auctioned one. It sold for $15. I'm offering that one for the same price, okay? Here are some more 7-inch for $6.99. These are all $6.99, okay? Let me sort through these right quick. All right, that should be all instant sellers. All right. These are good ones. All right, here we go. We have Hank Williams Jr., If the South Would Have Won. Hank Williams Jr., There's a Tear in My Beer, with a duet with his father. And then we got 2 copies of Hank Williams Jr., Young Country. 2 copies of that one. And then Bobby Brown, My Prerogative. Little Feat, Hate to Lose Your Lovin'. Cocktail, that's Ray Vaughn. Cocktail soundtrack, John Cougar Mellencamp, Ray Vaughn. John Cafferty, Hearts on Fire from Rocky IV. And then John Mellencamp, Paper in Fire. So those are all $6.99 on those. $6.99 on those. All $6.99. So Danny first on Hank. I have a feeling he'll want all 3. He wants over here first number 1 double best copy. Okay. He says he wants one best copy. I think they're both pretty much new old stock. Yeah, they're both really nice. Okay, so I'm assuming you put number 1, no, double best Voy. Okay, now I'm going to try to translate that as best as I can. And then Jason Fortner on Bobby Bear for $6.99. And then Kelly Cook was second. John Cougar Mellencamp, Paper in Fire. John Cafferty, Hearts on Fire. John Cougar Mellencamp, Ray Vaughn, and Little Feat, Hate to Lose Your Lovin'. All Hank, no double, best copy. Okay, that's what that translates to. So these are sold to him. There's one extra there if anybody wants one. That's pretty funny, actually, the way that showed up. So there's one Hank Williams Jr. left, Young Country. It almost looked like a little French going on there with the voy on the end. Little Feat, Hate to Lose Your Lovin', John Cougar Rayvon, John Cafferty, and another John Mellencamp, okay? Next thing in here was Big Trouble. That's a Gold Stamp promo, $9.99. And then Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $14.99. And then the Heart and Soul of Rock and Roll. This is a box set, obviously, but it's a damaged. It's got damage over here on the edge for $34.99. And Hermit's Hold On. This is $9.99. Pop History, the fabulous 60s and 70s. Wow, 5 LPs, 80 tracks. Some kind of German press. 1990 German press. Look at all this great music. $39.99. That's pretty amazing. All right, let's do another handful of singles right quick. $6.99. Rod Stewart, Young Turks, Whitney, How Will I Know, Glass Tiger, Far Away From Here, Mr. Is It Love, Joan Jett, I Hate Myself for Loving You, and Madonna, Live to Tell. John Cougar is So Do Paul Brothers. Now, there was 2 different ones. There was the one from Cocktail Paul and Paper and Fire. Let me know which of those 2 you want, okay? Rod Stewart is So Do Jason Fornerat for $6.99. And Kelly Cook was second. John Cafferty. Okay. John Cafferty, Hearts on Fire. So both Mellencamp's are still available. Rod Stewart went to Jason Fornerat. Kelly was next. Jason Fornerat on Mad. And Jason Fornerat went, that was for Madonna. Then Leslie, then Kelly. And then Joan Jett is sold to Dwayne Caldwell. Was there a claim out of here for something? No. Okay. So we still got Mr. Glass Tiger, and Whitney. Let's put those right over there. And my stack is getting a little wonky over there. But before I do that, let me grab another handful out of here. And we'll make that a bite now. We'll make that a bite now. That. Ooh, that's a good one. That's some vintage stuff mixed in here too. Say, golly, we got 3 of those. All right, how about we do reduce these? Here we go. Somebody's going to get a deal. I got 2 more for $6.99. DJ Jazzy Jeff and another one. $6.99 each, okay? We have Glass Tiger, Someday, The Records, Abracadabra, See My Friends, 1984, Have You Seen Your Mother, Baby, Stand in the Shadows. The name of the band is The Records. Billy Joel, Tell Her About It, and Sheena Easton, Magic of Love. Those are all $6.99. $6.99. DJ Jazzy Jeff, Soda Danny for $6. There's one more, and then one Soda G Mac for $6.99. Then Jason Fornerat, and then Stephen Parton. Okay, so that left Glass Tiger, The Records, Billy Joel, and Sheena Easton. Also, Early Cream. This is $19.99. Clapton, Bruce Baker. The Very Best of Classic 4, $9.99. And we have Soft Side of Hard Rock. Wow. $19.99. Bon Jovi, Cinderella, Warlock, Dio, Deep Purple Rainbow, Sabbath, TNT. $19.99 on that one. Price on Dark and Airwaves from the previous crate. All right, let's jump over here and find that. This is Dark and then the Airwaves. Let's price these out for John Berry. Dark and Airwaves. We have DARQUE. That's $9.99. Lenny's on Tonight. And then Airwaves is $14.99. Airwaves is $14.99, and those are best offer. Okay. Now, Paper Fire for, let's see, was that, what song was that? Paper Fire. Where did you, oh, that was Paper and Fire. That was Mellencamp, Soda Joe DeGaldo. Okay. That was Soda Joe DeGaldo. Gotcha. And then, whoa. I got most of them. A few flew over on the keyboard. I called it earlier. I said, this stack is getting a little wonky. These are so slippery. Uh-oh. Man, damage control. A few flew over here on the side table. All right. They stack really high, but you got to keep them nice and straight. Hope nobody wants anything from the last handful because they just seriously got mixed in. All right. There's that. Okay. Now, the comp is Soda Danny. Sheldon Bergenhire was next. All right. These are Soda John Berry. Both of these for $18. Thank you, John Berry. Supergirls. This is a triple LP compilation, $24.99. Real Rock, another compilation, triple LP, $26.99. And then Rock of the 70s. This album compiled exclusively for military personnel. That's pretty interesting. $14.99 for that. It's kind of got a Star Wars cover with some really cheap cut and paste people on it. Ace is on there. Hamilton, Joe, Frank, and Reynolds. $14.99. It feels weird not buying bundles. It feels weird going through new arrivals at 1 a.m. That's how much crazy amount of new stuff we've had tonight. Golly. All right, that's a bot now. Let me sort through these. Okay, here we go. More $6.99ers here. Huey Lewis in the News, Jacob's Ladder. Boston, Roar Ready. Never seen that one before. Xanadu, Olivia Newton-John, Magic. Lionel Richie, Dancing on the Ceiling. RFTW, Love You Down. Expressway to Your Heart, that's a good one, by Soul Survivors. Eddie Cochran, Summertime Blues. Ross, Chain Reaction. Heart Alone. I Need a Lover, Johnny Cougar. Wow, look at that one. Oh, Johnny Cougar there. Young John Cougar. Eric Carmen, Make You Lose Control. And Howard Jones, No One Is to Blame. Those are $6.99. Rock and roll artist. So, Real Rock or Rock of the 70s. There's a bunch. Real Rock is Aretha Franklin, Isley Brothers, Richie Valens, Dion, Bruce Chanel, The Miracles, The Platters, The Beach Boys, The Diamonds, The Silhouettes, The Crest, The Rascals. And then Rock of the 70s was B.J. Thomas, Freddie Fender, The Grassroots, The Four Tops, etc., etc. Denise put B. And which B was that, Denise? For Boston, maybe? B for Boston for Denise. Kelly Cook on the Eddie Cochran, Summertime Blues. And John Berry offered 10 for Rock 70s. Sell this to John Berry for 10. And then the Supergirls, some of the tracks on this one include the following. The Orlons, it's Little Eva. We have the Essex, Shangri-La's, Martha and the Vandellas, the Supremes. It's all female, and most of it's a lot of soul or 60s pop. It's a triple LP, $24.99. So that handful left Howard Jones, Eric Carmen, Johnny Cougar, Hart, Donna Ross, Soul Survivors, RFTW, Lionel Richie, Olivia Newton-John, and the Huey Lewis. Okay, so those still available. Real Rock was a triple LP, a 4 LP. 4 LPs, $26.99, and Supergirls, $24. Okay, we have the Holly's Greatest, $19.99 for the Holly's Greatest. Green Capital label, $19.99 for the Holly's Greatest. Whoop, I got out of place here. The Best of the Guess Who, American Woman, $19.99. A Little Touch of Schmilson in the Night, $19.99. And Super Rock, Pop, Rock, and Soul, $29.99. The Early Beatles, a 1976 Terre Haute, $34.99. And the Beatles, 67 to 70 on the Apple, $49.99. Okay? We got Sheldon Bergenhire on Rock and Roll. He offered 20 for that. Hey, just $5 per LP. How could you go wrong? Jason Fornerat wants the Xanadu. Nothing wrong with that. That's sort of Jason Fornerat. And let's jump over here and do another handful. A lot of cool stuff still left to be had in here. We got Mike and the Mechanic, Silent Running for $6.99. Dwight Yoakam, I Sang Dixie. Cherish, The Association. All in all, you're just another brick in the wall. Pink Floyd. Eddie Grant, Romancing the Stone. Also, we have Toto, I'll Be Over You. And the Bangles is just another Manic Monday. That's some good stuff there. Those are all $6.99. $6.99, okay? Danny wants to know, does Dwight Yoakam have a picture sleeve? Does Pink Floyd have a picture sleeve? And then does Bangles have a picture sleeve? Dwight Yoakam does have a picture sleeve. So did Danny for $6.99. Pink Floyd did not come with a picture sleeve originally. I don't think it did in the United States. That just came in that original Columbia sleeve. $6.99 if you want it. Then you got the Bangles for $6.99. Blue Beatles condition. The jacket would be VG Plus. Very clean vinyl. No condition notes on that. $49.99. Price on the other Real Rock. The car on the cover. That one already sold. The only one that's left is the Supergirls. And then this a huge compilation here, Pop History, which is a 1990 German, $39.99. Leslie second on Dwight Yoakam. And what's left in here is Toto, I'll Be Over You, Eddie Grant, Romancing the Stone, The Association, Cherish, and Mike and the Mechanic, Silent Running. Those are all $6.99. That was actually not Prince. But I do have a Bot Now, 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 a Bot Now. Let's do these for $6.99, okay? We have Madonna, Open Your Heart. Hooters, Johnny B. Bruce Springsteen, One Step Up. John Cougar Mellencamp, Rudy Toot Toot. Genesis, Throwing It All Away. John Cougar Mellencamp, Check It Out. And Peter Cetera of Amy Grant, The Next Time I Fall. Those are all $6.99. And then finishing up this crate, The Birth of the Beatles, La Grande Historia del Rock, $19.99 on that. The Beatles' First Live Recordings, $19.99. And the Beatles, Abbey Road, a '69 Los Angeles press. Nice. A really clean OG Abbey Road for $49.99. Leslie Holt on Madonna for $6.99. Jason Fornerat on Hooters for $6.99. And we have an offer on the Beatles. I got Cetera, Mellencamp, Genesis, Mellencamp, and Springsteen left in that handful. Something New by the Beatles, an Apple pressing, $35.99. The Beatles' First Movement, $19.99. And the Beatles featuring Tony Sheridan, $19.99. The Beatles Talk for $19.99. And the Beatles Talk Down Under, sealed for $24.99. The Beatles Hey Jude, $39.99. The Beatles Yesterday and Today, $34.99. Vern Godson, There Is a Reason. There Is a Season, Vern Godson, $14.99. Best price on the Beatles right now tonight, Scott, would be $35. $35 on that one. All right, let me sort through some of these again. Okay. Joe Delgado on the Genesis for $6.99. And the Yesterday and Today. This is an Apple press. Right now, I'll do it for $25. Billy Joel, Modern Woman. Billy Joel, Modern Woman. Ruthless People soundtrack, $6.99. ZZ Top, Rough Boy. America, You Can Do Magic. John Cougar Mellencamp, Rumble Seat. Elton John, Crocodile Rock. Paul McCartney, Pipes of Peace. Webb Pierce, There Stands the Glass. Chicago, If She Wouldn't Have Been Faithful. Billy Ocean, There'll Be Sad Songs. Blue City soundtrack. Pops and Timer, Tell Me Something Slick. Air Supply, The One That You Love. And Styx, Music Time. All right, go ahead and sell Scott Dyer the Blue Beetles comp for 30. That's sold to Scott Dyer. I've already shown Vern. And then we have Kathy Mattea, Willow in the Wind. That was sealed for $19.99. Willie Nelson, Sweet Memories. Willie Nelson is $14.99. Barrel House Blues and Boogie Woogie. Henry Brown, Sunnyland Slim. Champion Jake Dupree, Roosevelt Sox, and Memphis Slim. $24.99. And Warren Zevon, Excitable Boy. Woo, Werewolves of London. The inner sleeve is a little ripped up here. There's the inner sleeves. Whew. It's been a long, exhausting night. We have more singles, though, right here. Ooh, Werewolves of London. These are all $6.99. Air Supply, Even the Nights Are Better. Tom Jones, I Can't Stop Loving You. Alabama, Roll On 18-Wheeler. Julian Lennon, Stick Around. Nothing's Gonna Change, My Love for You. Glenn Meteoros. Madonna, True Blue. There's another one of those. It's not Prince, I promise. I'll tell you why I'm setting it aside, though, in a second. Chicago, Hard Habit to Break. Kylie Minogue, The Locomotion. Heart, Who Will You Run To? And Huey Lewis is actually a 4-track EP. 4-track EP on Huey Lewis. Willie Nelson, $7. Sell that to Black Sabbath Hoss. And these are all $6.99. The first is Madonna to Leslie Holt. Oh my gosh. I'm stretching. Oh gosh. Okay. All righty. So, we've got to the point in the show where it's coming near an end. And I don't think I've ever got to this late and I hadn't even like done a recap or recondensed anything. So, I'm also being summoned somewhere, which is like an hour drive. And, let me see what's going on over here. So, my first question is this. Before I sign off, or before we start putting the finishing touches on anything, the last 20 or 30 minutes, the last 20 or 30 seconds, does anybody else have any other request? Silver. Okay. Yeah, tomorrow. So I have more 45s. We'll have to do those tomorrow, and I'll try to price some stuff. Yes. But first, I'll price some silver for Danny. Okay, what I can do, well, the only thing I really have I mean, this was what I just picked up yesterday. And so, you know, you probably won't be able to buy this. But yesterday they were $130. I've got these for $115. Okay? That's what I got to have for these. No more, no less. $115. That is collectively $45 cheaper than yesterday. They're 1 ounce, $15, okay? Santa Claus, The Simpsons, and the COVID silver. $115. Santa Claus, The Simpsons, and the COVID silver. 1 ounce, $9.99. 1 ounce, $9.99. Now, the other items I have, as I've had all week and for a couple weeks now, are these. And my best price on this let me check here. This would be the time to get these. So pay close attention. Because I mean, I got different price pool. Like I know what I paid for those, and I got to have 115. And these have come down a lot, but I kind of know what I need to have for these. These are, I mean, these, we were selling these for $1,300 the other night. So here's a one-time chance. 1,150 for that 10-ounce bar. 1,150 for that 10-ounce bar. 1,150 for that 10-ounce bar, and 1,150 for that 10-ounce bar. I mean, honestly, I'm in no hurry to sell this stuff, but if you want to take advantage of these little bit lesser prices, let me think on this. I don't know what we paid for these. Golly, I think that's a little bit more. Yeah, those are more recent. I mean, I really don't have, I got the Morgans, which those hadn't changed. Those are the same price. I've got the Morgans, and I mean, that's it. I got a few halves, but I still got a feeling this is expensive. Or I still got a feeling that kind of what I need for these. I mean, I still think it's a fair price for what it is what I'm trying to spit out here. Let me see what these things are melting for. Okay, I mean, my best price on halves are, I'll say $35, which is $10 cheaper than it would have been just 24, 48 hours ago. $35 on those. And I have, those are Kennedy's. I mean, I don't really have much left, and honestly, that's why I'm not like, I'm in no hurry to move the what little I have left. But if you want it, it is technically cheaper. There's 3 Walkers and there's a Franklin. So 3 Walkers, a Franklin. Those are all Kennedys. 10-ounce bars and 1 ounce. Other than that, heck, if I hadn't have sold anything over the last 2 weeks, I wish I still all had it, honestly. And then the gold, we're probably just going to stash that away, all the gold we bought yesterday, because it would be, I mean, I'm asking the same prices, which was these gold Liberties. I mean, these are still old coins, 1893. I mean, I know they lost some of the melt value, but these are more like there's not many people going to be busting these open and throwing them in a smelter. I can promise you that. And then I've got the $5 Liberties. So $10 Liberties, $2,950. And I've got $5 Liberties for $2,000. So, yeah, no, that's about it. I mean, I don't have the other stuff I have over here is kind of collectible. I got Barbers and a seated half, and I'm going to try to. All that really isn't affected by silver price. But that's all I have left. We sold everything else. I got 4 big bars there, 10 ounces. And, I mean, I think even what I'm seeing here, I'm on JM Bullion. And, I mean, this is a vintage bar, this Perth Mint, and then this one. So, what happened today was Trump's appointment. So when Trump appointed Marsh, things went sideways. Mostly because of what he's probably going to do at the Fed. And so it rallied the U.S. dollar. And then there's a lot of stuff going over in China. China's pretty manipulative of this metal right now. So they have a big say in it. They can move the price just by manipulating it. So, in my opinion, silver stackers keep stacking. Most people buy this as a security against inflation, and they buy it regardless of the average price. Or you buy it and then you average it out, because some of y'all probably bought when it was 15 an ounce and 30 an ounce, and some of y'all probably bought when it was $50 an ounce. Some of y'all probably bought when it was 120 an ounce. So yeah, he's probably going to be pretty hawkish at the Federal Reserve, and that's going to probably strengthen the U.S. dollar. And, Trump's probably got his guy that he wants to, there's my mom in the chat. Yeah, Mom, are you watching? So, my thoughts are, I mean, y'all see me. I'm not in a hurry liquidation mode at all. Today was a wild day for the metals market. I would say just be careful and keep buying. We'll see what happens when it opens Monday, but virtually there's still a supply issue. Marsh getting elected to the chair or being appointed to the chair has nothing to do with the fact that this supply shortage still exists, right? It doesn't affect it at all. So I think when all the hype of that appointment comes down next week, when all the refineries are still saying we're not buying and there's still a shortage from all the industry people, it'll probably correct back into normals. But I think what they're trying to figure out is like, what is the right number? Because it can't go up forever, and it's not going to go down to zero. So I think they're trying to figure out right now, what is the real magic number for silver? Is it $70? Is it $90? Is it really worth 50? I mean, they're going to have to try to figure out the magic number. And then I think it will, because if you look for years, it's been like this. It does this. It doesn't do this. Silver and gold should not be doing that. It usually does kind of like this. It's just always been really safe. It doesn't really, for years, gold never did really go up. It stayed pretty flat. But, all of a sudden this has happened, and now everybody's like, ha, I told you should have bought gold, or ha, I told you should have bought silver. But, I'll just say keep buying it. I love it. I wish I had rooms full of it, regardless of the price. I mean, it's just, it's kind of like vinyl. A couple things I want full in my house: precious metals and precious vinyl. So that's where I'm at. Does anybody want to buy any? Does anybody want to buy any while it's right here? It rallies again tomorrow, and then they adjust all these pricing. I'm like, okay, I'm back at $130 an ounce again. Because it looks like most places right now looks like they're offering a $15, $20 premium. I'm not quite ready to go that low. My premium's still a little bit higher. But it looks like a lot of these places are charging a $15, $20 premium. Because, like I said, the fact that supply hadn't changed, but I mean, that's the only supply I have. We have sold how many ounces in the last couple of weeks for just a small, just essentially a record shop? I mean, it's not like people know us for selling coins and silver every day, but locals know we buy it. Y'all know we buy it, but how many hundreds of ounces have we moved just being a small little shop, and we can't get too much of it? Most of this right here came from one guy that was a longtime customer. He liquidated like 10% of his collection, which was like 400 ounces. He still has probably thousands of Silver Eagles, and those are going to be for sale soon. But exactly. Okay, anybody have any last minute request? Any last second questions? Danny, do you want to buy everything that's left on the table? Think long and you'll think wrong. The chats went silent. Some people's already said good night. I'm okay with that. It still says 98 viewers, but a lot of those people are asleep right now. I'm scrolling through Facebook. Somebody posted a picture where a shop had a sign, "We are no longer buying silver." Anybody? We had a great sale. 8 crates sold, plus all these miscellaneous items. And let me put this right here. Still got all the Morgans. Probably going to sell a bunch of those on Saturday. Those are going to be fun to probably start breaking up the rolls in case, unless somebody else wants to buy a whole roll of Morgans. And then I'm going to stop there. I'm going to find my cursor. Jake said leave it on. So, Jake, I'll leave this on. And we better get off here, okay? We better get off here. And thank y'all. I'll be back tomorrow for another full-length sale. And then tomorrow, we'll probably part 2. We need to price more stuff on the fly. And we'll try to go through the rest of these 45s. I'll probably go through these 45s tomorrow when the show starts. Just FYI, okay? So thank y'all and good night. And I'll see y'all later, okay? I'm in the